Support for the show, FYF Sports, is brought to you by Manscaped, who's the best in men's below-the-waist grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped is trusted by over 2 million men worldwide. Join the movement for all of your below-the-waist grooming needs. Get 20% off and free shipping with coupon code FYFCREW at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the code FYFCREW. Your balls will thank you.
Talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch your cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. All know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is.
FYM Sports, man. We back. We got NBA mock draft today. We got to figure out where these players are going to land. NBA draft is tomorrow. And then also, we got to really look at what trades could potentially go down. Now, I honestly predict that not many Major trades are going to go down. Salute Blaze. I see you in there. I honestly predict not many trades could go down, but there is a potential. There are talks. And there are some teams that are desperately looking to pull the trigger to make some moves happen. Will the Detroit Pistons trade the number 1 pick? Do I believe so? No. I don't know what they can really get in return. I mean, is there a team out there that loves Cade Cunningham that much that they're willing to trade up to get him at 1? And what will they give up for him? Is that a possibility? Those are some of the things that we're going to be discussing today as we get started with the show. Salute Kenneth Wright. We got Kenneth Wright. Kenneth Wright, when I drop the link, you're going to have to come in here and explain. Kenneth Wright, I heard him say on another channel yesterday, he said that the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was overrated. And you can't finesse it. I listened. I heard it with my own 2 ears. This is not word of mouth. I heard you say it. You said Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was overrated. You got to answer to that. Because on a day like today where we're talking about college players, Kareem is arguably the greatest college basketball player of all time. So on a day like today, that's the perfect day for you to answer that question. How is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the most decorated basketball player of all time with regards to dominance in high school, college, and pros? He's easily the most decorated. So you got to come in here and answer to that on a day like today when we're talking about college prospects coming out. To Robinson, correct. All right, so we're going to give Kenneth Wright a chance to do that. But also today, we got to talk about these top prospects. All right. Now, I'm going to go through really quick before I bring people in. I'm going to go through the top 5 teams. We're going to go through the rest together. I'm just going to give you my predictions on who at least the top 5 teams are going to pick. I think obviously that's the most important in this draft. And there's still some vital picks even after that. I mean, if you guys haven't seen the interview, I had Corey Kispert on the channel for an interview. Curious to see where he falls. And he's probably going to be back on the show, actually in the live stream, after he gets drafted. Because I want to talk to him about his thoughts on where he can fit in with whatever team he gets drafted to. And it's also going to give you guys an opportunity to question a player who just got drafted and what's going through his head. Obviously, when you get drafted, you got so many things going on. I mean, your lifestyle changes, your bank account changes. Things are going a million miles an hour. You're going to be catching flights everywhere. You're relocating. These players don't know where they're going to be living. Their lives will be changing tomorrow. Guys who never lived in big cities are going to have to live in big cities. They're going to have to relocate. Guys whose IG inboxes have been empty, their inboxes are going to be blown up with a lot of these IG models trying to get at them instantly. That's how quickly their lives change. And that's what we like to dive into. So hopefully we're going to get not just Corey Kispert, but there's a couple of other players in this draft. Corey Kispert, obviously great fans with Jalen Suggs. Hopefully we can get Jalen Suggs on here. All of those things are in motion, but we have to see where these players fall in the draft tomorrow. I'm going to go through real quick before I bring everybody in, and I'm going to try not to be too long. My top 5 picks, what picks, and these are never correct. These mock drafts are never correct. Like last year, nobody picked Patrick Williams to go in the top 5. He did, and he actually played like it all year. Number 1, I got Cade Cunningham going number 1 overall. Why? Well, and again, when you guys come in, you can give your own breakdown of these players. But for me, my breakdown of Cade Cunningham, is that he's an oversized guard. He reminds me of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Defensively, he reminds me of a Ben Simmons just with a better jump shot. All right. But you think he has a great feel for the game coming out of Oklahoma State. We all saw that on display last year. He has elite off-ball defense. Elite off-ball defense is key in the NBA today. He's a great interior scorer. He can finish at the rim, and he's a solid perimeter shooter. I got Cade Cunningham going at number 1 overall. My number 2 pick is going to be, and this is going to the Houston Rockets, I have Jalen Green. Jalen Green's number 1 attribute is his athleticism and his perimeter shooting. He's basically a walking highlight reel. And if you didn't see this man play in high school, he definitely was electrifying. There's clips all over YouTube. But can he translate this? Now, he was stellar with the G League Ignite team. But again, does that translate to the NBA? And can he make something of that with Houston? I think he can do that. We saw what Houston did with Kevin Porter Jr. Instantly turned that man's career around. It looked like his career was headed down in the dumps with Cleveland. He luckily got out of the black hole in Cleveland, got to Houston under a much better offensive coach, and Kevin Porter Jr. looks like he could potentially be an all-star in this league. I think he can do the same thing with Jalen Green, who's actually a much better prospect, and he could really do a lot for that him. That's if the Houston Rockets even go that direction. All right. But that's who I predict the Houston Rockets are going to take at number 2. Number 3, I have the Cleveland Cavaliers. Again, Cleveland Cavaliers are known for doing this. But I have the Cleveland Cavaliers taking Evan Mobley. And I think this is similar to what happened last year. I think the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to settle for and are going to pick the best available. All right. I don't think there's really a hole that they need to fill. They got some solid guards in the backcourt. They're looking to extend the big they have over there. But I think Evan Mobley or Jalen Green, depending on who falls to that 3 spot, is going to be the best available. It's going to be about who's the best available, similar to how Charlotte was able to get LaMelo Ball last year. All right, but when we talk about Evan Mobley, notes I have on Evan Mobley from the footage that I watched, Evan Mobley is a solid shot blocker. Can that translate to the NBA level? His on-ball defense seems to be solid. Again, how it translates to the NBA, I don't know. And then feel for the game. He does have a solid feel for the game, and he's a decent interior scorer. My only knocks on him is that he has extremely low motor. And sometimes he can look like he's invisible on the court. And that's what I don't like. That's a trait that I really don't like in a lot of these top prospects. Don't look invisible. But at the end of the day, he's still one of the top 5 prospects. So I believe that the Cavs will draft him. But again, he has probably the most red flags of all of the top 5 prospects in this draft. When we go to the number 4 pick, I got Suggs at number 4. Now, the most elite skill. Remember, I really got on Jalen Suggs because I said with regards to skills on the court, physical skills, I don't think he has one elite skill. But the one thing that he does have, which is elite, is his IQ. He's a high IQ, very athletic. He has a great feel for the game. We saw that at Gonzaga. On a Gonzaga team that was loaded with talent, he instantly came in and carved out a niche for himself into the starting lineup. Athletic, he's a great playmaker, and his on-ball defense is relentless. I think his defense out of all the top 5 picks can translate the easiest. All right, but that's Jalen Suggs. I have him going at number 4. I have him going at number 4 to the Toronto Raptors. All right, and then my last pick at number 5, going to the Orlando Magic, I have Scotty Barnes. And I saw somebody just mention it. Action Jackson has Scotty Barnes. He said Scotty Barnes. I don't know where you had him, but I got Scotty Barnes going to the Magic. He's an elite defender. And so you can kind of tell what type of team the Orlando Magic, they're kind of secretly building out a very strong defensive team. You already got Jonathan Isaac, who's already one of the best defensive power forwards in the game. Scotty Barnes would fit right in there, and you can kind of tell what they're trying to carve out once they really start to build around that young core. So Scotty Barnes out of Florida State, similar to Jonathan Isaac, would fit right in. Elite defender, but he also has playmaking abilities. So his on-ball defense is elite. His off-ball defense is elite. He hustles, which is hard to find, especially on the defensive end, and he's a solid rebounder. Now, offensively, again, that's going to be the big question with his game. And for a guy like Scotty Barnes, it's going to be about how quickly is he going to be able to pick up on the NBA three-point shot. If he can shoot his first year about 37, 38% from the three-point line, he's going to be an excellent 3-and-D player. That's all they really need out of a guy like Scotty Barnes. Potentially an all-star level player if he can develop that three-point shot. Scotty Barnes is the most versatile defensive player in the draft. Yes, he can. But you know what? One of the things is with defense, with defense, one thing we know is that Florida State, they somehow kick out defenders. I don't know how they create all these lengthy, long defenders. So I trust his defense more than anybody. I really trust his defense making that transition. It's going to be his offense for me. That's going to be the big key right there. How quickly will his offense translate? So those are my top 5 picks. I'm going to go through the rest of the first round. But before we go through the rest of the first round, I'm going to drop the link. I want you guys to come in. We're going to cook on just those top 5 picks. And then we're going to go in and we're going to do 6 through 30. We're going to get through the rest of the first round. We're not going to touch the second round because even when we get to the bottom of the first round, we're going to be naming off players that most of you guys in the chat probably don't know or rarely even heard of, especially with how the college season went last year. All right. So some of these names are going to be familiar, but I don't want to just talk about these players. All right. I really want to get into these teams as well. Not only, like I say, when we talk about the number 6 pick, the number 6 pick is going to the Thunder. All right. We can have our projections on where this number 6 pick might fall, but let's also dive and talk about what the future holds for this OKC team, who they have a ton of number 1 picks. They still have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who admittedly that team has said is potentially on the trade block if a team is willing to pay the piper. They're going to have to pay the price to get him, but he's out there. He's available. So that's something as well. Will a team? We saw Ben Simmons. Look, we see the Sixers. They're not about to get ripped off of Ben Simmons. So for all the people out there that's thinking, because I was just talking to SFM on another channel saying that Ben Simmons is trash. For all the people thinking that Ben Simmons is just going to get traded for a pack of hot dogs, no. You saw the offer that they gave to the Spurs. 4 first-round draft picks, 3 pick swaps, and the young point guard. They ain't playing with Ben Simmons. See, they know what they have over there. All right. And while all these teams think that you're going to get him for cheap, no, sir, you're not getting a man for cheap. You're going to have to pay. If you trade to get Ben Simmons, you better be willing to pay up, pay a huge price, because that's how much he can change a franchise. Somebody's going to pull the trigger. The question is who? I have a funny feeling that it's going to be the Sacramento Kings that pull the trigger, because that's the team that really needs the biggest culture change in coachship. King KO says Ben Simmons is trash. King KO, if you say that, you can call a 3-time All-Star trash. But if you say that, make sure you hit the link when you come in and explain to us how he's trash, and then talk about which one of these teams because there's a lot of these teams in the top 10. These are teams all looking at Ben Simmons as well. And will that pick entice a team like the Sixers to make that move and trade for him? Toronto, look, Ramir. All these teams are in talks with Ben Simmons. There's so many teams. All right. The teams that I've heard, Portland, San Antonio, still trying to work out a deal, even though it was reported that the Golden State was out of the conversation. Golden State, from what I'm hearing, they're still looking for a third team to make that deal happen. All right. The Lakers, even though it's like a very, very outside chance of them getting them, the Lakers are, they're still gauging the situation. There's interest there. A lot of teams. Sacramento has a lot of interest. They would love to pair him with De'Aaron Fox. King KO misses the whole point. See, the thing about Ben Simmons is he's been a point guard, but last year he actually didn't play point. Last year he actually played power forward. He was only a point guard in transition, which is why his defense was elevated. Remember, Shake Milton was the point guard. This is why Ben Simmons was able to be runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year. This is why his points per game went down, because his usage went down. They didn't need him to score as much. Ben Simmons didn't attack as much because he stayed out of the paint to allow Joel Embiid to dominate. This is why Joel Embiid had an MVP caliber season. This is why Ben Simmons' points per game dropped slightly. But the one thing that didn't drop slightly, the one thing that improved for Ben Simmons was his defense. So while you guys are looking at points, which he only dropped 1 point per game from the year before, Ben Simmons actually improved as a playmaker and a defender. Nobody's going to give him credit for that because the only thing we remember with our recency bias is that one possession against the Hawks where he passed up that dunk. And he's going to be forever judged off that until he redeems himself. See, that's what these other teams are hoping, that the 76ers will take the bait on that. Maybe they're assuming that 76ers are thinking like you guys, like fans, and that he has no value, and they'll trade him for nothing. 76ers aren't that stupid. See, this is different between being a GM on 2K and being a GM in real life. See, you can make a mistake on 2K. You can reset the game if you trade the best player. In real life, you can't do that. You fired. Let me get this link in here. I want everybody to cook. And look, if you haven't been on the panel, don't be shy. Hit the link. I see so many of you guys in the comments, and you guys are still typing paragraphs, as opposed to just hitting the link. 168 people in here. Numbers will probably go up. Look, now is the chance. If you haven't been on the live panel, hit the link. Come on and cook, man. This is the perfect opportunity to do so. All right, link is in the chat. All right, as you guys come in, make sure, look, y'all, we have a Cash App donation. All right, Cash App donation. Yeah, look, y'all, these funds the funds currently right now are going to, straight to the FYF Sports Community Basketball event. But you guys got to understand it takes a lot to run quality live streams. It takes a lot of time and effort. All right, so even if it's not my stream, even if it's Taj's live stream, even if it's True the King, even if it's Lou the Writer, right? Make sure you guys are supporting them whenever you can, if you can. If you have the ability to do so and you can support not just me, but if you can support them in the Cash App as well, do so, because these live streams are extremely time consuming, and it takes a lot of work and effort to get these things active and going. All right, so make sure you help people out. Make sure you help people out. And like I said, with us, we are trying to get the FYF Sports Community Basketball event off the ground, up and running. We need to hit that $5,000 threshold. All right, let's hit that $5,000 threshold by the end of August so we can get that event planned for October. That's the goal. Y'all know what that event is going to consist of. Y'all know what we're trying to do. Let's make it happen. We got sponsors ready to go, ready to pitch in as well, but we got to do our job as a community, right, so that we can fund it ourselves for 1 year. And if it turns out to be a great event, then from that point forward, it's going to be sponsor funded. All right. So we got a few people in the backstage. We got Jason, we got Amir, Taj, we got Lou. Appreciate you guys coming through. I'm gonna start with Lou, because I know Lou follows college basketball a lot. I know that's probably, I know he's probably waiting for me to do this show. With my top five. Give me your thoughts on my top five. Go ahead and start cooking. I gotta go grab something real quick, but go ahead and start cooking.
What up, Lou? Salute everyone.
What up, y'all? Man, that's a good top five right there. I think those five guys making the noise in the NBA this year.
Yeah, that's
I think, but I'm really want to see what Evan Mobley's gonna really do next year. They keep hyping him up like he's that great defensive player. I want to see if he can improve it. I know it ain't gonna be in his first year in the league, but as time goes on, I want to see if he's all that talk they giving him, he can live up to that. And plus, Jalen Green too. I'm like, you can talk about the guys like they're gonna be next star, but till they prove it on the court,
we're gonna see like how it can translate into the big leagues.
I got a question for you, Lou. Out of the top five of the draft, who do you think right now will be the most proven player coming into the NBA?
Well, I may end up being biased here because if y'all don't know, I'm a diehard Louisville Cardinal fan.
Oh, Louisville.
Yeah, and you know I kept up, like the reason I'm a college basketball fan because I keep up with them 24/7. And I'm telling you, even though he's not going to be top 5 pick, y'all better watch out for David Johnson. A 6'5" point guard who can handle the rock and play defense. Like, don't be surprised if it become the lead, start turning things up.
Okay. Well, where do you project him to go, though?
I think he's gonna be a late first round pick. I think he's gonna be one. I think he's gonna be one of those picks for a team. One of those late round picks because nobody ain't taking him seriously right now. People don't think he got what it takes to be a great player, and he's gonna probably end up being a late first round pick. I'm hoping my Bulls pick him, but I know it ain't gonna happen. So,
where do the Bulls land at?
They got they have a top 10 pick this draft. The Bulls.
We're about to see. I got my list pulled up here. I was gonna go ahead and go to 6. At number 6, I had James Bouknight out of UConn. Not sure how many people had that. Hey Lou, you got a lot of background noise. I'm gonna put you on mute real quick. I'm gonna drop the link again. We get a few more people in here. This is a guard out of UConn. He's just an instant scorer. He just knows how to score the ball. Great ball handling, great finisher at the rim. A lot of athleticism. He's just kind of like a pure scorer, and I like his competitive motor. I mean, this guy, he's relentless, and a lot of people didn't see that because they didn't really see a lot of UConn basketball last year. But I like him. 6'3" guard, 190, 20-year-old sophomore out of UConn. I think he's ready to. I think he can also sneak into the top 5 as well. But you never know. James Bouknight, who I got projected at going to number 6 to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Okay.
Like I said, he averaged 18 points a game in college, 5 rebounds, 1 assist. The one knock on his game is 3-point shooting. I mean, at the college 3-point line, the man shot 29% from the 3. That's gonna get ugly for a guard that's 6'5". You're gonna have to find a way to at least get up into the 35% from the NBA 3-point line, which is farther out. So I know right now that's probably all he's been working on right now. But that's the scary thing. That for OKC, that's something they're gonna have to look at right there. And for any team that pulls the trigger on him, that's what they're gonna be looking at. At the number 7 spot, and y'all can just go ahead and jump in if y'all got any thoughts on any of the things that I say. Number 7 spot, I got the Golden State Warriors. I honestly believe this is a pick that they're going to keep. I believe if they can't trade these picks, they're going to pick players that can instantly come in and give immediate impact. I think they're going to go with Jonathan Kuminga at the number 7 spot because one thing I know is that with his size, which is what they lack with Kelly Oubre going out the door, they're going to need that wing. They're going to need that wing, strong defender who can score, right? 15 points a game for the Ignite team. For his position in this draft, he's number 1 at the small forward position. They're getting the best small forward if they pick this man. I think he can come in and potentially start on this team. You got Wiggins there, and that all depends on what they do with Wiggins. But, I mean, if you got Kuminga coming off the bench for Wiggins, that ain't bad right there. I think he can come in and give an instant impact. I don't know what you guys think about Kuminga, but I think he's probably one of the best athletes in the draft. He's a great rebounder.
Ain't that what the Warriors kind of been missing for the last couple of years? Is a wing guy who can get buckets.
Yeah, that's a great pick for the Warriors. And I actually want the Raptors to draft Kuminga because we need somebody like that too at the 3 position.
That's why I say it can get tricky. That's why that top 5 can get weird because like a guy like Kuminga, he might surprise everybody and he can go higher. Yeah. So just like Patrick Williams did last year. So I think this draft we can see more curveballs than anything. And see what happens is let's say, let's say the Warriors know that, if the Warriors know or that a team below them wants Kuminga, because I know he's highly sought after, that makes that pick more valuable. If they can draft him for another team and make a trade and maybe bring in that power forward, small forward they've been looking to, because we know they're trying to bring in an all-star power forward. Maybe that's an opportunity to do that. But if they can't trade that pick, that's probably the best at that position, I believe. I don't know. It says King. She said King KO hit the link. King KO is still talking about Ben Simmons. Let's hear let's hear him out, man. Let's see if he's talking any sense. He says Simmons is a good defensive player, not great. Wow. He says Ben Simmons is not a great defense. King KO, I just want to explain. How you make first team all defense and you're runner up for defensive player of the year, but you're not a great defender. His inability to score, to be a scoring threat in the fourth quarter is one of the reasons why Philly hasn't made it to the next level. The problem is King KO is not that he's not a scoring threat. He's actually a great playmaker. It's actually that Philly's number 2 scoring option couldn't make a bucket, and he wasn't the scoring threat that Philly thought that he could be. And so when your number 2 scoring option and your number 3 scoring option, you got a guy like Danny Green injured, now that kind of throws things off. But I mean, you can knock his scoring, but he actually is a pretty solid scorer. I mean, he averaged 14 points a game last year. That's not bad, and he was an all-star. But like I said, King KO, all you got to do is just hit the link. If you really want to talk about Ben Simmons, I can make that the topic of the night. We got to get through the rest of this draft. At the number 8 pick, this is actually from the Chicago Bulls, obviously with the Vucevic trade. So this would have been the Bulls.
The trade.
Oh yeah.
Going to go to the Orlando Magic, and I think they're going to go with. Now this is probably
why I asked.
Probably one of those picks that a lot of people are going to question, but I just think this pick fits well. I think they're going to go with Moses Moody out of Arkansas, right? Because I think it's the safest pick at that spot for them. I think he's a safe pick. He's a great shooter.
Yeah, 35%
ball defender. Yep. He's always giving effort, and he's actually, for his size at 6'4", a very good rebounder. He's still young, so I think the safest pick there would be to go with Moses Moody. But again, you never know with what they're looking at, what they're trying to do with that team. They still have a lot of decisions to make with that roster. What young guys are in? That's a really young team right now, and it's just a big question mark. So I think with all the questions looming with that organization, going with the safest pick, Moses Moody, is going to be best. Number 9, we know the Sacramento Kings are known for making horrible picks. I guess De'Aaron Fox has been really the best thing that's happened to that organization. But outside of De'Aaron Fox, I don't think they really hit a home run in the draft. And because of their poor draft history, I expect them to make another poor decision.
Hey,
Hold on, somebody has an echo.
I think that's Lou.
Yeah, Lou, you got an echo. But I think this guy's overhyped. But I can see the Sacramento Kings falling for the hype. And it's primarily because I think they're going to trade Buddy Hield. Yeah, I think they're going to go with Franz Wagner out of Michigan. A lot of people might know his brother.
He's my drafts.
Yeah, I think they're going to go with Franz Wagner. Now, again, where you guys might have him lower or higher. I think he's going to get overdrafted. This is one of the guys that I think people are just going to overhype him up. But I got Franz Wagner going at that spot. He's a good shooter. I just don't know how his playmaking and off-ball defense is going to translate to the NBA. And then what is his true feel for the game? He's only 19. We didn't see much of him last year. He really didn't even have a great year at Michigan last year. He had a good year, not great. And a lot of times, like I said, similar to Evan Mobley, he disappeared on the court to me. So we got Franz Wagner going at number 9. Number 10, some of you, I've heard some of you guys mention this guy, Josh Giddey.
Josh Giddey.
Jason, I know Jason knows a lot of these prospects.
Going to Memphis.
Man, what are your thoughts on Josh Giddey?
I like his potential as a 3. You know, I like him as a playmaker, shoot a little bit, handle the ball. But I'm not really too high on him like that because I think it's gonna take him a couple years to develop. Even though he has played in he playing in the Olympics right now with Australia.
Mm-hmm.
But it's guys I think further down that I like more so than him outside of the that's predicted to get drafted outside of the lottery that I like better.
Yes, I don't know. Like I feel like Memphis traded up for a reason. They traded up to get to this 10 spot. There's something they're planning there. It's a player that they're going after. It could potentially be Josh Giddey. Maybe not. Go ahead.
What's the guy? I can't think his name right now. He from Europe. I can't think his name right now. Start with that A. And his last name started with S. I can't see his name right now. I like him at that spot better.
Alperen Sengun.
Yeah.
Yeah, him.
I like him at that spot more so than Josh Giddey.
Going to Charlotte.
The only reason I say Josh Giddey is because I think
he's gonna go higher though.
Well, I think what's his name is on the trade block. What is his name? The guy that plays this position, basically. Is it Kyle Anderson? Not Kyle Anderson. He plays for the Spurs. It's the other guy.
Oh yeah.
There's another guy on that team that plays similar to Josh Giddey.
Dylan Brooks? No.
Not Dylan Brooks. I can't remember the names right now. But I know they have a couple guys that they're looking to move on from. But you know what? I think he could fit in with that system. How he would fit in, I don't think he would like Jason said. I don't know if he fits in immediately and gives an instant impact, but I think he can come in and be solid for that team. Action Jackson said Dylan Brooks. I forgot his name.
I think it is Kyle Anderson. I think Kyle Anderson plays for the Wizards.
Yeah, I think I'm talking about Kyle Anderson. I'm just tripping. Yeah,
he used to play for the Spurs.
He used to play. Yeah, I know he's on a trade block. They've been shopping him around for some reason. So if they do trade him, maybe Josh Giddey can come in and take up some of those minutes.
Grizzlies roster.
But his NBA comparisons are Kyle Anderson and Evan Turner. That kind of fits in right there with who he is. They even say Joe Ingles here from what I'm looking at. So I just don't like them lateral moves. If you're just drafting a guy to replace him with another guy that does the same thing, that's kind of lateral. So, but with the 10 pick, you never know. I think they made a dumb trade already by giving up Valanciunas. I think they had something there with Valanciunas and Ja Morant. So to give him up.
The good thing is that they could just ditch that Eric Bledsoe contract.
But if you're going to get Eric Bledsoe, obviously you can eat his salary, but you want to try to get something for him.
Yeah.
I think the last thing you want to do after giving up Valanciunas is buy him out and get nothing for him. I would say get something for him, even if it's just a low first round draft pick and or something. But nobody likes that Eric Bledsoe contract right now. But the number 11 pick going to the Charlotte Hornets. I don't know who you guys had going, but I think that they're going to – and this is just research because I have no idea which way
the guy from Turkey.
Yeah, I think they're going to get the guy from Turkey to center because I know they need a center. They need depth at center.
Oh, yeah, they do.
This is not going to be an instant
fix.
Got
this may be young, bro.
But this guy from Turkey actually has shown a lot of promise. He's the second ranked center in this draft. He's still young. I think what they might do is they might allow him to develop overseas for a few years before they bring him over here.
So it's basically going to have like a two-way contract.
I just think they're going to sign him and let him finish out his contract overseas. So he can develop a little bit more. He's still 18. Unless he can come in the summer league and show he can play immediately. But they consider him. He's probably one of the surprisingly for him being a European big. When I looked at him play, he actually kind of plays like an old school big. Like he has some decent post moves on the block. He can make similar to what we saw. I don't know if you guys remember like an Arvidas Sabonis. But he doesn't have any range. He surprised most of these European bigs come over here shooting lights out. This guy struggles shooting the ball. but his interior scoring and rebounding is solid. So if you're looking for like a guy like Zubac, I can see him coming in and doing something like that, which is what they need because I don't think Vernon Carey's really gonna pan out.
Ain't he in the G League team right now?
Yeah, he did, but just Vernon Carey's just not. He's just not. To me, he's just not a very good player. I don't think he's gonna work out. I think they're gonna. I don't know. This is why I feel like they're gonna draft another center, but they need to sign a center as well. I think they need to be going after Rashawn Holmes in free agency. If you're the Charlotte Hornets,
Rashawn Holmes, I like.
And they still need. And I can see Charlotte drafting a point guard because they don't have a backup point guard either. So, at the 12th pick, going to San Antonio, I got the Spurs getting Keon Johnson. Again, we're starting to get to those names where I feel like a lot of people don't know some of these names.
Keon Johnson,
but for some reason, like could be quality players, could stay in the league for like a while.
Hey, are y'all surprised Matthew Hurt ain't like a high on draft pick right now?
We got one cool P. So she matching all donations from the night stream, man. Come on, y'all. Let's spam up your $1 or $2, man. Let's that's how it takes efforts like that so we can hit that donation goal, y'all. There's not too many people willing to jump out there and say that. That's a true supporter, man. I appreciate it. So like I said, the Cash App is right there. Let's get this. Let's get to that 5,000 much faster. All right, so I'll call them out, but yeah, that's just a challenge. Like she's always putting them Cash App challenges out there for you. Let me put it on the screen bigger so y'all can see where we at. Y'all want to see? Johnson. Y'all see where we at, man? We at 22, 47, 75 in the Cash App. Almost halfway there, man. Hopefully we can get there.
Yeah, right. I was asking about Matthew Hurt. Are you surprised he's not like a high draft pick right now?
You said who?
Matthew Hurt.
Let me see where I have him at on here. Who did he play for?
Duke. He played for Duke.
They got him projected as a second round pick.
I know, but I seen him play all year long. That boy can shoot the lights out at his size. He's like a messed up problem.
Yeah.
They say he's a good shooter. Let me see. Let me read this full scouting report right here. It says elite shooter, even with defenders draped on him, which is good. That's going to be good for the NBA if he goes to the right team. Good finisher off cuts. Takes care of the ball. For a player like that, for me, it's going to be about team. Like if he goes to a team for like the Miami Heat where they allow anybody to shoot if you can shoot, or even Golden State, it just depends. It depends on where he lands. But if he lands on the wrong team, it could kill him. So it's just going to be about draft placement and who's willing to pull the trigger on him. But size is good. The age is good. The one thing I like, look at this. He's a 21-year-old sophomore. 18 points a game at Duke, 44% from the three-point line.
Yeah, the man can shoot.
I like that. I like the numbers that he put up. I think but see again, that's one of those names. He's so deep in this draft at the bottom. It's just one of those names a lot of people just don't know. And with college basketball not being the same last year, it's just like, man, like we won't even know any of these players until we actually see them on an NBA court and they start lighting it up. But yeah, we keep an eye out on them. What up, Jason?
I want to ask about you said 12 Keon Johnson or 13?
I'm at Keon Johnson going 12 to the Spurs.
I want to ask. They got a lot of guards. They got Lonnie Walker. They got Keldon Johnson.
Yeah, he can't shoot.
Murray. So I just want to why to the Spurs?
He's not really a good 3-point shooter, like being a shooter.
I think I look at Keon Johnson as more of a wing. I don't look at him like, because he's a big guard. I don't look at him like a point guard or a shooting guard. I think he's a wing. And then if you also add in his athletic ability, with his athletic ability, his defense, I think he can play. He can because they're looking to add more depth at the wing spot. I think he can be a good wing player for them.
Man, it's gonna be hard to have that rotation with them guards. They got a lot of guards, or you label him as a wing, so that's gonna be interesting right there.
But they done a good job with it so far. I mean, obviously we know who their 1 and 2 guards are gonna be. We got Derek White over there, and then we have what's his name? How do I forget their other starting guard?
Keldon Johnson.
Not Keldon Johnson. He's a wing. We got the point guard, the defensive guard.
DeJounte
Murray. Yeah, DeJounte Murray's there as well. So, I mean, there we go right there. Hold on. Let me see, Jason. Who you got going at? I'm gonna go to a team because I'm gonna skip. Obviously, we got the Pacers there. I don't know. I had Jalen Johnson going to the Pacers. I wanted to go ahead and skip to this Warriors pick at 14 because I think that's
Davion Mitchell.
Who do y'all think the Warriors get at that 14 pick if they don't trade it?
Chris Duarte out of Oregon. I think a lot of dudes been high on him. I know the Knicks is high on him. I heard earlier that the Lakers, they trying to trade down potentially to get him. So I think he can shoot. He athletic. I think, obviously, I wanted to answer the question I got about him is how will his shot creation carry over to the next level in the NBA? But them is questions that we just gonna have to find out. But I think he shot like 42% from the three. So
hey Lamar,
catch and shoot.
What up, action?
That's who they got.
What about a guy named Brendan Boston? Where would he go? What happened to him? He probably be like a lottery pick. What happened with that?
He lost a lot of value last year. I mean, all those Kentucky players lost value last year. Kentucky play looked horrible.
Yeah,
those
guys trash.
That was the worst. That was the worst thing. That those players really exposed themselves. Because I don't blame that year.
Be honest with you, I thought the only good player on that team to me was Isaiah Jackson.
Yeah, but they got Brandon Boston in the second round. They got him in the second round, potentially going to OKC now.
And the best guy, the best guy they had, he's dead now. Terrence Clark. He's supposed to be the best one out of all of them.
Got into the car accident, right?
Yep.
Yep.
So I don't know. This is probably the worst class he ever had.
But they had a great class. Kentucky had a great draft class. But those guys, what I think is when this happens with those young teams, and this is the downside to getting a lot of these one and done guys, when you have a COVID year and then the season starts late and it's not even a true season, these guys are all thinking like, why are we invested fully in, like, why are we going to play 100% for this COVID shortened college year when we all are planning to go to the league? Look at what Jalen, look at what the center for Duke did. He just basically quit in the middle of the season, said, I don't want to get hurt before the NBA season starts. It's not worth it. So I think a lot of those Kentucky players just checked out because they knew.
And then the better players play in the G League. The top tier guys play in the G League. So, like a guy like Jalen Green, he would have went to a Duke or Kentucky. So that kind of hurt.
But I don't think it hurt college basketball because college basketball, if you watched, it was still good basketball. Like it didn't need Jalen Green to still be good games because you still had your Cade Cunninghams and Mobleys.
I'm talking for like a team like Kentucky do. I'm talking about far as, them winning and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know where he would have went. I don't even know who was I don't know who his number one schools were. I don't know if he was going to either take the Cade Cunningham route and just go to a school where he could just kind of show out.
It was Duke, Kentucky, Kansas, and Oregon.
Now, I don't remember Barry Boston go to no Kansas. I don't remember that one. No.
I thought you talking about Jalen Green.
Oh, Jalen Green. Yeah, he's supposed to be going to like a Duke, Kansas. Yeah, you're right.
So I want to ask y'all, and y'all could chime in on the chat as well. Davion Mitchell. We got Davion Mitchell
to the Warriors.
What do y'all think about his game? Because I'm kind of suspicious of him. I'm kind of suspicious. The one thing he does, and I thought he was a poor shooter, which he's actually not. Because I was judging him off a small sample size. I really didn't do my homework on him until yesterday, and he shot 44% from the 3-point line, which is higher than I thought, on top of the fact that he's an elite defensive player. What are y'all projections on him? Because does he just look like a hustle player that had a great tournament run that might get overdrafted, or is he really that good?
I think he'll be a great role player. That's it.
Yeah, he could play defense. Like he can.
I don't see him being a starting point guard.
Yeah, I don't really see him being,
he kind of remind me of what's his name?
I don't.
I can't think of his name. What's his name? Not Jeff Teague. It's the other guy.
Nah, but that guy, he can play defense. He can hustle. I mean, like he's just there just to pretty much defend and hustle. And I guess I take some shots.
Go by if he goes to the Warriors, can he come in and be like be a great backup to Steph Curry? Like
he can do that. I think he can be.
But they already got Nico Mannion.
Nah,
pretty much the backup.
But is Nico a good product right now? You think he can translate? You think he's the guy for them?
Hey, Steve Kerr's talking highly of him. Steve Kerr's talking because Steve Kerr actually felt bad that he couldn't play him as much last year because of the rules with the two-way contracts. Steve Kerr wanted to play him more.
I think,
when he's over playing G League, he was turning it up. I was like, man,
he was a highly
upper in pro playing with the Warriors right now.
He was a highly recruited guy. He was like really highly recruited. Like he was a top player.
Yeah, I saw some of those Arizona games of him playing there.
God, you talk about a program that went down. Arizona, man, they was the top. They was a top program. Now look at them now. They ain't the same no more.
Let me give a shout out real quick. Shout out to Nick in the Cash App with the $5 donation, and then shout out to Toot Cruz in the Cash App, $8 donation to the channel. Man, salute, Brand. Appreciate that. ABF said check your Cash App. I'm checking them as they come. My phone is so delayed, man. I'm gonna try to get to them when I can, and so hopefully I can keep them on the screen so we can keep it running total. But like I said, I'll try to keep up with it. But ABF, I got you. Hopefully, if one of those was yours, ABF, that might be you. Is that Nick's? ABF, are you Nick? Are you Nick S? Because that's what I got it from. And then again, salute y'all. Appreciate y'all making that happen, man. And then definitely give a big shout out to One Cool P for matching all donations that come through today, man. That's big.
Y'all ever noticed that the pick from 13 to 14 and 15 always end up being that pick out at the player that come out of nowhere, make an impact in the NBA right away?
Yep. Yeah, you had Leonard.
You want me to tell you who's a sleeper? Because I want all y'all to give me y'all biggest sleeper of this draft. Now, I feel like based on what I saw, I think the biggest sleeper in this draft is Sharif Cooper. I think
That's not bad.
I think he can be one of the best guards in this league. When I saw that man play his first game with Auburn, rusty, on minimal practice, and he came out there looking like one of the best guards in the country, I said, and then if you just look at his poise, because if you look at the way he plays like the game is like slowed down. Like whenever you see a guard and they play, and it just seems like they making all the right reads, they don't make a lot of bad, like they play slowed down. That's a skill set that's hard to find. You don't really see that in too many guards. The poise he has and his ball handling, I said, man, that's gonna translate instantly to the NBA. And he can finish. He can finish at the rim.
That Brook Frost make guards look great.
Where do you have Corey?
We got Jay Blazin said Knicks. Who's Knicks?
Knicks. He played with the G League team. Knicks.
Hold on, let me pull up his profile. Let me see, because I haven't heard of him.
Knicks. Yeah, he played for the G League. I mean, the high school G League.
Hold on, let me do this. Let me get everybody's top 2 sleepers who could potentially be all-stars within the next 2 to 3 years.
Shit, I ain't.
I got a second one, but I'm gonna wait on saying it.
I got a guy for y'all.
Who you got?
I'm gonna say Matthew Hurt and David Johnson.
I think what's his name? I think Jerry Butler's gonna be a pretty good prospect. Jerry Butler.
I got
Baylor.
JT. I got JT.
Jerry Butler and
Yeah, they got him going to the Knicks.
We got Jay Metro says Kai Jones. I haven't done a lot of that's the thing. I haven't done a lot of research on Kai Jones, but I keep hearing his name pop up every time I look up.
I like Deron Sharp too out of North Carolina.
I've heard of him. I actually saw him play a few times.
I wouldn't say an all-star, but I think he'd be a good big man in the league.
What about the guy from Illinois?
Kofi.
What's his name?
AU.
Yeah,
I can't pronounce his name.
Who? The big guy?
No, you talking about
AO.
Who, is it a guard?
Yeah,
it's a
dude out of
guard.
Chicago guard.
Yeah.
Haven't heard of him.
What about this K Jones? What about him?
I don't know. I'm just like looking at,
What's his potential? K Jones.
Kai Jones. Hold on, let me pull his profile. Let me pull his profile.
What y'all think about?
What y'all think on the screen?
What y'all think about Terrence Mann at Florida State?
You mean Trey, man?
Yeah, Trey Man. My bad, y'all.
Trey Man.
You gotta ask Jason. Jason's the college aficionado. He be knowing all them names.
Like I seen Trey Man play at Florida State, man. That dude fifth.
I feel like that's Terrence Mann's brother or something like that because then Terrence Mann used to go to Florida State.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think they're related though.
Yeah, because
so who? Let me see.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Luka Garza, big man. I think
you got your guy from Florida State becoming an NBA ready to play right away.
So somebody said Kai Jones in the chat.
They're good for defense.
Oh no.
They say
that's what I was talking about. Kai Jones.
They say Kai Jones on ball defense is solid, great shot blocker, athleticism. From the Bahamas. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't know if y'all met too many basketball players from the Bahamas. But I don't know what they be feeding these dudes out of the Bahamas.
Hey, DeAndre Ayton from the Bahamas.
Every dude that I meet from the Bahamas is super athletic. I'm talking about. I met a freshman from the Bahamas. This dude built like a tank, but can jump out the gym. Just solid as hell. I don't know what they be doing in the Bahamas, man. But goddamn, they feeding them some shit. They feeding them some bullshit down there. These motherfuckers are strong as hell. These motherfuckers jumping out the gym. I don't know what the hell they got going on down there, but yeah, you might have something with Kai Jones. And Texas has been kicking out a lot of good big men over the last few years. Anyway,
ain't Greg Brown in the same draft? Ain't it? Greg Brown
in this draft?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't see a Greg Brown in the top 60.
Hey, what y'all think about Quentin Grimes?
Oh yeah. I can see him being a guy. I can see him being a nice scoring punch off the bench.
Because right now he probably just to go to Brooklyn. After Brooklyn just let your boy become a free agent.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Brooklyn, y'all heard Mike D'Antoni.
Yeah, he stepped away.
Yeah, he stepped away.
I guess.
Now they're gonna change the offense again.
I mean, you just got to think like, how long did you expect him to be an assistant?
I mean, yeah.
That means Steve Nash got to be a coach now. He can't rely on listen to Mike. He got to be a head coach now. Like I felt like last year, all he was doing was listen to whatever Mike D'Antoni was telling him to do, be the head coach.
I mean, potentially, there's a lot of players with skill that translate to. Yeah, there are. That's the thing. The one thing I see in this draft is there's a lot of specialists with regards to skills.
What about the dude out of Oklahoma? What's his name? Reeves.
What's his name?
Austin Reeves.
Yeah, out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, he'd be a good guy that can have catch and shoot.
There he is.
So he'd be like a good catch and shoot person. You can get him like in the later round.
It's so tricky with these shooters, man. it's so tricky with these shooters. Like especially guys like this, like Duncan Robinson. Like, is Duncan Robinson the same Duncan Robinson if he doesn't get drafted to the Heat and they give him that opportunity to shoot like that?
He got a little bit more.
I don't think so.
He's a little bit more advanced as far as off the dribble than Duncan Robinson Reeves.
I think so. Well, I mean, the man shot. That's the thing. They say shooter shot 30% from the 3-point line in the college. But that's 30% from the college 3-point line at that.
Who would you say
he's the number one option though for Oklahoma. He was their main ball handler. He created.
Corey Kispert, I think he'd be a definitely good
Corey Kispert giving me Klay Thompson.
And here's the thing with Corey Kispert. This is his thing, and the one thing that I notice is that he is always working on his game, and he's just like a natural. Like, if you think about when he came into Gonzaga, nobody thought, and I was talking to some of his close friends. If you talk to some of his close friends, like I talked to him, he went to Gonzaga. Nobody thought he was going to be able to go to Gonzaga and start. He went there and started as a freshman. Okay.
Yeah, I really
next thing you know, nobody thought he would be, because he wanted to come out his junior year. But he came out his senior year. Nobody thought he could be a lottery pick or even top 20. Next thing you know, he plays one more year. Now he's easily gonna go in the top 20. It's just like every time he's faced with an odd, he always overcomes it. Now his friends, some of his close friends are telling me they believe, he's always proving people wrong. They believe whatever team he gets drafted to, he's gonna find himself starting as a rookie.
Be honest with you, Lamont. Every time somebody come out that university, man, I don't, like, other than John Stockton, I haven't seen no other guys make any type of noise in the NBA.
That's not true.
No,
there's been a lot of Gonzaga guys. There's one on Memphis right now. Brandon Clark was solid. He had a good year. Didn't Kyle Anderson go to Gonzaga as well?
No.
Where did Kyle Anderson go?
Oh, he went to UCLA.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hold on. There's another weird, lengthy, big, kind of awkward that came out of Gonzaga. He's in the league now. They got some solid guys. I'm not gonna lie. They don't just they're not complete bums when they come out. I think they kick out more journeymen than anything. I don't know if they're kicking out a lot of just NBA all-stars.
Y'all saying Zaire Williams from Stanford gonna be good on wing guy?
You said Zion Williams?
Yeah, it was named Zaire Williams.
You know, I like a lot. I like the dude that he played for. I think he played for Real Madrid. I can't think his name right now.
See if we can find him.
He's a black. Yeah, there he is. Uzma.
Right here.
I like him. I like him as a defender. Defending 4 and 5.
That's the first thing they say about him. Great defender, and he's a 15 prospect. It's not a lot of power forward prospects, so I can see a team.
He's gonna be the steal of the draft right there.
This draft looks like a whole lot of combo players in it right now.
Do you see him? Do you see him playing this year, or he's a stash guy?
No, he definitely gonna come to the league. As far as getting starter minutes, he gonna play more of a bench role. He's not ready to be a starter. But maybe 3-4 years down the line, all defensive type of player. That's the type of player.
Yeah, but ain't that what a lot of people said about old boy with Miami?
Who?
Bam out about you.
Yeah, a lot of people it took him a year. It took him a year to get his money.
Bam was more advanced offensively than he is. He's not.
Be honest with you, I thought Bam was gonna be a bust, man, because I thought he was like one of those old big players. Like, I never saw Bam being a shooter like that though.
He never was a shooter, but he flashed the potential throughout high school and college that he can shoot the ball.
Boy, you gotta give it to Africa, man. They putting all kind of prospects in Africa, man. All kind of prospects to just go in the NBA. You gotta give it to them. It's a lot of African players in the NBA.
Yeah, they started African League over there. So
Yeah, that NBA in Africa is gonna be something. I think the NBA is just tapping into a talent pool that's really hasn't been tapped into really like that. I feel like if they start developing those players, it can help the NBA financially, and it can give them another talent pool that can just make the NBA better. Because I think like some people even touched on it in here. I think the NBA is trying to turn their league into a global league and not just an American league. And it's going to start with tapping into some of these countries where other places haven't really looked to create leagues. So NBA Africa is a good start. And we saw with the Nigerian team how good they already are.
Yeah, remember, didn't the NBA talk about starting getting a team that plays overseas to play in the league with them, like in Europe?
Mm-hmm.
They thought about that, but they ain't gonna pull the trigger on that.
And salute to M Merritt in the Cash App with the $15 donation to the channel. Appreciate that, man. M Merritt. Make sure y'all put y'all YouTube names in these as well, because sometimes whatever name you have in your Cash App, if it don't match your YouTube name, it's hard for me to really give you a shout out. So make sure in the notes you put your YouTube name so we know who you are. But salute to M Merritt in the Cash App, man, with the $15 donation. Let me get back to these picks, because right now I want to focus on some of these teams that I feel like may be making trades. We had the Golden State Warriors at that 14 pick, Davion Mitchell. And again, if they're stuck with these players and they can't make a trade, I think they pick Davion Mitchell. And then they also get Jonathan Kuminga, two guys, if they have to keep them and start day one with, two guys that can make an instant impact. Outside of that, at the number, I think, and again, this is a guy that we probably going to have on the show after the draft. Now, just kind of looking at where he might fall, looking at the needs of other teams, I think there are potentially three teams that Corey Kispert could fall to at around the 16, 17 area. I think he can either fall to the Pelicans at 17, the Thunder at 18, or the Knicks at 19. I think the best fit for him would be with the Knicks, with the playing style that Tom Thibodeau has and the players that he likes. Other than that, he's the only player that I think is ranked in the top 15 that could fall down to 20. I think everybody else is probably going to get picked where they're projected to go. Hold on 1 second. I had to put you on mute, Jason. You got some background noise there. He says, look out for the Washington Wizards. From Jay Metro he says they are very active tomorrow. You know what, though? Jay Metro, I don't know if you're a Wizards fan, but some of the things that I've been hearing out of Washington is that if there is a trade, if Bradley Beal's traded, they're going to just completely – they're going to
start over.
Yeah. And there's been so much, see, the one thing that tells me there's a bit of truth to Westbrook to the Lakers is that there was a little bit of noise about it, then it all got quiet. And whenever you hear things get quiet on a potential move, that's when you know there's probably some truth to it, because teams will try to quiet the noise so they can hash out the details. And we hear all of these other rumors, Kyle Lowry, DeMar DeRozan. We keep hearing these other names thrown out there. That's all the smoke screen. That's all the smoke screen for what's really going on behind the doors.
So you got Westbrook going to the Lakers.
I'm saying if he's traded, I'm saying that that's the potential destination, because if you think about what the Lakers have and what Washington might want or need in return, it's probably going to have to be a 3-team deal. But the Lakers have Kuzma, a young player who would thrive in a role like that. So if you trade Beal and Westbrook out, Kuzma would thrive in that role. He would kind of be the older young guy who could actually score in that group. It really wouldn't make him competitive, but I think he would be a good example for some of the other young guys on that team. So I think getting Kuzma over there in a potential sign and trade, it might also take giving up Montrezl Harrell as well. But the fact that Montrezl Harrell opted in, is a good indication that Montrezl Harrell understands that he potentially would possibly get traded as well, and he doesn't want to lose too much value by opting out. Just curious to see what they do. But I think Westbrook to the Lakers is a real thing. He says Westbrook to the Lakers target. He says that's true, Lamont. I think so. I believe so. He says the Lakers have no assets. Christopher Satin says Lakers have no assets to get Westbrook unless they're willing to part with THT. I think they do have assets because people forget they have THT. They still have a potential sign and trade with Schroeder. They have Kyle Kuzma. They still have KCP, which I don't think they're going to part with KCP, but they do have assets. But, Christopher, that's also why I said it's going to take 3 teams. Because if Washington's going to go into ultimate rebuild mode, then they're going to need some draft picks as well, not just young players. But it would definitely revolve around Kuzma and THT. But they got to find a way to make the money work. Do they have assets? Yeah, they do have assets, Amir. That's what I said. They have a lot of assets. He says, not a Wizards fan. He says, I watched the presser from the game today. Christopher Satin, fair enough. I mean, like I said, and this is just only if they make it happen. A lot of these things that we talk about, I'll be the first one to admit that they never come to fruition. But we know the Lakers are desperately trying to bring in a third star, a high-level star at that, not just an average guy. I don't think they're looking – I think DeMar DeRozan is going to be like their bailout plan if they can't get one of the top-tier guys.
Like,
what about Westbrook and DeRozan? Can they get both of them?
No.
You think Westbrook gonna be a purpose in the offensive system though?
Hold on, say that again.
Do you think Westbrook will fit in LeBron James' offensive system though? Like,
yeah,
I'm just
so.
I'm saying ain't like both of them like on ball dominant though.
No,
like,
they're not.
Really.
They're not. See, I think people think LeBron is more ball dominant. Like, I think people give him too much more usage than what he actually gets. On the scouting reports, and I'm going to show you on the screen here.
I mean, because LeBron can play a little bit of off ball. I mean, like,
I'm going to tell you what on scouting reports. I'm going to show you guys what scouting reports will actually say about LeBron James. I'll pull it up right here. I'll put it on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the closest thing online that what our actual scouting report will show you. Let me share. But this is what they label him as right here. They label him as a secondary ball handler. He's not a primary ball handler. But see, because he's so skilled, you find the ball in his hands. And because sometimes he's the scoring option, so you see the ball in his hands a lot, but he's not the primary ball handler. There's other guards that can play.
Rondo for them was the primary ball handler. Basically.
He was one of them. He was one of them. But LeBron James is not the primary ball handler for this team. He just the ball just finds itself in his hands a lot because scoring options go through him a lot.
Like they can't score to.
I think he's gonna change his game over anyways. I think he's gonna change up.
No. If you're the best player on the team, you don't change up for other people. They change for you.
A versatile big.
You don't see him playing a power forward?
Why would you put LeBron James at power forward? I mean, unless you're just giving him a break or breather.
Because I heard they're going to put Anthony Davis as the center. Are he going to play center now? That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's a small ball lineup. Maybe they do that. It just depends on. Let's see how the roster shapes out before we start putting rotations on the floor. I don't think the Lakers even know what their rotation is going to look like next year, what the starting lineup looks like. It just depends on who they can get. If they can pull off it's a very low percentage, but if they can pull off that trade and get Ben Simmons, that's going to change what the rotation looks like. Well, then it makes more sense to put AD at center, Ben Simmons at power forward. But that's only depends on who you bring in. If you only get a Kyle Lowry, well, that kind of changes things up. Maybe you need a true center in the game. He says, and give up an all-star caliber player. He says, Magic says AD has to play center. He I don't know. It's just hard to say. But the only reason I would say you have to put AD at center is because the Lakers were getting destroyed in the paint by When you look at how Phoenix Suns destroyed him.
Marcus Saul,
Ayton was
Andre
destroying
Drummond.
the Lakers inside.
Andre Drummond got destroyed by DeAndre Ayton the whole series.
I don't even see him coming back to the Lakers.
They had people saying that DeAndre Ayton looked like David Robinson. He was looking so good against that Laker interior. Like that.
Right,
So
good Lord.
yeah, so they're gonna have to figure something out. I just don't know what yet. It's gonna be about what they can pull off in free agency. And we just got pipe dreams. A lot of people have pipe dreams. I feel like they're gonna make a major move, have people mad again. It says, what did the analytics say about LeBron's usage? I don't know if this has LeBron's usage in here. This goes a little deeper than usage right here. Some of these stats right here. So I don't know if it makes too much sense to you guys. But I mean, well, these really go to his offensive efficiency, and you see a lot of greens in here. I see a lot of greens. So I mean, you got defensive efficiency and offensive efficiency. You see a lot of high level green
turnover.
Yeah, I mean and then we got to go to his turnover percentages is high, and that's 16 turnovers out of every 100 possessions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not horrible. It could be better. Brian uses at 31%. Yeah, that's pretty high. But you got to think. I think usage is just a bad stat because you got to think LeBron James included in usage is not just how much you have the ball, but usage also includes your scoring. But we know LeBron's going to average at least 25 a game. That's why I say if we're just strictly talking about playmaking, so a good thing to look at right here is like offensive load, right? Because this is a better stat that talks about how much LeBron is used as a point guard to play make. All right. So when you look at his load, that's his box creation and his box creation plus turnovers, right? His value for the team is at 60.1, which is fairly high, but that means there's still a lot of that is getting weighed heavily towards other guys on the team to create. Then his creation as well. You know, you're talking about per 100 estimate of the number of open shots that he creates for teammates.
Yeah, these are some interesting stats.
Yeah. So his box creation. So per 100 possessions, how many open shots is he creating for teammates per 100 possessions? You know, here you have it right here. So this is a more accurate assessment of his actual usage. That's why I say you go off usage. Usage is kind of blurry there if you don't know what usage is. Cuba the GOAT says GOAT James. So a lot of people got LeBron James as the GOAT. I don't knock that idea. But yeah, that's why when I was talking to SFM about LeBron and Kobe, I was like, your thoughts on Kobe are a little.
Well, you know me, man. I'm just trying to see if he's gonna be a good team fit because I'm more about team and individuals right now.
But the thing is, if Russell Westbrook was able to average 27, 7, and 7 with James Harden, I think he could do the same thing with LeBron. And James Harden has extremely high usage.
Because you know how Lakers fan came after Dennis Schroeder the whole season. I was wondering, are they going to treat Russell Westbrook way better than they did Schroeder?
I don't know. But you got to think, even last year, I don't think Schroeder played terrible. You got to think this team didn't really have much time together on the floor. I mean, Schroeder's coming in new. No real training camp, no real preseason, not much time to really get any chemistry. And as soon as it starts to look like this unit starts to get some chemistry, then next thing you know, AD goes down with injury. Now AD's down with injury. Okay. Looks like AD's going to be coming back soon. Then LeBron goes down with injury. Like Schroeder never got used to playing with the core group. And then even in the playoffs, there was inconsistency because as soon as they get AD healthy, then AD goes down with another injury. So that they never really had a chance to gel. And,
they gotta do something about AD always getting hurt like that, man. Like, is it his trainer? Like he don't get a good training during the offseason or what? Like
it's just freak injuries. I mean, this is something that happened to everybody. Where he had a lot of wear and tear injuries. Salute to Miss CC Truth Hills in the chat, man. one of the newer supporters of FYF Sports, man. I've been seeing her in the comments. Been seeing her pull up in the live stream. Salute. All right. I still have to go by your channel. I don't know if you have a channel, but I gotta check your channel out as well. John Wick says little brownies. I don't know what that means.
Oh.
He says AD took it easy in the offseason. Well, he didn't really have much of an offseason to take it off. I mean, what do you expect? He won a championship. Normally, the way it works for NBA players, especially teams that make the finals, the first thing they do is they take 1 to 2 months off, strictly get away from basketball. Because this sport, in the NBA, especially in the NBA, you can get burnt out. And we can tell the players who get burnt out. Like, if you start to look at Lou Williams, especially at the beginning of the year, when he started with the Clippers, it looked like he was starting to get burnt out because it wasn't the same Lou Williams. He went from averaging 20 a game to looking like a horrible player. Then he started to get his, when he played with a new team, when he played with a new team and it kind of reinvigorated him, he looked a little different with the Hawks, especially in the playoffs. Looked like he started to get that, but you start to get burnt out. When players start to get burnt out, their game arsenal goes as well. People don't take that into consideration. He's having a Lake Fan Schroeder, still a good asset. He's a good asset.
Hey, but that guy, Kenneth Wright, bro, he got to explain to how Kareem's overrated, dog.
Who said that?
Kenneth Wright in the chat said Kareem is overrated.
Yeah, he got to explain that.
If anything, he underrated.
Hey, what? Who said he was overrated?
Hold on. I'm going to tell you who said it. Now, remember my whole premise on the 90s. My whole premise on the 90s was that these big-time heavy fans of the 90s will tear down other eras and other players, either from this era or ever from the past, just to elevate Jordan. And he went as far as to say Magic, Kareem, and all those guys of the 80s are overrated. Like, why do you go out of your way to start saying these guys are overrated? It's all because you want to try to find a way to keep Jordan at the top.
Just to keep elevating Jordan. Like, come on.
And so it's so slick what they do because they know a lot of people didn't watch.
Y'all know, Lamar, I'm a Bull fan. I was a Michael Jordan fan, but Kareem to me was not overrated. He's the most serious big man I have ever seen play for in my life. With that Chad Hook, he was like it's the reason why he's number 1 all the time in scoring, and the reason why guys still respect him to this day. He was never overrated to me.
Got that one unstoppable move. Then nobody stopped that move. You know he's gonna do that move, and you still can't stop it.
What's that?
Sky Hook.
That move. I call it the most unstoppable move in NBA history. And nobody can duplicate it. Nobody can duplicate it. That's how hard of a move it is. We could duplicate the fadeaway. We could duplicate the step backs. We could duplicate all the same moves that Steph Curry and James Harden does. Nobody's been able to replicate the most unstoppable move in NBA history. The hook shot. If you can master it, it's unstoppable.
Because they don't work on it no more. The
only thing you can do with a hook shot is hope that they miss. You cannot defend it. You can't block it. You can try to stop the player who's mastered it from getting the ball. But let's say if Joel Embiid mastered the hook shot, there's really nothing nobody in the league could do. Be too unstoppable. It'd be overpowered. It's like an overpowered move. People say Kareem is overrated. We got Cowboy 2021 in the chat, man.
What's up?
Salute, Cowboy. What are your thoughts on everything we've been talking about?
No much. I know Scotty Barnes.
You know him?
Yeah.
You know him in real life?
Yeah, he went to my middle school.
Oh.
Who?
Scotty Barnes.
You still talk to him?
Oh.
Not that much.
Hold on, let me shout out. Salute to Chantel.
Yeah, well, you should, try to.
Hold on 1 second, Taj. Salute to Chantel. Oh, Kenneth Wright's right there. Salute to Chantel in the cash app with the $5 donation to the channel. Salute. Chantel L in the cash app. Appreciate that. Again, y'all, that was another donation. I didn't see your name. I don't know what your YouTube name is, but you got to make sure if you're going to do the donations, put your YouTube name in so I can give you the proper shout out. But either way, salute. Appreciate your support for FYF Sports, man. But go ahead, Cowboy 2021. What are your thoughts on what we've been talking about?
I was saying that my friends are the ones that talk to Scotty Barnes right now. I don't talk to him anymore.
Well, you gotta go get that connection.
Yeah, you gotta
man. Get Scotty Barnes over here.
You gotta go try contact. Yeah.
Now, what are your thoughts on Scotty Barnes, though? I mean, I know it's your friend. Like, what are your honest thoughts on him, though?
I don't know yet. I feel like he's going 4 or 5 in the draft.
You think he's going that high? I mean, like from what you said, you went to middle school and stuff with him. What do you know about what do you know about his game then compared to now? Like, were you always able to tell that he was going to be an NBA player? Was he always that nice?
I didn't expect him to go to college though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is Kenneth Wright.
Yeah, Kenneth, man.
Yeah.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, man. Why is he overrated?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Mute your YouTube.
Yeah, you echoing. Just mute your YouTube.
Are you a football fan too?
Hold on.
Hold on one second, Cowboy.
Yeah, I'm not I am driving, but I'm not on YouTube on any other like my other phone or anything. So is this still echoing?
No.
No, it sounds fine now. All right, well, go ahead, man. Let us know why you say why you say he.
Well,
I think he's
hey, man, thanks for
you have speakerphone in your car?
I kind of heard. Yeah, because I'm driving right now, so I got you on speaker. So give me a minute. I'm gonna stay on unless other people get on. Give me a minute.
All right. Says Kenneth, your argument was weak. yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know if Kenneth can come out of this hole. Kareem, you can say a lot of players are overrated.
Of all people,
hard to say Kareem was overrated.
I got some subscribers that got Moses over. They said they got Moses over Kareem.
Hey Ray, a lot of these guys just signed shoe deals. Didn't Evan Mobley sign?
Yeah,
Jalen Suggs signed with Adidas. I mean, that's what these shoe companies are doing now. What they're trying to do is they're not trying to be late to the party, because if you catch these guys early and if you sign Kay Cunningham to a deal with Nike now for the next 10 years, you probably get him on the low right now. But if this man turns into a superstar in 3 years and then you sign him, you're gonna be paying up. Sign it. It don't cost them much. Nike's $1 billion company. Sign them now. Look, if they don't pan out to be very good, okay, you lost a few million. But if he pans out to be nice, that's a lot of money. So you gotta, and then what they're doing is they're signing multiple. So they're giving themselves a better opportunity to sign superstar players. He says salute. He said Kareem is probably the GOAT center. Yeah, Kareem is probably the GOAT center. It's hard to say he's not. I mean, he has some competition, but I mean, I've never heard anybody say he was overrated. That's crazy.
That's the first time.
John Wick said this draft is stacked. Yeah, you know what? I don't believe it's stacked. I just think we have a lot of specialists. I think we're going to have a lot of guys in this draft that come in and start or be like instant impact players. Whether they're all stars, I don't know. I just think they're going to be able to come in and be more of an impact early on than what we've seen, and that's deeper in the draft. Especially with all the specialists, we got a lot of guys who have elite skills that immediately translate to NBA basketball. Hakeem is the best center ever. No, I don't think he's better. I don't think Hakeem's better than Wilt. I don't think Hakeem's better than Bill Russell. And I don't think he's better than Kareem. It's hard to say that Hakeem is the GOAT center.
For sure.
That'd be a tough argument to even put Hakeem over Shaq.
No, I don't think it's just. I don't think it's
Hard.
tough.
But as
Nah.
far as center,
It's hard because Shaq got that dominance though.
nah, because most of the top 10 players that we pretty much got in our top 10 are mostly centers.
Hey, Tayshaun, I had Kuminga. That's where I predicted him. I just did my mock draft. I had Kuminga going at number 7 to the Warriors. I mean, it's right around the area. I think he's going number 7 to the Warriors. Hakeem isn't the GOAT center. Yeah, I don't think Hakeem's the GOAT center.
Hey, Lamont, who you got? David Robinson or Moses Malone?
Damn. You know what? I would have it's because of consistency.
We
I would got to go with Moses Malone.
That
Moses Malone was consistent in a mother. Now he didn't always have the winning output. You know, I know they got the championship with Dr. J, but that motherfucker put up numbers and he was consistent with them numbers.
Guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like Moses Malone was consistent. I ain't gonna lie, man. Like David Robinson,
years he played
a decent amount. I don't know the exact amount of years. I just know I just know he was consistent.
Played over 20 years, I think.
He played in the ABA like the last year or two, I think. Could be wrong.
Without DeMar DeRozan, I don't believe that, Amir. Are you referring to the Lakers, Amir, or who are you talking about? Because I thought you were cheering for the Clippers the last time I saw.
Yeah, like I asked myself.
Just Blaze. Aren't you a Clippers? Just Blaze says Hakeem is better than Bill Russell. Ooh, man, I don't know about that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's not no exaggeration, man. Like y'all think
he was a monster defensively as well.
Shit, no, he wasn't a better defensive player.
No, he sure as hell wasn't. No,
he right behind him.
No,
he is. At the center position, yes, he is.
No.
Yes,
okay, at the center position, but it's a big gap with regards to how good they were. It's not. Hakeem was good defensively, but Bill Russell was. Like, it's not too. It's
like Bill Russell, back in his day, like made some moves, like made some moves, that these people nowadays, would do, mostly the big guys would do, like try to be a little more skilled a bit.
I don't know, man.
Like pushing the ball, to both ends of the court. Bill Russell,
like, what you got against Hakeem, LeBron?
I don't have nothing against Hakeem.
You got something against?
Why y'all say that? I just don't
talk about him.
Look, people.
You got something against him.
Look, all I hear, what people do with Hakeem is they fall in love with the flash. They fall in love with the dream shake and the hype behind those moves. They get caught up in that. But I try to do a deep dive into his actual game. If you do a deep dive into his actual game, and I know this is not basketball related, but one, he was a horrible teammate. But nobody's and I have to talk about it because whenever I'm talking about Hakeem, I'm usually talking about LeBron. And you have these people running around talking about LeBron's trading players and is a bad teammate. No, Hakeem, his teammates literally have came out publicly and said he was a horrible teammate. You're talking about a guy who didn't get along with half his team. You're talking about a guy who quit on his team. And you're talking about a guy who faked injuries because he was mad at his team. And he had to get suspended because he's out there faking injuries twice in his career. So, I mean, and the fact that he won 2 championships, I'm so surprised he was able to pull that off.
Stop it.
Shit.
And
the only reason he won 2, hold on.
Jordan retired.
Hold on. Okay. So if Jordan doesn't retire, how many championships does Hakeem have?
2.
Cap.
I think it's 2.
Yeah, y'all better say that.
Guard Hakeem.
Okay. So that means you saying Jordan wouldn't be undefeated in the finals?
No, I think
Kenneth, you still echoing.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you have a loss.
Oops.
So there goes So that finals loss is out the door. I mean, that perfect finals record is out the door if Jordan stays in the league, huh?
More than likely, yeah.
Oh,
He
okay.
was burnt out after that third.
I think they would have lost in
What about all those other years? Why couldn't he get past the Stockton and Malones and all them?
Yeah, because Jordan was in the
teams.
East and he's in the West.
I'm just saying they got to the finals
in
a few times.
'86. You win in '86.
Outside of that, he's struggling to get there.
The team got worse outside of that. Ralph Sampson's career went downhill. Their whole team completely fell off the map.
Yeah, hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's better. It don't sound like it's echoing.
All right, cool. All right. So yeah, like I was saying, thanks for letting me on, Lamont. You know, I don't know what that brother told you. But yeah, I do feel Kareem was overrated. Right. You heard? What did you hear?
I heard you say that Kareem was overrated. I came in and go my stream.
Yeah, Did you hear why I said he was overrated or no?
No.
Okay. All right. So, as we, like everybody knows, okay, Kareem has 6 championships, 6 final MVPs, a bunch of all-star games, yada 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 yada, right? And understand, when I say he's overrated, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is still an all-time great basketball player, all-time great. Okay, so I'm not, sometimes when people hear overrated, you automatically think you're saying that the dude was trash. I'm not saying Kareem was trash, but I do feel when you apply context to his career, okay, if what Kareem did, if LeBron did it, if Jordan did it, if Magic did it, they would never hear the end of it. Okay, so let's start. Even when you go back to his college, okay, because I didn't talk about the college, right? And I'm not going to focus in on college, but let's be honest. Kareem, who was from New York, went all the way to UCLA and joined a team that had already was the back-to-back national champions. And then they won, I think, 2 more championships after he left, along with the ones that he won while they was there. Okay, again, he's the most accomplished, but let's just apply some context to Kareem.
Let me say something about that point though. In college basketball though, don't we traditionally always see the best players go to the best teams and win like the best teams? The rich only get richer in college. The Dukes, the North Carolinas, the Kansas, the UCLA's, the Michigan States, the Blue Bloods are labeled the Blue Bloods for a reason because these are the teams that continually find themselves in Final Fours, competing for championships year after year after year. Why do we hold that standard to Kareem? But are you keeping that? If you keeping that same energy with all of the college greats, are all of their championships devalued if you win a championship with a blue blood? Because on blue blood teams, you're generally with a whole bunch of 5-star players like Anthony Davis when they won that championship in Kentucky, loaded with 5-star talent, easily the best team in the country.
No, I'm not knocking him for that. All I'm saying is when people say, "Oh, well, he won 3 championships," with UCLA. UCLA was winning championships before he got there and won after he left. That's all I'm saying.
That's what blue bloods do, though.
Right. Well, not all. I mean, no. How many big programs have won? What did UCLA win? What, 8 straight national championships? How many programs have done that?
No, 8 straight. No, what I'm saying is 8 straight championships, dominance. But usually, most blue bloods are judged off Final Fours, and so when you get to Final Fours consistently, you're considered a blue blood. And that means you're loading your team with 5-star talent year after year after year. Best talent, best team, and sometimes by the luck of the draw because it is single elimination. Sometimes the best team doesn't always win the chip, but the blue bloods usually find themselves in the Final Four in most situations. The Dukes, the Carolinas, the Kansases. This is why these teams. This is why the Michigan States, even Gonzaga, I would consider now starting to turn into a blue blood because they're consistently always there. 30-win teams.
Right. I got you. All I'm saying is, he was definitely one of the reasons why they continue to win. But they were winning before he got there. They were winning after. I'm not saying that he had nothing to do with their winning. I'm just saying. They were already winners. That's all I'm saying. He joined a team that was already winning, and when he left, they were still winning. That's all I'm saying. You know. Now, when we go to his pro career, okay, and we look at his history, without me going back and like looking and everything like that, because I haven't looked in a cool minute, but if I remember correct, Kareem has lost as the favorite at least 5 or 6 times. Okay, as a favorite, and every time that he lost, the center he played against outplayed him. Whether it be old ass Wilt, Dave Cowens,
Hall of Famer. Dave Cowens, a Hall of Famer.
They right, but we're talking about Dave Cowens and Wilt, but Wilt was old.
Remember,
when he outplayed.
White was on that team too, though. And John
okay, but hold on, brother. But hold on. Hold on. JoJo White was on what team?
The 74 team he lost to. He was with the Bucks.
JoJo White was a Celtic.
Yeah, I'm saying the team that Kareem lost to when he was in Milwaukee, JoJo White, John Havlicek, and David Cowens was on that team.
Okay, I thought you. Okay, well, right. But I'm talking about the times when he lost, when he had the best team, when his team was the favorite, when they had the better record. Okay, I'm not going to not. I'm not. What do you mean so?
No, I said for sure. No.
Okay. Sure. Okay. All right. So the only point I'm trying to make is like even like when I'm talking about old Will Chamberlain, handed him his ass when they went up against each other, and they bounced the Bucks out of the playoffs, right? Like I said, Dave Cowens outplayed him. This is supposed to be prime Kareem. I'm not taking anything away from, like, let's say Dave Cowens, but if you put LeBron James, I'm only using him as an example because he's considered the best player, if nothing else, for sure the best player of this era, right? If you take, let's say, prime LeBron James, and he gets outplayed by Carmelo Anthony, like just outplayed, and his team loses, LeBron James would never hear the end of that. Never. That happened all too often with Kareem, whether it be, like I said, Dave Cowens, what's the other center's name? Oh my God, I can't think of the brother's name right now. Bob Lanier. There was another
problem
one
with the argument, though. That's the problem. That's team. That's not individual.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, if you get Kareem, right? I had to go look up the name of the name of the center. And I had it last night, but I can't remember today.
Because that's like trying to lower Wilt and say he's overrated because he put up crazy numbers, but he didn't win championship every year because he saw Bill Russell so much and some crazy teams in the finals. That's team, though. I mean, what's the context is, was his team better than the other team?
Yes, I already applied that context and said his team was better than the other. You could say his team lost because of Kareem, not because of everybody else. Because of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying his teams lost, whether it was the Lakers, right, or the Bucks. They lost because his man outplayed him. Kareem, being the best player in the league, so-called, got outplayed by another great player or a very good player, but he got outplayed. Okay. My old Wilt, like I said, Wes Unseld, Bill Walton, I think it was Bob Lanier, and I have to look up the other dude. Let me see. Huh?
But in the stats, it say Will averaged 10 points and Kareem averaged 33 when they lost to the Lakers.
God damn.
When?
In 1970, wait, let me see.
Hold on, what were the stats again?
It said Wilt averaged 10.8 points and Kareem averaged 33.7.
And who won the series? And who won the series?
Wait, let me see. The Lakers won that series.
Okay.
No, I'm not talking about when the Lakers won, bro. I'm talking about when the Lakers lost. Are you talking about when they played the Bucks?
Yeah, that's why when Kareem was on the Bucks.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, hold on. Then we'll have to look it up. Hold on. I'm trying to find the other center. What his
But
name was.
but it's just like
He
you're
said the
calling him
old ass man
overrated
on your
because
team like
of
Jerry West.
your call. It's really hard to call a player overrated because of a win or a loss. When we're talking about the greatest player of all time, I think there's a little bit more that goes into it outside of outcomes of games. I mean, when you look at Kareem, what made this man great on the basketball court is one, I feel like he had the most unstoppable move in NBA history that never has been duplicated. I mean, we can't just gloss over that like that's nothing. That's something that separated him from everybody. You're talking about a man who averaged over 20 points a game all the way until he was 38 years old.
Right.
Consistency.
Dan Duncan because of him,
So
right?
then you have longevity with
Nate.
him. What?
Nate
Bill Russell
Thurman.
didn't have that longevity. Wilt didn't have that longevity, but Kareem did. And then he was still
Yeah.
great deep into his
Well,
career.
right. It was Nate Thurman. It was Nate Thurman that outplayed him. And Nate Thurman, like I was telling brother last night, Nate Thurman would have been considered today Rudy Gobert.
I don't
And
know about that. Nate Thurman was good.
Well, again, it's relative. The kind of player he was. Nate Thurman was a defensive center. Okay, he was a defensive center. He was known more for his defense. 20 points a game back then is not the same as it was, as it is now. You know.
I know, but
So
I don't want to. That's why I don't want to compare what he did in that era to what happens in this era. I just like to stick to how great was he in his own era.
Right, Nate Thurman is Nate Thurman. I don't even know if he's considered maybe the top 40 or something like that. You know, I mean, the point is he was nowhere near Kareem, and he outplayed Kareem. If Nate Thurman was like a 15, 17 point a game player, and when he played Kareem, he's actually and Kareem was a 30 point a game player, and Kareem went down to 20 points a game, and Nate Thurman averaged 23. That's a problem. That's a big problem, bro.
Yeah, but you
What
just
year?
literally.
I'm sorry.
Lord Namer pulling up the numbers on
What
you.
year
He
is
said, "What
this?
year?"
Yeah, pull them up. Pull them up.
Because in
19
1973, when they lost to the Warriors, Nate Thurman
1972.
Hold on, Lord Gamer. Let's hear the numbers.
I got it right here. 1972.
Lord Gamer, go ahead and read off the stats. I saw you had them.
1973, Nate Thurman averaged 13 points. Will averaged 23.
72.
I mean
Man,
Kareem.
Lord Gamer got basketball reference on tabs, don't he?
So I don't know if he really got outplayed by Nate Thurman. Not
Okay,
offensively, at least.
I'm going to repeat what I said. 1972. Look it up.
Paul Bell, I don't know. I'm not even a big defender of the 80s and 90s, but I can't even say that Kareem was overrated.
Well, hold on. Wait, like I said, again, if Kareem, I'm sorry, if LeBron or Michael Jordan or anybody that we consider top 5 was constantly getting outplayed, and now you guys want to move the goalposts where it was, as long as we scored the same amount of points. No, man, no, it's not the same thing. If you got a 30 point a game score and he drops down to 20, and you got a 15 or 16 point a game score and he drops up to 20, that's a problem. Come on, man. You can't sit here and say that your basketball acumen does not allow you to think that. Or is that only because you just want to deny?
So hold on. So you said Kareem. Oh, I'm gonna put you on mute while you're not talking because you're echoing real bad. So in 1972, here, hold on, Kenneth. I gotta put you on mute because you're still echoing. 1972 was the Knicks Lakers. If that's the right finals, go ahead, Kenneth. If that's the one you was wanting us to pull up.
Hold on. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I'm going to read this.
I'm still echoing that.
It's still, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Mm,
What happened?
I don't even see Kareem's stats in 1972. Was he even on the Lakers in 72?
Nah, he was in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee didn't even make the finals.
He didn't go to the Lakers, what, to 79, 80? 77, 78, something like that.
He said Nate Thurman not
That's
even
what I
top
say,
50. Hold on, we got Crypto. He said drop the link. Crypto, I'll drop the link. Kenneth Wright's trying to come back in. They got to fix his connection.
yeah,
There's the
hello,
link
can you
right
guys
there.
hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. That's better. It don't sound like you echoing.
Yeah, can you guys hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, now what were you saying? Okay, so I'm reading this. So they played the Bucks in the first round, Golden State with Nate Thurman. Okay, and
Warriors, 1972.
yeah, 1972, right in the first round, and as it says right here, it says Kareem allowed a mainly defensive center to increase the scoring average on him 21 point per game in the regular season to 25 versus Kareem, and outscore him after coming off a scoring title in the best scoring season of his career at 35 points a game in the regular season to 23 points a game against Thurman. Kareem getting outplayed by other great big men is a theme throughout Kareem's career, and is one of the main reasons why Kareem is one of the most overrated players in the NBA. Fortunately for him, he was bailed out by Oscar Robertson facilitation of the offense for the Bucks. Oscar wasn't able to do the same in the next round, though. The Bucks got eliminated by the eventual champion Lakers, a team considered to be one of the greatest teams ever, but this is far from true. In fact, the Lakers are not even the best team of their era, as that title will go to the New York Knicks. The early 70s Laker team played the Knicks in the finals 3 times, winning their only finals after Willis Reed was injured for the 1972 finals. In 1970 and 73 finals, Willis Reed played, and they won both times. On top of that, Jerry West and Will Chamberlain, they're kind of talking about, okay, hold on. It says Kareem did have a good series, averaging 34 points a game, but the Bucks were taken down in 6 games. Oscar had a bad series of only 9 points a game, but the Bucks were the second best offensive team and the best defensive, while the Lakers were the opposite. Still, this loss is understandable as the Bucks only had 2 double-digit scorers outside of Kareem. All right, I'm gonna read all this to you guys. In 73, the Bucks were once again matched with Golden State Warriors, except this time Thurman was a year older, Kareem was a year more experienced, and the Warriors dropped 4 wins from 51 and 72 to a decent 47 and 73. Let's see here. So one would expect that the Bucks would dismiss the Warriors real quick. Said that was not the case, and even with another year of experience, home court advantage, and a good supporting cast, said the next 3 scoring options had 21, 16, and 14 points per game for the series, along with Oscar facilitating. Kareem's Bucks got eliminated in 6 games, and Nate Thurman locked Kareem down once again to 23 points per game for the series after averaging 30 in the regular season. Thurman also led his team to victory with an underwhelming supporting cast compared to Kareem's Bucks. The Warriors' top 3 scorers had 17, 15, and 15 for the series. Kareem outscored him this time, but failed to elevate his team to the win, even though his team was clearly superior. The worst part about this series for Kareem was his free throw shooting. In a series where the Bucks' average margin of victory was 6 points a game, Kareem shot 53%. He was a 71% during the regular season. I mean, they break down 74, 75. 76, and this is just showing like how he played. I haven't gotten to his MVPs yet, okay? And I think I said this before. As far as his MVPs are concerned, he won 5 MVPs in the 70s, if I remember correct. 5. But how many MVPs would he have won if you didn't have the ABA, who had Dr. J, Iceman, George Gervin, Moses Malone, Dan Issel, Rick Barry. You know, I mean, the ABA was snatching a lot of great basketball players at that time, a lot, and that allowed Kareem to win 5 MVPs. Kareem probably, if you had them other players playing in the NBA as well, probably would have won maybe 3. One of the MVPs he won, the Lakers, I think, weren't even a 500 team, which is that's a rarity.
You missed the playoffs.
Hey, I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this though.
That's all subjective, anyways. He would have won regardless.
He making a good point right now. He just made a good point right now with the ABA.
I don't think it's a good point. Here's the reason why I think it's a poor point. Because y'all know my perspective on this. Man. All right, let me put Kenneth on. Kenneth, I'm gonna put you on mute while you're not talking because you're still echoing. My thing is, when you talk about a player, and I think SFM, when he was talking about Kobe, he fell into the same thing. But you cannot take moments or even seasons to define a player or how good they were. And wins and losses don't necessarily define how good certain players are. I mean, if we defined Carmelo Anthony, how good of a player is, once he retires, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. But if his career was defined off performances in the playoffs and wins and losses, the man wouldn't even be in the Hall of Fame. Same with Tracy McGrady, who was a great talent, which I don't think he belongs in the Hall of Fame, but he still was a Hall of Fame talent. Same with Grant Hill. We can't define, because there's so many things, especially if we're not watching the game. We don't know what factor played into certain wins or losses or certain matchups here or there, or a finals loss here or a finals loss there, especially if you weren't there to watch the ebbs and flow of those games. We can only go off of what people recount. And they say let's say he got outplayed by Nate Thurman in one particular series. That's fine. But Kareem has how many years? How many years you play in the league? What, 20 some odd years? Yep. Kareem still has 20 years worth of playoff performances to be judged on. And collectively, I mean, like I said, you put together his whole body of work. 19-time All-Star. All right. 6-time NBA champ. 11-time All-Defensive Team. 2 Finals MVPs. Rookie of the Year. 2-time scoring champ. 4-time block champ. 15-time All-NBA. Made the All-Rookie team. 6-time MVP. 6 MVPs and 6 championships. I mean, those are the things we need to define him on, the complete body of work. But when you start trying to pick and pull one series here, he got outplayed here. He's not as good. Hold on. Shaq is going to go down as one of the most dominant centers of all time. He got dominated by Hakeem Olajuwon and the Rockets. But he
got outplayed by Greg Ostertag and got swept in the Western Conference Finals by the Jazz.
But his complete body of work still tells us he's the most dominant center of all time. And then what people can do, and you're going to have some people who try to define Shaq's legacy off getting swept by Hakeem, or getting outplayed in certain moments in his career, or even getting out of shape towards the end of his career. Don't change the fact he's the most dominant force in NBA history that picked up a basketball. That's why I say we got to get away from these arguments where we try to pick and choose matchups, because just like you picked and chose certain matchups, I guarantee you, if I really wanted to go find them, I can go find you playoff matchups where he thoroughly dominated his competition. Thoroughly dominated. And it's not even close. All right. When you look at the man, his first year as a rookie. Hold on, Kenneth, you still echoing. As a rookie, the man averaged 28 points a game. It's not too many rookies you can find a better rookie season than what this man had. 28 a game, 14 rebounds as a rookie. Second year in the league, 31 and 16. Third year in the league, 34 points, 16 rebounds. Fourth year in the league, 30 points, 16 rebounds. Come on, man.
Not even close.
We can try to finesse it and talk matchups here or there, but the man was, you put his resume up against the greatest centers of all time. The resume say a whole nother story, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, man.
Well, first of all, LeBron James is overrated because he was outplayed in 4 or 5 of his 9 championship runs.
Who?
By that same standard, LeBron James will be considered overrated because he was outplayed in the finals in 5 times.
No, he just gets held accountable for that. That's all. You know, and now
but you wouldn't consider him overrated.
No, I don't consider him overrated, but he is held accountable. That's something that Kareem is not. Now, let me respond to what Lamont said. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's LeBron James is held accountable for losing.
I'm talking about Kareem too, but he's not overrated.
No, he is not. Okay, I mean, I think more today because going back to before LeBron James and with Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan probably by the mid 90s, he was already considered the GOAT, right? And without the, let's say, championship 5 and 6, he was already considered the GOAT. This is, even though he didn't win, he still had 1 more MVP that he won and 2 more championships. And he was the consensus GOAT. Now you listen to what Lamont said.
Not really. Not until that 6
one. No, Michael Jordan was considered the greatest of all time. When by 90, I said consensus.
Kareem and Magic.
It wasn't consensus.
I said consensus.
It wasn't consensus.
That means if you go, hold on, bro. Hold on. Wait. Listen, hold on, Lamont. Listen, you called me up here. I'm trying to have a conversation. You already cut me off once, right? Now let me respond. Hold on, bro. Now, listen. When you say consensus, right? By the mid 90s, if you look on any sporting news, whatever you want to look at, and look at the top 20 or whatever you want to, Michael Jordan was number 1. Okay, but going back to what you was hold on, Lamont. Going back to what you was saying, right? Everybody gets looked at and peeled back the onion or whatever. Okay, the reason why Kareem was not considered the greatest after Jordan was because people understood a lot of the MVPs that he won because probably players that were considered like Dr. J for sure probably would have, if they played in the NBA during their prime, probably would have had a MVP or 2. I mean, we'll never know. We will never know.
Hold on, you talking about LeBron?
No, I said I'm talking about Kareem. I'm not talking about LeBron.
Kareem.
I'm talking about Kareem. I mean, if you take 3 or 4 of the top 10 players, basketball players, and put them in another league and think that's not going to affect the trajectory of the players still there, come on, man. That's intellectually dishonest. And that's what you're being, Lamont. You're being intellectually dishonest. To sit here and say that, bro, nothing. To sit here and say,
hold on, Ken.
What?
What you're trying to do, the only thing you're trying to do now is you're just trying to simply diminish the accolades that this man collected. Now you're trying to make up reasons, trying to make up comparisons as to why you can diminish them. I told you that's once you get the accolades, the only thing I can do is give you credit for getting it. That's all I can do. Like when people say when Draymond Green won Defensive Player of the Year, they try to diminish it. They try to say, "Oh, he asked the media for that." But then when Mutombo or anybody or Keem gets Defensive Player of the Year, all of a sudden it's legitimate. Like you win the accolade, I got to give you credit for it. I don't care what area you want.
At the end of the day, it's all subjective anyway.
Hold on, bro. Lamont.
Let me finish. All I'm saying is we cannot run around talking about, if such and such played, he would have won MVP, or such and such played, he would have. The thing is, he won these accolades, and we cannot reverse time and take it away. Regardless of how you try to finesse it and say somebody else deserved it, don't matter. He got it, and we got to judge him off of it.
Right. Except for the fact that if I go back and look at your titles of like a good percentage of your shows, hold on, brother.
What title?
If I listen, if I go back and look through a lot of the titles of your shows and you go through and you diminish what Jordan did because the league was watered down or whatever, can you please apply that same logic?
But I don't allow that. But here's the thing.
The league was never watered down when Jordan.
Because what you're saying, hold on,
Ken. I gotta stop here. Hold on, Ken, this is trying to cap.
Wait a minute, the league was never watered down.
Hold on. Well, see, what Ken is trying to do is, I'm giving counter reasons as to the competition Jordan played against, but it still doesn't stop me from putting Jordan as number 1 overall time, because I don't think those things, some of the things that y'all use to boost him up, and then where you try to tear down other errors to boost Jordan up, That's not what made him the GOAT. It was his dominance over his era in a big man league that made him the GOAT. All right.
Yes.
That's what his dominance was. See, y'all use all these other things. What y'all try to do is y'all try to prop up Jordan and tear down other eras. Y'all try to use 6-0. That's not what 6-0 is not what made Jordan great. 6-0 is the worst argument to use, because if that's the case, John Havlicek is the GOAT because he's 8-0 in the finals. Or Bill Russell with 11 chips, 11-1, he's the GOAT. So that's all the reason why.
Yeah.
So I talk about the competition, but I still don't see you're using it to call Kareem overrated. I say these things, but I still have reasons why I still have Jordan as the GOAT, because I'm not running. I'll be crazy to run around here. If you find the video where I said Michael Jordan was overrated, find that. I definitely didn't say that. You can go ahead, Kenneth.
Hey, it pains me to say that Jordan is the GOAT, and I'm a Jazz fan. And we all know he pushed off on that last finals run against Brian Russell. So I can say that.
I'm just saying, like, I don't even like bigging up some. Like, there's you can come up with a number of reasons why you could bump Kareem to lower on your list, but when you say he's overrated, that's a big statement.
I think
that's a big time statement.
I think what he's trying to get at is the talent pool during that, when they had the merger during the 70s. He's saying the NBA wasn't that deep, so a lot of them MVPs he got because he was really the only top tier player in that league. Because
how can he be the only top tier player?
Wait a minute.
Kenneth, out of his own mouth, is saying that there were other centers outplaying him in the finals.
Yeah, but
so if he's not the only top tier center in that league, when he said multiple times there were other centers going toe to toe right with him.
But he did name plenty of other players that was in the ABA during that same era.
But he's naming players that went toe to toe with him and gave him problems. So you can't say he was the only good center and then also say when he went up against other good centers, they went toe to toe with him. That means so you're trying to argue both ways.
No.
So why would Kareem be apologizing for the competition that he played against, and he was dominating the competition that was in the game at the time? He shouldn't be apologizing for that. It's not his fault.
Except for the fact that he wasn't, because when he lost, he wasn't. That's the point. He lost to teams he had no business losing to, and
that happens all the time in every sport.
That happens in basketball.
Hold on. Right, it does. No.
It happens in football.
Not to the level that Kareem did, though. Not to the level of Kareem. It does happen. You end up losing, to somebody you had no. That does happen. Not like Kareem did, though. Kareem did that a lot. Okay.
How many times?
Lot. I mean, I think I counted it was like 5 times.
I count on one finger. No.
What do you mean?
5 times?
I mean, if you, generally speaking, how often do you think the favorite loses? I mean, it loses to, the underdog.
It happens a lot of times.
But
it happens a lot.
Kenneth's making it seem like he said 5 times, but you make it seem like he has 5 finals losses. He don't.
Well,
right.
He got 6 and 4 in the finals.
Well, yeah, but hold on. Yeah, but see, here's the problem, bro.
Why don't you harp on the 6 championships and talk about how he dominated his competition in the 6 championships? You're harping on the 4 finals losses.
No, hold on, because
he had more success in the finals than failure.
Bro.
Once again, he got to apply that same standard to LeBron James. He lost 5 times in the finals.
Hold
Be
on,
consistent.
because no. I did not say. Hold on, bro. No. He played 23 years. He played 23 years, right? Somewhere around there. Okay, so he won 6 championships.
Okay, so that means almost half of his career he was in championship contention.
Right, because he was always on the best team. And he was the reason why that team was the best.
How about that one?
Yeah,
he was on the best team because he was the reason why the team was the best. That's like saying Tom Brady wasn't on the best team, which was true with the Patriots. But he was the reason why the Patriots were the best. It's no different.
But hold on, bro. Hold on. Like I said, that's not necessarily true. He put up great stats. Okay, he put up great stats, but very often. When he went up against, into the playoffs, he didn't perform like he should have.
It's not true.
All right, let's take when they played the Trailblazers, and when the Trailblazers beat the Lakers in the late 70s, and the Trailblazers had one Hall of Famer on that team, Bill Walton. The Kareem-led Lakers have 4 Hall of Famers. 4. Okay,
So
there's
that
a
means
reason
there's
why
other people responsibility for their skill positions being outplayed.
everybody's not a Hall of Famer, bro. Everybody can be an All-Star. Come on, man.
That's not the point of team basketball.
If you guys going to, it's team basketball. But if we're going to sit here and have this conversation and say everybody's the same, I mean, why doesn't everybody get paid the same? Huh? Why doesn't everybody get paid the same? Right. I know that.
Same pay
I asked you. I'm going to ask you. I'm asking you. Why does everybody not get paid the same?
Because the talent dictates whether or not they get
try to
paid.
make the argument. Since you want to try to make the argument. What?
That's not the argument. Whether or not everybody gets paid.
You made the argument, bro.
It's based on your role.
You made the argument, though. You made the argument.
Dribblers dribbles and stars be stars.
Yes, but you tried
play
to
your
say,
role.
well, it's a team, everybody, and this, that, and the third. No,
Yeah, but if that dribbler that gets passed it to the shooter misses a jump shot in the corner, LeBron James don't win the championship. It's the same difference.
Right. No. Except for the fact that Kareem's man outplayed him. I'm not talking about one
that's
shot.
all irrelevant.
Hold on. This is what I want Elder to come and touch on this as well. Hold on, Kenneth. I got to put you on mute. Your echo is horrible. My thing is, and here's the context, because I know Elder watched, because Elder talks about this all the time. He talks about how he watched these players play. Hold on, Kenneth, man. You're mute. You're mute. You got to stay mute unless you're talking, Kenneth, because you're echoing really bad. But the thing is, and Elder might be able to come in and give more context to it. Whenever just because your man scores 20 points in a certain game doesn't necessarily mean he outplayed you. There's so many factors that go into what did Kareem get switched off? Well, was the other team was these other centers, were they getting into transition more? Were they getting their buckets when Kareem was subbed out, not on the floor? Like, what's the context to it? Like, what goes into it? Because we know that, if, there's a lot of games when LeBron, might be guarding a certain player. That player might score 25, 30 points. Did he score them all on LeBron? No. In an era with the high pick and roll, it's rare that one player can just cook one player. It's about team defense. And when we look at sometimes the Lakers defense, we see Kuzma with a lot of defensive breakdowns that puts the team in jeopardy, gets AD in foul trouble. That's why I say in a team game, especially in the finals, there's so many factors at play. You can't just say, oh, Kareem got outplayed by this guy just because they're both centers. He probably didn't do all his work on Kareem. Maybe he had a worse percentage on Kareem. Maybe they were doing things to get these two players to switch onto other matchups, and then he would eat other people. We don't know. Because I can't say I honestly know because I didn't watch. You're just looking at the numbers and results saying, oh, he got outplayed. But if you say, like you say, put context to it, it's probably a lot deeper than that. We all know how complex basketball can be. And I don't think no coach is going to be telling Nate Thurman, I want you to be going right at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the offensive end.
Right.
Ain't no way in hell he's telling him that. There's no way in hell he's telling him that. Hold on. I'm just saying, as a coach, as your game plan,
right.
Hey, I want you to go right at Kareem every time you touch it. No way in hell that was
that coach is going to have a very short career.
No way in hell that's the plan. Hey, let me drop the link for Elder. But that's why I say put context to what really happened in this game, because it had to be deeper than what you're talking about. That's why I want somebody in who actually watched the games. I know Elder watched them because I know he can bring more context to it. Like I can bring context to some of these games. Like now, like I know a lot of people don't like talking about the Ben Simmons situation, but when I look at that game, it was a lot more going on than Ben Simmons not just attacking. There were certain factors
passing
that
up on shots.
Yeah, but there were other factors also in there that a lot of people like to gloss over and not mention. Although Ben Simmons does have some responsibility there, but it's some other factors there's no other people ain't talking about. So I'll drop the link because I want Elder to come in because Elder, let me give Elder the backstory. Let me give Elder the backstory. He's in right now.
And
Elder,
Ben Simmons wasn't always the
hold on, y'all. We got Elder's in here.
Up that pass.
Elder, the backstory to this is Kenneth made the claim that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is overrated, which I 100,000% disagree with. And I don't like giving a lot of props to those guys. But when you say Kareem was overrated, I think that's completely crazy. And he says that he's overrated because he got outplayed in the finals a lot. What are your thoughts on that, Elder?
I thought it was some new drugs
And
passed
salute,
out
man.
and
Appreciate
circulated
you
on the
coming
mic.
on,
One I will ask him how.
You cutting out.
Yeah, Elder, your signal cutting in and out. We barely. It's like you got a bad signal.
Yeah, I'm in the country, man. I'm deep in the country trying to head home. Can y'all hear me at all?
I can hear you now. That sounds a little bit better.
Or is it late? Can y'all hear me? Okay.
It's still cutting in and out kind of bad. You might have to come out. All right, I got you. All right, we're gonna get Elder in here. Anybody else? Well, we got. Let me get to the chat a little bit, and I'm gonna let everybody else.
This guy said Ben Simmons is trash.
Oh Lord, here we go with the Ben Simmons.
Some powerful drugs out there tonight.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me get to the chat because
Lord.
we got some super chats. Not super chats, but cash apps to read off as well. We got Muammar Gaddafi. He says Ben Simmons is trash. Look, if you feel that way, just hit the link.
Here comes the
link
Ben
is in the
Simmons
chat.
slander.
Just come in and explain it. Like if you're gonna make these claims that these players are trash, you got to be able to come and explain it with some type of reason behind it. A lot of people can't do it. I see a lot of y'all avoiding hitting that link to really come in and cook on it. Elder, you back with us?
Can y'all hear me better now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's better. That's way better.
All right. I said my first question would be, how old is the guy that made this statement?
Kenneth.
I'm 47. I'm 47.
How many games? How many games did you watch Kareem play in the finals?
I watched all of his Laker games. Like, let's see, going back to I do remember the Magic game. I mean, just watching. You know, as I got older.
So what you saw was mainly them going against the Boston Celtics. Then, pretty much.
Yeah,
that's what it was. You're talking
Sixers,
about. You're talking about. You're talking about the '80s. You're talking about all the '80s.
I remember.
The Celtics
I saw that
5 times, and they got all their chips. They beat Philly and whoever else over there. But to say that Kareem is overrated, I would like to hear his argument of why he's over. I mean, he leads the NBA in all-time points. He's played longer than anybody. Overrated. I think Kareem averaged like 20 points a game till he was like in his mid to late 30s.
Yeah.
So in the NBA that played defense and had actually big men. So I don't. Why is he overrated? First off, I think he's underrated because he should be considered a GOAT because he's got 6 championships. He got more MVPs. He's got more He's got more accolades than anybody that's ever played. More than Jordan. More than anybody.
Yeah.
And the reason Kareem don't get the pub is because he was what they call aloof, and he didn't like the media, and he was what they call a political guy. So back then, think about it, coming up with the issues of black and all that kind of stuff, the media just flat out shunned Kareem. So when you don't talk about somebody, they're not going to get what's due to them. When you go just go put Kareem's resume against anybody that has ever played basketball and tell me one other person that has done the things he's done. I'm talking at any level. Go put his high school against their high school. Go put his college against their college, and go put his pro against their pro. Kareem is really the GOAT, honestly. He's really the GOAT.
Definitely not
really
mad at that.
Yeah.
He's really the GOAT.
Like I said,
I can agree with that.
Oh, hold on. Let me respond to that.
I would like to hear what he means. Why is he overrated, though? Because I would like to know who's overrating him. What do you have him rated? You got a lot of people don't even have Kareem in their top 5. You have a lot of people don't even have Kareem in their top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Don't even have him as the greatest center of all time.
Okay, here's the point, bro. Here's the point.
Can I ask a quick question, guys?
Yeah, go ahead, one Koopy.
Hey, was that 3 on this Zayna's person?
You said what?
The donation. Was that 3 or just 1?
Just one. It just you see it when the way you see it, the message appears in Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. And so you see the message 3 times, but it actually shows in YouTube just once.
All right, cool beans. Carry on.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, if I could respond to what Elder was saying, and like I said, if we're going to just play the games that it is what play the game that it is what it is, we're not going to peel back any context or anything like that. This is where I'm saying you guys go down a very slippery slope, because see, like I was telling Lamont earlier, I can go through the videos he's done, and a lot of these videos is watered down 90s, and Jordan didn't do this because of this, and all these things like that. But now all of a sudden he's like, oh, I just want to value players based on what they done. It don't matter who they beat and all that stuff like that. Listen.
Hold on. Please, bro. Just get to why you think Kareem's overrated. It has nothing to do with what Lamont's videos are and all that. Tell me why you think personally he's overrated.
Okay, so how old are you, Elder?
You're trying to paint a different narrative. You're trying to paint a different narrative now.
How old are you, Elder?
I'm 48.
Okay, so we the same age. Okay, listen, brother. I feel he's overrated because I feel he wouldn't have as many MVPs as he had if other great players played in the NBA. Do you disagree with that?
If what now? Say it again.
Okay, I feel one of the reasons why Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is overrated is because a lot of the 5 MVPs he won in the 70s would not have happened. He would have won some, but not 5.
Well, first off, he didn't win them all in the 70s.
Brother,
either.
hold on. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Allow me to finish. You asked me a question. Allow me to finish.
Brother,
can you do that, please?
Tell the truth.
Can you do that?
Did he win all of his MVPs in the 70s?
Hold on.
I will, but if you are honest, I will.
You asked me a question and you want to cut me off. Why do people do this? Why do people do this kind of stuff? I did not cut you off one time. Go ahead, Elder. Go ahead, bro.
This is terrible.
Well, you breaking up, Elder. You breaking up, bro. Elder, I can't understand what you're saying, bro. I can't understand anything you're saying, bro. You're breaking up really bad. Okay, I mean,
gotta go out and come back in.
Yeah, the only point I'm trying to make, in my opinion, okay, and I think it's a fair one. You took Michael Jordan, for instance, remove Charles Barkley, remove Karl Malone, maybe a couple other players. Michael Jordan probably has 7 or 8 MVPs. Okay, let's just call it what it is. If you're going to sit here and tell me that if you put Dr. J and if you put Moses Malone, just them 2 in the ABA, I'm sorry, moving from the ABA to the NBA, that's not going to have any kind of impact. Dr. Julius Erving, Dr. J, and Moses Malone, okay, who routinely outplayed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You're going to tell me that will have no impact on the NBA and Kareem getting his 5 MVPs.
Yeah, about a 14% chance. That's all. It wouldn't make no difference in the outcome.
Where are you arriving at a 14% chance?
Because you just named about 4 or 5 more other players that knocked down his percentage of how much he would have won minus 100%. So it comes about 14% of the time, which is irrelevant.
No. Listen, bro. I only name players that we feel is MVP caliber. There was a lot of players that came over. They had whole teams that came over.
That would resonate even more then.
No, that was by your argument. Okay, you're based because I named 2 players.
I'm just using a math-based principle based on what you just said.
No. Do you know what an argument is, bro? I'm not. It's just by your disagreement. Is that better? By your assessment. Okay, that's all. I'm not saying you're trying to be combative or anything. I'm just saying this is your counter to me. Is that it was 14% because of the players you named. I only named the players that I felt was MVP caliber. Okay? Not every single player is MVP caliber.
right?
Doesn't mean
So
that nobody can have an outstanding season that nobody expected to have an outstanding season that may take away from those other players that could have came from the ABA that you thought would have automatically would have supplanted Abdul Jabbar's MVPs.
right. So wouldn't that raise that 14% then?
No, it would lessen it because
Why would it
anybody else
lessen
could have
it?
had a out of body experience type season that could have supplanted both of them.
If you're telling me that the
point
four
is
teams
it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. But again, in sports, okay, we have these conversations all the time. Okay, I listen to a lot of you guys' conversations and what ifs and this, that, and the third or whatever. Okay, let's just keep it a buck. If we're going to play that game, then if I ask you who's the greatest team ever, you gotta say the Chicago Bulls. You know why? Because
be the Boston Celtics,
hold on, bro. Don't cut me off. Let me finish. Don't cut me off. Because from game one to the last game that they played, right, in the championship, the 96 Bulls have the best record in NBA history. That's it. That's it. No,
the Golden State Warriors did. In
no,
2016.
they have the best. They have the best regular season record. The Bulls have the best game one to the end of the season record. They have the best.
You counting the playoffs?
But Kenneth,
I am counting the playoffs.
I just want to know why.
You talking about I thought you were talking about regular
Y'all
season.
know why.
Golden State
No,
Warriors.
I'm talking about everything.
Yeah, we hear you.
Then that 96 Bulls team, that particular
Kenneth,
Bulls team would be the greatest.
That's not the argument because
for that one season. As far as team, no.
He's trying to change the narrative.
Here's the problem. Nobody's calling those teams underrated. Like if we came in and actually said, "Oh, that 96 Bulls team was overrated, and here's why," and we try to give reasons for that thing is nobody's making that argument. You came out of the blue,
Lamont. Yes, you
made
do,
it.
Lamont.
I'm just saying.
Yes,
Kenneth,
you do, bro.
Kenneth, hold on.
Hey,
you came. Hold on. I never said that team was overrated.
I have a question for him. I heard him saying something about the ABA and like the talent that was in the ABA. How long was the ABA around, bro? How many years did the ABA exist?
What was it? 10 years?
I don't even think it was that long.
It was 10. It was like from the late 60s to like 77.
Yeah, it's around a decade.
Hold on now. Kareem dominated the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s.
Well, that's not true. He didn't even dominate the 80s. See, this is another thing. This is another big misconception.
Hold on.
He
Didn't he average 20 points a game in the 80s?
That's not dominating. Not in the 80s. Everybody averaged 20 points a game in the 80s.
That's
okay.
Not
that was
not
one
true.
of the
That was a defensive basketball. It was tough to get 20
lie.
points.
Now, you also said that he won all his MVPs in the 70s. That's not true.
I said he won 5 of his MVPs in the 70s.
5 of his MVPs.
Okay, I know he won one, I think, in 80. Right? Or was it 80, 81, somewhere around there?
Yeah, like 80.
But I mean, but then there's a saying that people go by that said that Magic saved Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's career. Why is that?
Hold on. When Magic came, how long had Kareem been in the league?
About 10 years.
10 years.
Saved it? Bro, do you know
He
if
saved
you
it.
play if you play 10 years, you're great. That's anybody. Look at the majority of those guys in Magic era. Most of them barely made it to 10 years.
Oh
11,
man,
12,
we sitting up here arguing semantics, man. Listen, so you're telling me I can make the argument that Nicholas Batum is as good as Kareem because he's played more than 10 years. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now?
Who heard that besides
saying he's great.
Why are you saying that? Well, if he played 10 years, that makes him great. That's what you said, bro. You said he played 10 years, that makes him great.
I said if they played 10 years, that's great. That's great.
Okay, but we're not okay. But
that's a great feat, meaning they're like Iron Man.
Great,
right? No.
That means they have endurance, not great as a player.
In the NBA, it's hard to play 10 years in the NBA. Very hard. So just to make it, that's a great thing. You trying to say this man is overrated because of another ABA league that was only around for 10 years, which was around before he even started coming to the NBA. And this man averaged 20 points a game, which you said that's nothing. You diminish 20 points a game like that's nothing. Everybody did that. That's a lie. See, you trying to do that to paint your narrative.
No, you said he dominated
20
You said
points a
he.
game? That's
That is not
dominating.
in the 80s.
Especially
20
in
points
that
a
era,
game
it
is
was tough.
not
Points was tough to come
dominating.
by in the
And
80s.
really, and
Are
hold
you
on,
That was a
and really,
dominant
and
defensive era.
how many
I'm gonna
times?
ask you
Hold
this.
on, how many times did he?
I'm gonna ask you this.
Hold on,
How
bro.
many?
How many
How
times
many
did he average
centers?
20 points a game in the 80s? How
How
many
many
times did he
centers?
average
No,
20
he's a
points a game in
center.
the 80s?
He's a center. He's a center. So how many
How
centers
many times did he average 20 points a game in the 80s?
How many
How many
centers did
times?
that? I'm asking you how
Huh?
many centers.
I
How
don't
many
know.
centers did that?
I don't know.
Not a
I don't know.
lot. That's why you
I
don't
don't
know,
know.
because there wasn't a lot that did that.
Well,
Consistently?
but how many times did he average 20 points a game in the 80s?
I would have to get on my computer and look it up. I guarantee it was a lot. It wasn't
I
one or two times.
know he didn't do it. I think the last year was 86. I would say. I think that was the last year he got over 20
So
points a
that's
game.
7 years then. 80,
That's
81,
that's
82,
6 years.
83, 84, 85,
Okay, all right.
86.
I
Count.
got you. Okay.
You got to count
All right.
1980.
Kenneth,
Okay,
you
yeah,
talk
you
about
do count
stuff in the
1980.
context.
Okay.
Kenneth, we're gonna put
All
the
right.
80s in the context for you. So when
Okay.
1980 hit, Kareem was 32 years old. From that point forward in his career, starting in 80, remember, before from 70 to 80, he was averaging about 40 minutes a game. From 80 on down, as a 32-year-old going into his 40s, his minutes needed to decline, obviously, because he started to age. So his minutes significantly started to decline from that year forward. So 80 and 81 were probably his two best years in the 80s, but his minutes also started to decline. So you're talking about a year, let's say in 86, where he only played 30 minutes a game, and he still averaged 23 and 6 as a 38-year-old. Like, so you talk about the 80s, but you got to also put in context, as you said, context. He was a 38-year-old, and at 20, at 30, at 20, at 30, yeah, his numbers he's still putting up.
But that's Magic.
numbers.
Magic. Only reason he did that because of Magic.
And
He
in
didn't
an
have to
era,
make them shots.
in an era where it was extremely
He had to
rare
throw
for
that
players to
That's all Magic Johnson.
For players to play past the 32 in that era was crazy. He played till he was 41, and he's putting up crazy numbers at an age back then where it was unheard of to even play at these ages.
The reason why Kareem, hold on, Lamont. The reason why Kareem dominated because he was always one of the best, if not the best player on that court every time he played at every level. And here's another thing: he won. That's why he was the most dominant. Everywhere he went, no matter who he played with, he won. That's the key.
Bro,
he won.
Bro, again, hold on. Again, in his prime, he won once. He won one championship.
Hold on, no.
You can make the argument. You can make the argument. You can make the argument of two.
Hold on.
Right? Hold on. No. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something. You might be able to do that, everybody else. We can have a conversation, man. I let you speak. You let me speak. That's how this goes.
I asked you what's his prime.
You just kind of, you can't. I mean,
asked you
y'all
his
can go
prime,
back and forth, Ken. Y'all can go back and forth.
Well,
I asked you.
Hold on. Why are you muting me? I was speaking. He started talking over me. Why are you muting me?
I asked you what was his prime. That's it.
Well, let me finish. Let me finish my point.
What you're doing, Kenneth? This is what you're doing, Kenneth. You're trying to make a point, and when you make a bad point, you try to run from it by bringing up something completely different.
All I asked you was what's his prime. You said
that's
his prime.
a good question.
I want your definition of his prime.
That's a relevant question.
Because you said he only won one in his prime.
I would say his prime was probably I can say he had an early prime, like maybe his second year in the league to probably like 80.
Wow.
His first year in the league, he averaged 28 and 14.
Well, I mean, that's why I said an early prime, but he's still a rookie.
I don't know who in the world has a prime the second year in the league. Who does that?
I'm not saying. See, again, I'm not saying that he's not great. You trying to make arguments is making it seem like I'm saying he's not great. Okay, but if we're gonna sit here and we're gonna have a conversation about accomplishments, at least the way I see it, I mean, there's a reason why you 48, right? There's a reason why people say that Magic saved Kareem's career, because before Magic, Kareem won one time, and he almost every year had the best team going into the season, and he won once.
You think
you can? Oh my God, all you want?
They were the best teams in the league, in your opinion? Those Milwaukee teams were. That's what you saying.
Why are you focusing on Milwaukee? What about when he didn't just play for Milwaukee in the 70s, bro?
Did he only how many years did he play in Milwaukee in the 70s?
5 years. So 6.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was trying to guess. I think like 5 or 6
years. 6 seasons.
Okay,
with Milwaukee.
so the other years he played with the Lakers, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't say every year he had the best teams, but he often had the best teams.
All right,
and
bro.
he didn't get it done.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. If we go, if I'm basing it off the standard that everybody judges players on. That's why he's.
No.
Look, nobody
You
can argue
judge
and
players
take.
on this standard, not me.
Hold on. Nobody can argue and take away from the fact that he got 6 championships. I can say that, when he was with the Showtime Lakers, he was after, let's say, the first championship. Hold on, bro. After the Showtime Lakers, he was clearly the second best player on that team to Magic, and then toward the end, the last 2, he was probably third best to Worthy, maybe even fourth to Scott on the second championship. I mean, on the back-to-back. That's not cap. I mean, in 1988, Scott was Kareem was a 12, 13 point a game scorer. Scott was a 20 point.
He was 40 years old.
Okay, right. Okay, he was old, but that's not what I said. I said by 88. I said by 88, a championship that he won by 88, he was probably the 4th best player on his team.
Okay.
All right. So, I mean, most of his championships was won with the Lakers in the 80s.
I'm gonna ask you this. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Because you want to diminish what Kareem has done. What I would like for you to do is to name me a player in the era that has won multiple championships, right? That did not have another great Hall of Fame player with them.
Oh, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
Hold on, here's the key. Why does that diminish Kareem because he got Magic? But it don't diminish. Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
You diminished him because you said people say Magic saved his career. So did Pippen save Jordan? And we can go back with the Boston team. We can go back to the Philly teams. I could just name whoever the second best player was and say, did they save that individual? Because nobody's going to win multiple championships in the NBA without 2 Hall of Fame great players. You got to have it if you're going to do it multiple times. The only person that's even come close to doing that is Hakeem Olajuwon. That didn't have to have multiple Hall of Famers. He did have one on one chip, but because Clyde only played on one. But he didn't have a great on the first one. But he's the only one that I can think of throughout the annals of all NBA that's won multiple chips that didn't have at least 2. Most of them teams had 3 or 4 great Hall of Famers.
Batman always has a Robin.
Hold on. Why is it that Magic diminishes Kareem's? Why?
Because unlike those players you mentioned, Kareem had 10 years to do what all the other players you mentioned.
Another great Hall of Famer?
Yes, Kareem was always had Hall of Famers. He had Oscar Robertson. He had Jerry.
How old were those guys when he had them? How old
was Oscar Robertson?
Yeah. How old
Oscar Robertson was I mean he was older, but he was still good though. I mean Big O was still a beast.
Kareem was still good when he was old, and Magic won with him. He was still
good.
But
I didn't say he was bad. What I said was he was arguably the 4th best player on the last championship. That's what I said. I never said he was bad.
All I'm saying is if you're gonna use that narrative that Magic, because you use that people say, and I'm gonna say you say because you said he's overrated.
I agree with that.
So you believe that.
I agree.
That applies to everybody that's ever won multiple chips. Then whoever their Batman was, it's their credit.
Okay, Elder.
It can't just be Magic. Can't just be Magic.
Okay, hold on. No. That's not the point, bro. The point I'm trying to make is, unlike these players you mentioned, Kareem had 10 years playing with other great players before he got to Magic.
They were not in their primes, though. He didn't get
No. What about? Wait a minute. What about? He had Jamal Wilkes. He's in the Hall of Fame.
Are you serious?
Is Jamal Wilkes not in the Hall of Fame? Are you serious? You don't know how good Jamal Wilkes was?
Jamal, come on, bro. Don't let.
Wait, no. What are you commoning about?
I know exactly who Jamal Wilkes is. But
What do you?
Jamal,
Okay, I'm just
was
asking.
Jamal Wilkes the leader of any team? Any team? Was he ever the leader of any team?
Well, you said great players, right? Well, you jumping,
Again,
man. You said
no,
great players.
I said Robbins, like you said.
Okay,
Second
so
best
why
player.
can't Jamal
Second.
Jamal Wilkes
Jamal was never
is
the
Jamal
second
Wilkes
best
a Hall
player.
of Famer, bro?
Yes, but
Is Jamal Wilkes a Hall of
yes,
Famer?
yes,
Okay,
he is.
so
But
why
he was never
He was never
why
truly
is
a
he
true
not be a
Robin.
Robin?
He was never
'Cause he's
the
not a
second
Robin.
best player, though. Never. There was never a team on the Lakers. He was the second best player. Never. Next. See, you want to go just grab a token Hall of Famer that got put in because he was on great teams and won a lot. No, we were talking about the second best player. There you go, changing the narratives again. Bro, your argument is retarded. I mean, you got the man that scored the most points ever. Who you blaming that on? Because Dr. J played in the ABA for 4 years? You blaming it on that? If Dr. J would have been there, he would have cut Kareem points in half. Is that what you blaming it on?
He did say that earlier. He said
Man,
something like
this guy, bro, just say you don't like Kareem. But see, that's me. This is the difference between me and y'all. I don't care for guys like KD. I don't even care for guys like LeBron. But you're going to never hear me bash their greatness. Even in this watered-down, weak era. Ticket gets mad at me all the time because I won't hold these guys to the same standards that the guys played in my era. Why? It's a different era.
But you already when you say watered down and weak, you've already diminished your era, bro. When you say watered down and weak, you diminished it. You question the competition.
It is what it is.
That's my opinion. That's
it's your opinion. But you don't get to say I'm not diminishing this guy and then say his competition is watered down and weak.
Here's the key. Here's the difference. I can diminish hold on. Here's the difference. I can diminish the era, but still give credit to those that were great in that era.
Thank you.
You don't hear me diminishing LeBron. You don't hear me diminishing KD as
Or
players.
Steph Curry.
I don't diminish Steph as a player. Do I think this era weaker than the era I played in? Absolutely. But I'm not going to diminish their greatness. They still getting it done in their era. Can they
Exactly, despite the milquetoast defense that they play nowadays.
I mean, again, I'm not going to diminish their greatness just because I may not like their era. I actually didn't even care for certain eras in the way they play basketball. I'm not going to diminish their greatness, though. That's not going to happen. When a guy get out there and they put that ball in that hole like Kareem did, and he put the ball in the hole more than anybody that ever played the game, you're going to tell me he's overrated? No, I'm going to tell you who's overrated. Them 60 Celtics, they're overrated. Do you know why? They didn't have to play the best competition. Now, Kareem might not have to play against one or two good superstars, 3 or 4 good superstars, but he still played against the top-level talent. The top-level talent wasn't even allowed to play during those guys' era when they won their 10 out of 11 championships. I don't give no credit to them Celtics, and it ain't because I love the Lakers. I would have said the same thing if the Lakers did what the Celtics did back then. When you playing against a bunch of 6'5" white car salesmen and insurance salesmen. I ain't got time for that. That I don't give no credence to. But you know what? Bill Russell is still honored. He's still honored. I just won't put him in the upper echelon. He's still honored for being one of the best winners of all time. Nobody's got more rings than him. So he'll get honored for that. But I'm not going to put him in my top 5 or top 10 or top 15. He ain't in none of that for me. Not a man dominating, playing against guys half his size and shooting 44% from the field when the majority of his shots came within 10 feet of the basket. No, I'm not giving it that. That's overrated. That's overrated. You want to overrate somebody? Overrate him. Bill Russell's overrated.
No,
Bob Cousy.
But hold on, Elder.
Bob Cousy would be overrated by that definition.
No.
What was
No.
Bob
That's not
Cousy's
fair.
shooting
You can't say.
What was his shooting percentage?
Hold on, you can't say that, bro. See, you just said for you to say, well, I don't diminish people, but then you question their competition. You backhanded diminishing them, bro. You are. If you call them 6'5" car salesmen and janitors,
that's true,
and you're
that's true because they
were
jobs back then. They didn't just do the NBA back then.
Right, but that was
these guys had jobs, and that's what they.
But that
did.
was all of them.
that was everybody.
Not all
That
of
was
them,
everybody.
no. The majority, but not all. Because
No, it was all of them.
Bill Russell didn't go get no job.
No, I think he did. I think he did.
No,
I think he did.
He was a
They were
sideshow.
full-time
Him,
NBA
Will
people.
Chamberlain, they were the sideshows. They didn't have to go get other jobs. They made enough money putting in entertaining folks. But I'm telling you, I'm not diminishing it. I'm telling the truth about the competition he played. And it don't make no sense when the standard in every era for a center is they got to at least shoot 50% as a center. Why? Because the majority of baskets are close. This guy shoot 44. Do you know we got shooting guards that shoot better than him? And most of them just take jumpers.
Yeah.
That's overrated. And he did it against guys that were smaller. We just did this the other day. That's overrated.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm not familiar with the 60s. But you also alluded to that the league today is weak. Why do you say the league today is weak?
I said compared to the 80s and
90s.
My era, I think today is weak because they don't listen to me close too. They don't allow them to play defense. The way the rules are set up, you're not allowed to play defense anymore. Right. Everything's geared to entertain the people so that they see threes and dunks. So you can't play true defense anymore. That's what makes this era weak. I don't say what a lot of other people say is what makes this era weak is that nobody wants to beat anybody. Everybody wants to team up with super teams. I don't say that. You've never once heard me say that because I don't care about that. That don't bother me one bit. I would rather see. I was an agent going through with most of those players back then when they had to sign these 7 and 10-year contracts and couldn't get out, and their families were stuck in retarded and horrible cities, and the owners had so much control over their lives because they were bound to these weak, horrible contracts. Took advantage of brothers coming from the hood, ain't had nothing. It's different now. So I'm not going to push that down. I would rather it stay this way than go back to that. I really would. I would rather the players keep the control and do what Harden did, even though I don't like what Harden did to get out. I'd rather see that than somebody go through what Pippen went through.
Yeah.
Go through Magic. Y'all remember Magic? 25-year contract, 25 million.
Even Hakeem went through it.
Everybody in that era went through it. People don't realize that Michael Jordan was never the leading salary guy on his team until like the last 3 years of his career. There was always some on the team making more than Michael Jordan, and he was bringing them boogers billions of dollars back then.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Nike, he developed Nike, so Nike paid him. But it still don't matter. He still was due, and they thought they made it up by giving those 30-something. No, he should have been making that every year. So, I would much rather the players get the control. Because
That's because Reinsdorf is an idiot and Krause is just no good.
Most of these owners, they're businessmen. This is a hobby for them. Most of these people didn't make their money off sports. They made their money in other stuff. This sports stuff is a hobby for them.
Yeah.
So they look at it as hey, how much is it gonna make me? I don't give a crap what's going on here. How much is it gonna make me? We can get a persona that we care about winning, but what I care about is having some profit. Is what I care about. That trade Jordan, you wanted to trade Pippen. Every time somebody got a little old, had an injury, he was ready to trade him.
Yeah.
And players had to deal with that type of crap. So what they putting owners through today, I ain't got no problem with. Why? Because you generate the money. You are what people.
Well, I'm a 90s baby. I understand what you're saying. I don't think that one era is better than the other. I think it's different, but I don't think one is better than the other. I think that's extreme. But
I mean that's your opinion.
But
I would disagree because
even like what you were saying is true. I mean, personally, as a Bulls fan, I understand that contract that Scottie Pippen signed and even Michael Jordan signed that long-term deal, it was bad for them, but really it was good for the Bulls because they wouldn't have been able to pay Scottie Pippen his worth.
They would have. They had the money.
They had enough money.
They could have.
They was pity pitching.
They
Yeah,
knew what they was getting over.
Krause, Reinsdorf, all them boys was penny pitching.
Now,
As
see what
usual.
happened. Hey, let me tell you
Chicago
what-
sometimes
Hey,
was
they
always
could've.
ready to print the
Hey, hold on.
story.
Let me tell you what happened.
God forbid the Tribune.
What was going on back then was you had a whole bunch of people like, okay, the people we just talked about Rhinestorm, right? The agents and the owners were cool. They were friends. So that's what it was. See, like now, these agents don't even have to talk to the owners at all. They really don't. But back then they did. The owners was making all these decisions. So they were the ones cool trying to hang out. Because a lot of them cats was looking to get to be the execs for them and to be vice president of basketball because it was a better job for them. Less stress for them. So they were trying to smooth the owners, so they were screwing over all the damn players. And they didn't give a crap because it was like, poor niggers. Oh, well, we taking them out of the hood. They getting something they would never be able to get without us.
Yeah.
That's how they felt. Bump that we were talent, bringing in all the revenue. That's how they felt. Now times have changed. So I don't ever want it to go back to that.
Players have more control now.
Absolutely. And I like it to I want it to stay that way. I want it to stay that way. Players keep the control.
Me too.
Let the owners, they billionaires, they can figure it out. They ain't gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Exactly. I
agree with that.
definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with with what the players are making today. They earn it. I mean, there's no entertainment without the players. So I definitely feel you on that. But
that's why I was
I'm
so
just
happy Giannis stayed. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, I'm just thinking. Yeah, that just don't know if they're gonna be able to. I mean, they didn't re-sign him, did they?
But like Elder said, it's gonna be hard for Giannis to repeat without another superstar.
It will be, but they had to strike while the iron was hot.
They struck.
did it.
But remember what Elder said. He said to repeat, it takes multiple superstars on your roster. Jordan, Pippen, Kobe,
repeat.
Shaq.
Right.
Yeah, to repeat. You can sneak by and win one, just like Dallas.
Win one. Dallas did.
Even
Yep,
Houston that
that's a perfect
second
example.
year. Even Houston that second year struggled at going into the playoffs. They got Clyde Drexler the second half of that season. That really what pushed them through the playoffs. Without Clyde Drexler, they don't repeat. They had to go get another Hall of Fame talent to really help them excel. So
And remember, they had Eddie Johnson too. He was pretty good. He was kind of still up there,
Yeah, it's crazy. So
what up, Matt?
Yeah, I think, and you know what I think with the argument with Ayers, I think you can talk about the level of competition in the air without disrespecting players. I mean, the thing is, if even like I talk about the '90s being a bit watered down. Like some people agree with me or not agree with me, but there were players in the '90s.
Totally
even
disagree with you.
I know.
You said '90s watered down? No, the Knicks. My goodness, for crying out loud! Stop it.
Y'all don't even think you know what I'm about to say. So what I'm saying is, it's not me. See, you talking to me as if, okay, why did Dennis Rodman say it? Why did Jerry Sloan say it? Why did other players in that era even say it? And they said it got watered down because the league added these expansion teams that thinned them out and made it harder for teams like the Jazz or to teams at the top to really get better through the draft. They couldn't because they were giving all the extra draft picks. They were pulling away from the teams at the top, giving more to the new teams that were coming in, like the Hornets. This is why Orlando was able to get good so quickly. This is why remember the Charlotte Hornets had Larry Johnson and Alonzo?
That's true.
Remember these teams were able to get good really quickly because they were giving all the draft to them, and they were doing all these supplemental drafts, plucking players from teams. Remember B.J. Armstrong used to be on the Bulls? Why did he get plucked away? Right? Greg Anthony used to be on the Knicks. Why did he get plucked away? So some of these teams were losing core pieces. Like it might not seem like a big move, but losing Greg Anthony for the Knicks, that hurt them. Losing B.J. Armstrong hurt them. Like, so when you thin out teams, I'm just saying, I'm not saying it was weak because again, I still have Jordan as the GOAT because the way he dominated the era. I'm saying the thinning out of the league is what hurt the balance of competition and aided in the Bulls being able to consistently dominate with the same exact team. The same team.
But hold on. But even going back to the 70s, you can't make that same argument when a lot of NBA caliber players were literally playing in another league?
But like I said, you can talk about the competition. Like, I don't care if you talk about the level of competition in the 70s, 80s, whatever. What I'm saying is it still doesn't take away from the accomplishments of the players. So if regardless of how I feel about the level of competition now or in the 90s or in the 80s or in the 60s, if you accomplish it, I have to give you credit for it. I can't diminish it by saying, well, I feel like this was trash. Look, what I say about the 90s is not factual. This is how I feel based on what the NBA did and based on what other NBA players said. You guys don't feel as accurate. That's fine. I'm just going off what I feel. But at the end of the day, I still can't take away Jordan winning, going 6-0 in the finals. I can't take away his MVPs. I can't take away the defense that he played. I can't take away none of that. So at the end of the day, I still have to give the players credit in that era for doing what they do. Now,
right, but what you did, but let me ask you a question. But if you took that same team, the Bulls, and you put them in whatever team era you think is better, the non-watered down era,
don't know.
Well,
We have no idea.
We don't know. We don't know. I'm asking. But even your argument, you said is thinned out. I mean, technically, that's not necessarily true, because see, you're what you're saying is, well, drafting. I just listened to your thing earlier about the draft. You're saying drafting is an exact science, which it is definitely not. You know. So I mean, how do you quantify
All
on
I'm
saying?
Look, Dr. J said it. Jerry Salone said it while they were playing. Dennis Rodman said multiple players, coaches during the 90s said it during the 90s. So it's not like I'm just making this up. There were actual players and coaches who played during that time said this is affecting the competition by the NBA adding these teams, these supplemental drafts, these teams getting more draft picks taken away from the talent pool. And we saw, look, and all you have to say is you can tell it take away from the talent, because look at the Hornets. Look at the Hornets. Look how they built. Look at Shaq and Penny. How quickly we're able to get going, right? The Dallas Mavericks were horrible. The Dallas Mavericks were trash for the majority of the 90s. But the Orlando Magic were able to get good over a short amount of time because of what? The draft.
Well, but I mean, in all fairness, though, I mean, Orlando got good because they lucked up and got
Shaq and Penny. That's not luck.
Shaq and Penny at the same time.
Well, but they got the number one draft pick back to back, right? I mean, they drafted Shaq, and then the next year they drafted Weber, and then traded him for Penny.
There's some key role players. Dennis Scott, Horace Grant, Scott Skiles. They had a lot of key players.
I mean,
why were their odds increased to get the number one pick?
Because they had a bad record.
And
I don't know what else.
Mm-hmm.
Their odds were increased even more so because they were still an expansion team, just being added to the league. So this is why these teams at the top were saying you're giving these expansion teams more draft picks and a better chance of getting higher draft picks. You're taking from the talent pool, and this is why you saw the team. I want you to tell me, on a year-by-year basis, can you name any major free agent signings or draft picks that the Utah Jazz were able to add that had made a significant difference on that team?
No, but
in the 90s, can you name at any time? I want you to, outside of the teams that were completely bad in the expansion teams, did any competitive team really was they able to really make major changes to their rosters through the draft?
Well, I mean, not through the draft. I mean, the Jazz signed Hornacek, right?
Yeah, that was.
Or did they get him in a trade?
They got him in a trade.
Right?
They got him in a trade for Jeff Malone.
Through the draft.
That was a trade.
Through the draft. Hold on.
I said free agent signing.
Free agency signing.
Free agency.
Well, they got one player that was key in the draft when they drafted Ostertag out of Kansas. I remember that. I was pounding the table for him because we needed a defensive player because Mark Eaton was trash at the time.
Let me say something about that, Lamont.
Impact player. I'm talking about a guy who ultimately developed into like an all-star.
Well,
no, Ostertag.
Because we know that Ostertag just was
he was just a key defender. Yeah,
he was just an average player for the most part. And saying with the long, first of all, the rules favored because at the time the GMs were really finessing players into signing these long contracts. So the vets were stuck in these long contracts. So So really, the only way you can get moved around is if you lucked up enough and were able to get into free agency, or you got traded. This is why King was demanding a trade, and he did trying to do holdouts and faking injuries so he can get a new contract, which the Houston Rockets didn't capitulate. Scottie Pippen, he said, you know what, I'm going to take my summer off and I'm going to have surgery during the season. Like, this is why players resorted to doing petty stuff like that, because teams were being petty with the contract. So you had to deal with that side of it, less player movement, because GMs were trying to finesse. And then with the draft, you have expansion teams coming in, higher chances of getting extra draft picks, not just higher chances of the draft picks that are already afforded to them, but they're getting extra draft picks, and they have the expansion drafts as well, so they can pluck from teams. So not only are they plucking starters from other teams, they're getting special performance in the draft. All right. And then free agency rules prohibited some of the best teams in the league to get back. Like I said, look at the Pacers, look at the Knicks, look at the Bulls, all the top teams. Tell me how many major signings or draft picks they were able to make outside of Tim Duncan, where the Spurs had to finesse.
They was lucky on that
flop
one.
a whole year just to get the number one pick. Outside of that, what team in the 90s was able to get an impactful draft pick that turned into an all-star?
From a purely
draft picks,
from a lottery standpoint, none of them.
Well,
why?
From
Because
the draft
all these
picks,
players were
the
going
Houston,
to
hold on.
bottom tier
From the
teams.
draft picks, it was the
Right.
Houston Rockets. They got Sam Cassell and Robert Horry. From trades, the Indiana Pacers did trade for Chris Mullin and Jalen Rose.
Sam Cassell was
Indiana
coming off the
Pacers.
bench as like a seventh man for the Rockets. I mean, he was impactful, but in the 90s, he wasn't. For the
Sam
Rockets,
Cassell was good, bro. He was good.
Yeah, I don't. You said like,
and if that's the best,
I don't understand. Like, what are you saying? Because I mean, generally speaking, that's how it goes, bro. The best players go to the worst teams in the draft. That's how it goes. It's always been like that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is what thinned out the talent pool even more, because free agency rules was already making things highly restrictive. Is that you're giving additional draft picks to expansion teams, and you're giving them increased odds of getting higher picks.
It was a double dip. So basically, you saying they double dipping. By that definition, they were double dipping.
So the Orlando Magic had two chances really in a draft with higher picks to hit on the right player, as opposed to just one where, and maybe that player might slip up and slide to a team that's 500 or better. Right? They're going in these drafts with more picks and better odds of getting good players. Shaq and Penny, how do you think they got good so fast?
Well, the Detroit
but Lamont,
I mean, there's a lot of teams, bro.
Well, let me say that. Let me say this though, because this is why I disagree. And I understand. First of all, outside of Dennis Rodman, who is on record saying that the Bulls was the best team ever and all that stuff like that, and Jordan is the GOAT or whatever. But Magic, Bird, Dr. J. I mean, the Bulls were about to take over as far as the taking them as the greatest team ever and all that stuff like that. So I mean, they had those players had skin in the game. But let me say this: if the league was so diluted and watered down, we also had an expansion draft in the 80s, in 88 and 89, right? Why didn't the Lakers or the Pistons or even the Celtics even come close to winning 70 games?
They was old.
No, they weren't.
We know the Pistons
were done.
We know the Pistons were dealing with injuries across the board, especially with Isaiah Thomas, the wrist injury, I think, and he dealt with an Achilles injury.
No, I'm talking. I'm talking about. Hold on. No. I'm talking about during their championship run.
Hold on.
There was expansion.
Look, you're trying to talk about
88.
70 games. I'm not trying to say that these teams were overrated. I'm not saying the Bulls were overrated. They did what they were supposed to do with the talent that they were playing against. They dominated the talent that they played. I'm not saying they were overrated because of it.
Okay,
I only can rate them based off who they played. But I can make an assessment on why the other teams struggle to improve on a year-by-year basis. And that's factual because I can look at that Knicks team and that Pacer team, and I barely see any major player movement that made those teams better on a year-by-year basis.
Because I mean, let's take the Knicks. The Knicks routinely, like, they got Derek Harper one year. I mean, that was a big pickup for them. They picked up who was the other guy that they picked up?
It was Allen Houston and Latrell Sprewell was their bigger pick.
Later on. I mean, the Knicks,
he was kind of in the twilight of his career.
That's late in the
He
that's
was, but I
late
mean, he was
'90s,
still.
2000s.
Allen Houston and
Well,
Latrell Sprewell.
well,
That's
they
the
got Derek Harper
2000s. We're
and
talking about the '90s.
yeah, but let me say this. Let me say this though, because here's my point. So let's look at the 1994 Bulls, the team that won 55 games. This was prior to '96 expansion. Okay, this is before that, right? So we're playing within the same amount of teams as the Bad Boy Pistons that won a championship. I'm not talking about when Thomas got hurt in the early 90s. We're talking about the Lakers that won back-to-back, and then the next year in 90 won 63 games and ended up losing to Phoenix. So they were still one of the best teams in the NBA, right? So just to give some, a little bit of, backdrop here. The Bulls, without Michael Jordan and replacing him with Pete Myers, won 55 games. How many wins do you think that the Bulls would have? Oh, I'm sorry. And also, Pippen missed 10 games, which the Bulls was 4-6, and Horace Grant missed 10 games, and they still won 55. How many games do you think they win if Michael Jordan was there the whole season?
I don't know. That's not a fake. That's a fake argument.
Well, how is it?
Because you're telling me to guess something that neither one of us know the answer to.
No, I didn't say. No, that's why I said. What do you think? How many wins do you think, in your opinion?
To me, they would have won 70. That's a fact.
Oh, right. Okay.
Those Bulls team,
and
that '94 Bulls team was better than the first three-peat because it was the core guys on the first three-peat, but they added Tony Kukoc and they added Steve Kerr. Tony Kukoc was a draft pick in '90. Go ahead.
Right. So, and I agree with that. At least they get around 70, right? And I agree with what you said, brother. 100%.
Very close to it, yeah.
So if we're going to say this was before expansion, playing in the same amount of teams as the Bad Boy Pistons and the Showtime Lakers, right? So doesn't that kind of,
bro? What you're saying? This is the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make about the '90s is throughout the '90s. Charlotte Hornets, Miami Heat, Orlando, the Timberwolves, the Raptors, and the Vancouver Grizzlies. 6 teams added in less than 10 years. 6 teams that are all pulling from the talent pool in the draft and all benefiting from the expansion draft. And you telling me those addition of those 6 teams in less than 10 years doesn't affect the balance of competition with regards to the teams that are already there who are trying to compete to win championships? It does. You're trying to tell me that did not affect the league. You're trying to make it seem like it was just one couple year. Actually, it happened in 88.
I don't think,
then it happened in 89. Then it happened in 95. And you got to also talk about the fact that these teams had 5 years where they got draft benefits. So from 89, from 88, 5 years on from there, Charlotte and Miami both had additional draft exceptions where it means they got the double up in the first round. Same thing in 89 with the Orlando Magic and the Timberwolves. Same thing in 95 with the Raptors and the Grizzlies, where we even saw both those teams kind of get benefits of that going into the 2000s. So what I'm saying is you trying to make it seem like that didn't mean anything. I'm telling you, coaches and players were saying the NBA is chasing the check as opposed to worrying about what they already have, and it affected the balance of competition. Look, I'm not saying the Bulls team wasn't great. You're trying to make it seem like I said the team wasn't great. We can talk about what their record could have been all day. I don't care what their record would have been, but the fact that you cannot tell me one team that was able to improve their roster through the draft other than the lower tier teams, because all of these expansion teams were plucking all the talent, and in most cases because they were sealing franchises, ruining the talent.
Yeah, but again, hold on, Lamont, follow me though. Because you're saying that the better teams should have been able to build through the draft or get an all-star through the draft, but that's not how the draft works. The draft goes the best generally speaking, the most talented players coming out of college end up going to the worst teams. That's how it works.
Can I ask you a question? Why all of a sudden, up until about the late 80s, 89, going into 90s, why were we able to see the rich always get richer through the draft? We saw it in the 80s, even though there were fewer teams, but as the NBA started to add more teams, and then the benefit these teams weren't just getting added with no additional benefits. The benefits to adding these teams were okay. If you want us to add this team, you got to give us more draft picks, and we got to be able to do the expansion draft again. So you're telling me that didn't affect teams? Because up until the beginning of the 90s, that's when we stopped seeing the major improvements through the draft to mid to top level teams. Tell me one team that improved.
What top tier team in the 80s got good through the draft?
You saying the Lakers and Celtics didn't improve through the draft? You see, the Celtics would have been much better. And the Celtics would have been much better if their number one picks hadn't have died. They had a couple picks that actually passed away. So,
yeah, but that's through like
also
negotiations though. They finessed the game. We know that.
I mean, but I mean, Kareem wasn't drafted by the Lakers. Robert Parrish wasn't drafted by the Celtics, right? I mean, those are two big cogs in those dynasties.
What teams in the 90s improved? Can you name a significant?
I said that. I mean, the Rockets improved with their draft picks. That's just a fact.
Significant picks, y'all. So you trying to name these you named Cassell. He was maybe a fringe.
And Robert Horry, they was on the same team.
Robert Horry was never an all-star in this league. He was always an average player.
But that man might be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, I don't care what you say. He might be. He's always an average player. Cassell was
what about the Cleveland? What about the Cavs?
For maybe 1 or 2 seasons.
Okay, so what about the Cavs?
What did the Cavs do with the draft through the 90s?
We're talking about playoff teams in the 90s that got better through the draft. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, who did they draft that was significant?
Just about everybody. Terrell Brandon, was Gerald
Brandon. Hold on, I keep telling y'all, name me some all-stars.
Terrell Brandon wasn't an all-star?
No.
Never in his career.
The only team. No.
Okay, he was good though. I mean, Terrell Brandon was a good basketball player.
I didn't say
hold on, what year was Mark Price drafted in? What year was Mark Price?
In the 80s. He came in the league in the 80s.
He came in the 80s.
In the 80s? Oh, okay. I'm going to say Mark Price was a stud.
No, I didn't say he wasn't. I'm saying we stopped seeing teams, especially mid-level to the top, find them gems at the bottom of the draft. We started to stop seeing that as soon as the 90s hit. Teams were very stagnant. If you were bad through the 90s, the Dallas Mavericks were horrible all throughout the entire 90s.
But
the Philadelphia 76ers were bad wins all throughout the 90s. These teams, you talk about teams who went on a 10-year stretch where they couldn't improve.
But the Barkley trade made the Sixers horrible.
Yeah, that's what I was
a trade.
The Barkley trade made them horrible. That's the only reason why the Sixers was horrible.
Derek Coleman.
Okay, so let me make Lamont, you're talking about it has to be from 96, or can you go back to the 80s?
I just said, hold on.
He said the whole entire 90s.
I said the 90s. Tell me one team that was 500 team or higher that was able to find that hidden gem like we see now. We see teams find that hidden gem late in the first round. Tell me a team in the 90s that was able to find that hidden gem to boost their roster and actually get better, and that player actually turned into an all-star.
Golden State Warriors, they drafted Latrell Sprewell. They was a playoff team in 92 and 93 with Weber as a rookie.
Right, that is true. I'll give you Sprewell, even though that really didn't move the needle much.
Bro, it's going to be hard.
All you can name is one
playoff
that tells you I'm right.
That drafted an all-star late.
If all you can name is one.
Yeah, because they picking in the 20s and 30s.
Because we literally watched in this era. We're watching second-round picks like Jokic and Draymond fucking Green. Hidden gems. We're finding them, and they're turning into all-stars. But y'all can't name me one in the 90s.
We're gonna find a bunch of them tomorrow night too. Watch, I tell you.
Or is it? I mean, sometimes maybe is it the top talent is not as good as we thought it was,
because maybe all of these players were getting sent to horrible teams and ceiling organizations that didn't know how to develop talent.
Well, no, because I mean, really, if you want to make that argument, I would say that
was supposed to be next up. When the Miami Heat got him, what happened to him?
J.R.
Ryder was supposed to be next up. What did happen? What did the Minnesota Timberwolves do with him? Fucked him up. Christian
Well,
Laettner was supposed to be
but
good.
I was trying
What
to
did the
avoid
Minnesota
because you
Timberwolves
said
do this? No, see, I can name a whole bunch of players that these expansion teams destroyed their careers because they didn't know how to develop talent. But y'all can't name me one.
hold on,
y'all can't name me
because
one.
hold on, wait. No, because see
No,
what
J.R.
you're
Ryder
saying
was
is
supposed to be next up, and they destroyed his career. Christian
well,
Laettner, same thing.
J.R. Ryder destroyed his career, but because J.R. Ryder was very talented, but that dude he was a head case. All right, but again, I'm trying to make sure. So what you're saying is the only way we can quantify talent is that we got to go back and find second round draft picks that ended up being Hall of Fame.
Just tell me, but how do you not know one though?
I mean,
that's a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to go back and look because you know, but I mean, because I can say this. I can say this, Lamont.
How
Hold
does
on,
not
Lamont,
one
I can say
second
this.
round pick of the '90s make an All-Star game? You saying one? Oh, let me find out. Y'all can't because y'all know y'all can't remember.
Yeah, my thing is this, Lamont.
Because I mean, hold on, because I can say this
because all of these
Lamont,
players were getting sent to horrible teams and seedling franchises that didn't know how to develop talent.
Bro, so Glenn Rice didn't develop.
But you see, I'm saying that he
Jamal
don't count
Mashburn didn't develop.
But
that's not what I said.
Okay, Jamal
Miami
Mashburn.
Heat was an expansion team.
What he's saying
that was an expansion team.
Hold on.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there was.
That
Glenn
don't
Rice
count
was
because
on the Miami Heat
that's an expansion team. Yeah, that's an expansion team. But I'm trying to. But my
expansion teams got better.
No, he's saying that the expansion teams didn't know how to develop and they killed a lot of careers. That was my argument.
So many draft picks they couldn't miss. Orlando eventually got better with Shaq and Kobe.
You just asked me that they didn't develop talent.
Hold on. What I said was,
teams.
hold on. When you get that many picks, you can't. Ultimately, you're gonna get right on some. And it's not like they even had a chance at competing against the.
So was Detroit? Was Detroit still good?
Detroit was. Detroit. Hold on. Detroit fell off in the '90s. Detroit fell off.
When Isaiah got hurt. When Isaiah got hurt.
When Isaiah got hurt, one of the reasons why.
But they were still a playoff team.
I know, and that was worse because what did San Antonio do when David Robinson went down to injury? They said, "Fuck this, we're not getting screwed over. We gonna tank the whole season to make sure we get a good draft pick. Fuck that."
Yeah, that's a fact.
Because if you try to go to the playoffs, you're gonna get stuck with a shittier draft pick because all these dumbass expansion rules and teams, and you won't even be able to find anything to improve your roster. So that's why you had a team like the Spurs just tanked all the way and said, "Fuck."
But teams still
did the correct way. To me, the best tank job in the history of sports was the Spurs.
The greatest tank job ever
still do that
based
today.
on the rules. No, but I'm saying
that was the best.
More of a reason for them to do it because even without David Robinson, they were at least a 500 team. That was still Vinny Del Negro, all those guys, but they tanked completely.
That was a true professional tank job there.
That was the best tank job ever.
That was great.
But Lamont, let me ask you a question.
Allen Houston was drafted by the Pistons.
You said what?
Allen Houston was drafted by the Pistons. He was an all-star. Latrell Sprewell with Golden State.
Did he make the Pistons better?
No, he made the Pistons better. Come on, bro.
But they made the
playoffs. You remember Allen Houston making the Pistons better?
They made the playoffs.
Him and Grant Hill, they were a 50-win team.
They were competitive. Playoffs.
Yeah,
I'm just answering the question, Lamont. You said find me a player that was drafted late in the round that made their team significantly better.
So the names
Latrell Sprewell and Allen Houston did that. You didn't get any credit on Robert Horry and Sam Cassell, but okay.
Robert Horry was never a great player.
I understand, but I'm just asking the question. To me, you already know how I feel about the 90s. Yes, the expansion draft, it messed up the power of teams. It was going to be hard for any team A to be a dynasty and be competitive for years because the talent pool was spread out. But that doesn't mean that the players were weak. It was just more teams and it was more talent.
I didn't say
it was more talent on the players.
I didn't say the players were weak. I'm saying you actually had good players, but because a lot of these good players, or even players who could have been good with the right development, they were all getting shipped off to. You remember 6 expansion teams in less than 10 years. So you telling me that these teams were prepared to immediately start developing talent the right way as soon as they got a hold of all these players? No.
Okay, I agree
Christian
with
Laettner,
that.
y'all could have said
Well, I mean,
Christian
yeah,
Laettner.
but come on,
How do
man.
you argue
You
The
that?
act
only
like
player
they
y'all
just
could have
you act like
said.
they just finding
Hold on.
general
The
managers and stuff like that
only
off the street,
player
man. I
y'all
mean, that's
could have
not necessarily
said.
true either, though.
Hold
Tony
on.
Kukoc
The
was a
only
foreign
player y'all
player.
could have said was Christian Laettner because he actually made an All-Star game, but you guys didn't even remember that shit because he was with such a trash organization.
No, he made an All-Star
Christian
team. He was
Laettner.
with the Atlanta Hawks. Tony Kukoc was, I think, a second-round pick, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't
Yeah,
a second
well,
round pick.
Laettner was a lottery pick. I thought you said
He's a lottery.
it had to be
A
a
playoff team. Perennial playoff team.
second round draft pick.
Hold on, but Laettner got drafted to an expansion team too. So,
Yeah, you said
They
a
did.
my
playoff.
bad.
With
That's
Minnesota,
on me. So
right?
yeah, y'all argument is really shot. All the good
No,
players.
I
went to
just
expansion.
named you 2 players, bro.
Bro, man, 2 players out of 10 years. Good job.
I can't think of everything
Yeah,
else,
I bet
but
you can't because it ain't
off
many
the
of
top
them.
of the head, yes.
Great
Latrell
job.
Sprewell and Allen Houston.
Hold on. He said
That's
Shaq
a
and Penny.
fact.
Shaq and Penny got drafted to expansion teams. I'm talking about
What about Clifford Robinson?
So the
Clifford
Lakers,
Robinson didn't come in, and he came in the 80s, man.
Came in the
Come
80s.
on, man. Why y'all be trying to
He played a lot of his career. He played a lot of his career in the 90s, though. But he played in the 90s, though.
Why y'all, hold on. I said drafted. I'm talking about when expansion teams started to come in 88, 89, and 95. It affected the 90s the most. That's why I said I'm talking about the drafts in the 90s. What teams, what good to what 500 to better teams were able to utilize their draft picks? What did these teams were able to utilize their draft picks late in the first round to really find a player that made their roster better? I remember the Bulls drafting Jason Caffey. We don't know who the hell knows what the hell he's doing right now. I can tell you some of the garbage draft picks.
The Clippers drafted Danny Manning.
So are we talking about lottery teams or non-lottery
Clippers were
teams?
perennially. Hold on, you just tell me about the worst team in the 90s, the Clippers. I don't want to hear about them.
I mean, if you're going off 500 teams, Lamont, if you're going off 500 teams,
you said the Clippers were a playoff team in the 90s.
Yeah, they was in the playoffs. They made it in the mid to late 90s. They were in the playoffs.
What?
Okay.
I remember them going to playoffs.
What about Casino Mobley? Coutinho Mobley.
That's 2000s, man.
Gerald Wilkins. Was he drafted in the 80s?
Gerald Wilkins drafted in the 80s, man. Quit trying to
he was drafted in the 80s.
But
are
we talking about 500
hold on.
John Wick, that's all you got to say. Just say I can't think of any. Easy. Because it ain't easy.
I think that's really. Hold on, because here's the other.
You can't name. How can I name Draymond Green and Jokic just like that? Y'all can't come up with one goddamn player.
I just named 2. So
but hold on. By the same token, by the same token, but Lamont, by the same token, I can also go back and say, okay, the number 1 draft picks actually, I think the most. What decade had the most busts?
Man, what does that got to do with what we talking about?
Okay, we're talking about Michael Olowokandi. Well, no, because you're talking about the overall compass of talent, right?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Right?
I'm telling you.
Oh my God! What are you talking about, bro?
Talent. I'm telling you, there's actually a lot of talent. But all of that talent, instead of some of that talent, maybe filtering down to maybe the bottom it normally does. It was all getting eaten up by these expansion teams early, and they were taking all these talented players because they didn't know how to develop them. They ruined them, and we thought they were scrubs because, look, Harold Miner coming out of college, we thought he was next up. Same with J.R. Ryder. Christian Laettner was supposed to be good. Bobby Hurley was supposed to be good. But where did all these players get drafted? Hold on, Bobby Hurley.
No.
Bobby Hurley.
They went to the Kings. When he went to the Kings, it was a trash organization for crying out loud.
Nah, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that because when the Kings got it together in the 2000s, they looked nice.
Yeah, but
Chris Webber.
Yeah, hold on. Was anybody laughing at Bobby Hurley when he left his last year at Duke?
He was highly touted when he came out of Duke. But again, I don't think that's really a fair assessment. Hold on, Lamont. Let me ask you a question.
Bobby Hurley.
What if? Hold on, Lamont. Let me ask you a question. What if? Hold on, bro. Let me ask you a question. What if the second round draft picks that were made in the 90s?
You ain't talking to me.
But hold on. What if the second round draft picks that were picked in the 90s, what if they weren't good enough as the number 1 picks?
Second round draft picks are obviously most of those guys are going to be out of the league in a year or two anyway. That just goes with any era. So I give you that. But what I'm saying is when you have so many expansion teams being able to double up in the first round, So you're talking about at one point in time, you maybe have 4 or 5 expansion teams being able to double up. That literally bumps everybody else down a spot. Bumps them down another extra spot.
I'm not
bumps
looking
them down
on
a
the
spot.
phone.
And when it dumps them out a spot.
Hold on. I just thought of one. I'm not looking on the phone. Derek Fisher don't qualify?
Bro, Derek Fisher, man. Come on, man. What all-star team?
Yeah, but no,
You just named Bobby Hurley,
I don't think that's fair.
Stop it.
I don't think that's a fair.
Derek Fisher does
because
qualify. Can you just give me a player? You just naming players. Can you give me a guy that at least made an all-star team like Latrell did?
A second round pick.
Can you just give me a?
They don't normally make all-star teams.
What about Dale
statistical
Davis?
anomaly?
I know a
What
lot of
about Dale
expansion.
Davis?
I know a lot of non-lottery picks that made the
Hold on, all of the players that
Hall
were
of Famers, but not no second round.
Most of the good players came through expansion teams, didn't it?
No,
didn't they get drafted by expansion teams? Who?
There's a lot of
non
lottery teams that didn't. Was the Lakers in the lottery?
I mean, Penny did at least.
Was the Lakers in the lottery?
I don't know, but it doesn't matter because the expansion teams were doubling up early in the first round.
The Lakers weren't. The Lakers. I don't think the Lakers.
But okay.
So who you think the Lakers would have been able to get with the absence of the lottery? I mean, absent of expansion. Who would their teams have drafted?
MacDuff, if you're an expansion team, I want to tell me who has the better chance of finding the best player. If you're an expansion team and you got 2 picks in the top 10, and I only got 1, who has the better odd of finding finding the better player?
Of course, the guy with most picks. Of course, it's
so,
the person with the most picks.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you why I think your assessment is not legit, bro.
You
because
can't even tell me teams that improved through the draft in the 90s.
Hold on, Lamont. Listen, bro.
Are you talking about the entire draft?
No. Hold on. I got him.
Yeah.
Hold on. I got him. Hold on, Lamont. Hold on. No. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
The Suns, the Lakers, Kings, and Jazz.
Eddie Jones. No. Are you tripping?
Listen.
And the Sonics.
Lamont. Hold on. Listen, Lamont. Listen, bro. Listen.
Why you keep saying that? I'm not saying nothing. That's not me talking.
No, I know, but I'm talking to. Okay, listen. So by your premise, you're saying that the only way we can show that, or you're saying that the league in the 90s was watered down because there wasn't any great second round draft picks that came out right to become all-stars, right? But then I said, well, wait a minute.
That's not what I said.
Okay, what did you say?
I said, find me any team that was at 500. Because we're talking about, obviously, we know the worst teams in the league. If they weren't an expansion team, we know they were going to at least get 1 pick, if not in the lottery, right outside of the lottery. So that's why I said 500 teams, or better. Tell me how many of those teams actually improved their team through the draft, and it was significant. Like this guy developed into an all-star for that team.
Right. Okay. And then
the guys that you're naming, you named Sprewell, but Sprewell actually didn't turn into an all-star to the 2000s with a completely different team.
Yeah, but he didn't turn into an all-star. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
When we talk about premier talent, when some of these teams got like we saw expansion teams. Sometimes they got it right, and these guys, even though through bad developments, these players still showed they could hoop. We saw them destroy.
When was Michael Redd drafted? When was Michael Redd drafted?
2000s. He's a 2000s player, man.
Okay. All right. But when was he drafted, though?
Or you just trying to put 2000s?
Okay.
It probably 2001.
So let me respond to that, Lamont. Here's my point. If you have a top-notch first-round draft pick,
we're gonna pull up each draft.
I got you. But if you have so listen, pull it up because I just Googled
the 96 draft. The 96 draft was the best draft.
Steve Nash.
I don't care. We're gonna get to 96 eventually.
Hold on. But hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish this. Let me just say this real quick. Because see, by Lamont's premise, right? You like I said, you would have to have a situation where the second round draft pick
answer a very basic question.
Hold on. Well, yeah, but because it don't necessarily mean that it's watered down or anything, because maybe the second round draft picks coming out at this era wasn't as good as the first round draft picks. Now let's look at the 2000s for instance, right? If you Google like NBA draft bust, a lot of NBA draft busts came out of the 2000s.
Listen, Look,
But hold on.
with
Let me
any
finish.
error.
Let me finish, Lamont. Let me
What you're trying
finish.
to do is you're trying to compare talent, and that's not what I'm doing.
No.
What I'm saying is that's not.
Hold on,
No,
Lamont. Hold on, bro.
Ken.
Bro.
You're trying to
Okay.
take this down a different road. I'm not trying to
No,
do that.
I'm not. I'm trying. Let me finish what I'm trying to say.
You're basically trying to say the era was watered down based on their ability not to be able to get better.
They weren't able
hold
to
on, Lamont. Let me finish,
they weren't
bro.
able to get
Please.
their hands on those hidden gems late first round.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But
hold on. Do y'all know what I'm
Oh
saying?
my
Like
God.
those guys like imagine if and I'll give you an example. Like, let me give you an example. Okay. So imagine if a guy like, let me tell you a guy who got drafted to an expansion team that actually was halfway decent. Because hold on, I got the wrong draft here. I'm tripping.
Okay, but while you're saying that, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. If you go through like I just Googled this NBA draft bust. A lot of these lottery picks.
It's not about bust or not. That's
No. But let me finish. Let me finish, Lamont. You keep cutting me off. The point I'm trying to make is a lot of these lottery picks didn't pan out. So that opens up the opportunity for the second guy to come in.
What I'm talking about.
That is okay, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we just admitted that if you give a single team multiple times in the first round to hit on a player, if you give them more picks to do so, they're more than likely going to have more chances to hit on them, and they're snatching from the talent pool. Especially when you're taking talent and you're pulling them on teams that are horrible at developing players.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
agree with.
So imagine some of these guys.
On that.
Imagine some of these guys. Imagine if a guy like Harold Miner, as opposed to getting stuck on the Miami Heat early in his career, who did a shitty job at developing talent. Let's say maybe what if he found his way to the Knicks or to the Pacers or a team that was much better at it? But
you're saying that the teams are already in are great at developing talent. That's not true. Come on, man. I mean, the Knicks have been a freaking joke.
No, but what I said was what I'm
Harold
saying.
Miner was a bust.
What I'm saying is goes along with what Jerry Sloan was saying. What they're doing is they're allowing this expansion teams because look, Jerry Sloan would live through it. He was there when he talked about it. He said he's basically saying we don't have the opportunity to improve our roster the way the expansion teams do. So if you have a coach during the 90s who's competing with Jordan on a year-by-year basis, literally having to run it back with basically the exact same team with no way to get his hands on any young talent to go compete with some of what the Bulls had. Well, how do you think he felt? Because he felt Jerry Sloan obviously felt like there was talent out there that if these expansion teams didn't have so many picks, maybe could have fell to them and they could have used it.
You could say the same thing about the 80s.
That's not necessarily true though. Because maybe the player don't have an opportunity. Why did Latrell Sprewell become good? Why?
Latrell playing time because he's on a crappy team.
Why
he had more minutes?
Hold on. Why did he get more minutes in playing time? Because Mitch Richmond got hurt. Because Mitch Richmond got hurt. That's why. If Mitch Richmond had never got hurt, we would have never known that who Latrell Sprewell was. That's the only reason why he got to get
great
where he
six
was.
Man.
Well, he could have been.
Mitch Richmond got traded to Sacramento, bro. They
No. He got hurt first. He got hurt.
But even if he wouldn't have got hurt,
stepped in.
Bro, Latrell
could have been a viable six-man. Latrell could have been a viable six-man.
The Warriors are notorious for making dumb trades.
Well, yeah, but the only point I'm trying to make is
I'm gonna give you an example. Here's an example right here. This is a great example. So
Van Baker was a good pick.
I'll use that 96 draft as a good example. The expansion team that was afforded multiple picks, the Charlotte Hornets. Now, if the Charlotte Hornets were only afforded one pick, it would have been much more difficult for them to make their decision between these two players because both of these players had a lot of promise. All right. So one of the players was Tony Delk. So if anybody watched Tony Delk in college at Kentucky, everybody knew coming out of college he was the truth.
I know him.
In college. Now, I'm not talking about how he panned out in the league, but in college, he was the truth. There was no questions about it. We knew he was going to go first round. Again, and what you do in NBA, but what if they actually had to make the choice between Kobe or Tony Delk? If they get that wrong, and let's say Kobe slips,
which he did.
Let's say he slips, and let's say he goes to a team like the Blazers or he goes to a team like the Knicks, or like if he slips and goes to one of these teams that those teams were consistently competing in the playoffs, maybe it boosts up a 500 team to get there. But see, the Charlotte Hornets were afforded 2 draft picks. They were given Kobe's pick at 13, and they had, because they were a lottery team, they had the 16 pick. Again, what if they only had the 13 pick? What if they said, well, fuck it, we're going to go with the more experienced guy, Tony Delk? See, but the thing is, with those 2 picks, you can play the odds a little bit better. You can go with Kobe and it's like, oh, if our guy's still there a few picks later, we can get him too. You kind of double up, and they struck gold. When Kobe, they made the trade. Obviously, they traded him, but they got Vlade Divac for him. But what I'm saying is, what if Kobe slips to one of these other teams? See, when you allow a team to double dip like that, and this is what Jerry Sloan was talking about, because if you look at some of the teams, the Phoenix Suns were right there. They were right there. This was a draft where this was a draft where the Sacramento Kings picked Pager right after Kobe. What if they pick Tony Delk because they don't have 2 picks and Kobe falls to the Sacramento Kings? That changes the Sacramento Kings' entire outlook. But because you allow landscape of the NBA, because you allow these expansion teams to double dip, they were able to not even be great in the draft. They could take chances. They could go.
Why was Charlotte awarded another pick?
Because they were an expansion team, and that's
they didn't win an expansion in 95, 96.
Don't matter. You get 5 years. You get 5 years of it. 5 years of double dipping.
That's crucial. That changes the whole landscape because you get extra picks.
So when you can draft twice in the first round, 2 chances to get it right. As opposed to teams that picked over Kobe. How many of these other teams do you think really wanted to get Kobe but couldn't risk it because they only had 1 pick?
Hold on. Lamar, I'm looking at what I'm looking at.
Hold on, what I'm saying is, if you look at look at the Cleveland Cavaliers, who drafted right above Kobe. If you look at Golden State Warriors, the Pacers, the Mavericks, the Nets, there's a lot of teams that drafted, but the thing is, Kobe's a high schooler, so they're saying we could use our 1 draft pick on a high schooler where that's a toss up. We don't know what we're getting, or we can go with a guy coming out of college that's more of a for sure thing, which is more common back then. Like more like Tony
passed on Kobe. That's safe.
Well, hold on. I'm not saying, but nobody knew Kobe was going to be Kobe. There's only one person that knew it. He didn't tell nobody. That was goddamn Jerry West. So it's not like, let's not act like everybody thought Kobe was going to be that dude. It was like he's a
genius GM.
It was either we choose a high schooler or we go with a proven player because we only get 1 shot to get this right.
Yeah, I don't. But I mean that because I'm looking at Tony Delk's career. He didn't spend his whole time with an expansion team.
I didn't say. Hold on, that's not what I was talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying
he was a journeyman. Maybe he just wasn't that good, bro.
That's not what he's talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is Charlotte got 2 picks closely together. That means they could take a risk. They could easily take the risk. They say they could say to themselves, look, we could trade Kobe and get a lot of value, right? Because obviously they had a deal worked out with the Lakers already. And so, basically they were able to double dip, to do whatever deals they want to at that pick and still get their guy, Tony Delk, at that 16 pick because they had 2 picks. So y'all keep acting like these double dipping in the first round didn't help these expansion teams. Look,
no, they help. We agree with you on that one.
Help, yeah,
but it's going to always change when you have multiple picks.
By them double dipping, who does it hurt though? Good teams at the bottom of the
it hurts the good team, the playoff teams, and the teams
or the medium team or the mediocre team.
Medium, but I mean, playoff teams took the hurt because they couldn't improve.
But hold on, but you know what? But by the same token, Lamont.
But the playoff team stayed in the playoffs, though. They had
But Lamont, by the same token, because I remember reading in a lot of those teams, it helped them because they were able to dump salary. You know, so I mean, you can kind of. It depends on how you want to look at it. Yeah, I mean, they were able.
Hold on, what do you mean dump salaries? You got to explain
it. They were like
wasn't a lot of salary to dump back then.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's all relative. Like I know that's why the Bulls left B.J. Armstrong unprotected because they were trying to dump salary. You know, I mean, B.J. Armstrong was still a very good player.
What happened was you can only protect a certain number of players. So now you're telling good teams who actually the Bulls did a good job by getting B.J. Armstrong on that roster. Whatever it took to get him on that roster, but now you're telling this team you can only protect X number of players.
So why? So they could have protected B.J. Armstrong.
Whatever players
they could have protected B.J. Armstrong though,
in the
Lamont.
expansion draft. They could have, but then what you
So
did
why
was
didn't they?
you made the Bulls choose between B.J. Armstrong and other players on their roster. So if they protect B.J., then they're going to have to give somebody else up. So now they could have
gave
up somebody else.
They could have picked the 12, 13 man on the roster, right?
Bro, do you know what the protection
as opposed to the 3-time NBA champion who led the league in 3-point field goal percentage a couple of years.
A certain number of players. That's it.
Right.
I agree.
Right. But what I'm asking you, but I know.
How is that fair? How is that fair? I got to protect players that I brought into my organization because y'all want to bring new teams in.
Well, I mean, the whole league had to agree on it, right? But the point I'm trying to make is
the owners had to agree on it, and the owners agreed on it because it brought more money to their pockets.
Right.
That's why.
And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Owners didn't care about competitive balance.
But hold on, Lamont, hold on, bro. But the point is, I get what you're saying, but the opposite end of the spectrum is it did help some teams relieve some of their salary. That's what the Bulls.
You don't even know what the salary cap was never a major issue, then, man. Stop.
No. Come on, man. Salary is always a major issue. Money is always a major issue.
Yeah, they would be.
Come on, man. Don't sit there and say it's not. Money is always a major issue.
Okay. So what was the Bulls salary cap issue where they had to dump B.J. Armstrong's baby contract?
I don't know. I would have to go back and look.
So you literally just made that up about B.J. Armstrong.
No, I know it was a salary dump. That's why they wanted to reduce
because
salary.
Pippen was on a favorable contract.
No, he was the most expendable. That's why they left him unprotected.
Okay, hold on. How was he? Hold on, wait. Okay, hold on. Listen.
B.J. Armstrong was probably making like $850,000 or some crazy
right.
Number.
Yeah, but that's relative to what the NBA players was making at that time. We're talking about like 30 years ago, bro.
They didn't want to let him go.
30 years ago.
They had to let him go because of the expansion.
They didn't have to let him go. Lamont, stop saying that.
All right, so let me pull up. They can only protect a certain number of players.
I think it was 8.
Right. So that means now you have to decide because you have to keep it balanced. You have to have young talent. You have to keep bigs. You have to keep. Maybe they had too many guards, but we know BJ was their starting guard because I think the last time I forgot who I thought it was. It came down between
they still
two
had
guards.
Harper at the time, didn't they?
No, I don't think they had Harper just yet. They didn't get
Harper till 95.
Yeah, no,
But either way, what if somebody goes to your favorite team right now and says you can only protect 8 players? Like, and you're talking about some teams that got some promises. Like, if you go to the Lakers and say protect
Mike
8 players,
Conley.
I'm saying if you go to the Lakers and say protect 8 players, now they have to choose between KCP, let's say, and Taylor Horton-Tucker. Because that's your young talent in the future. KC's gonna help you win now. Be like, God damn, I got to choose between 2 players that I brought into my organization because y'all motherfuckers want to bring some new teams in.
Oh, shoot. You know what?
I get it. Rick Mahorn had to go from the bad boy Pistons.
B.J. Armstrong wasn't the Bulls didn't leave unprotected. It was the Warriors that left him unprotected.
You said what?
The Warriors that did. The Warriors left him unprotected. He signed a contract with the Warriors. I mean, I don't know what happened, there, but I don't know if he got hurt or whatever. But I mean, he played in
I don't know what happened in the offseason after 94. He played the 94 season. The offseason of 94, I don't know what happened.
Maybe you know what? Maybe no, because it's
the same thing with Greg Anthony.
He was with the Bulls in 94.
Do y'all think Greg Anthony wanted to leave the Knicks at that time when they actually, with Jordan retiring, the Knicks were actually one of the only teams to be competing with the Bulls and actually giving them problems? Do you think the Knicks really wanted to lose Greg Anthony at that time?
I mean, they still had.
They couldn't afford to.
Hold on, I'm just saying. If you look at that Knicks roster, we know Greg Anthony was one of the key guards on that team. Like, he might not have played 40 minutes, he might not average, but he was a key part of that guard rotation with Starks and those guys. Let's not act like it wasn't a key part. But now you have to let him go because of the expansion draft.
I get what you're saying. It messed up the balance of power, so nobody can build through the draft to actually become a dynasty.
And then on top of it, with the expansion draft, you actually snatched really good role players from good teams that they couldn't replace through the draft.
Yeah, Anthony.
They couldn't even replace them.
Correct.
Well, yeah, but see, and see that's where I gotta disagree with you because see, you're making it seem like the draft is an exact science. And if you go back and you read and you look at like the 1996 draft, there's actually a lot of good players that came out in the second round.
It's not an exact science. This is why they gave expansion teams multiple picks in the first round because they understood if we give you more chances to get it right, you're probably gonna get it right and become competitive.
Right, but the only point, and then even more so is, excuse me, like I was trying to say earlier, is that when you start talking about like the 2000s, a lot of the top picks didn't pan out. Why didn't they pan out? According
by the time the 2000s hit, all of the bonus picks by the expansion draft teams was done for. So once the 2000s,
I looked at it. Hold on, I looked at it. The draft, the expansion teams didn't have 5 years of drafting double picks.
What I'm saying is,
looked it up.
That don't mean they used both of them. They could have traded the picks, anything. So you got to go look at all the trades that they did.
I mean, unless they all traded the picks. I mean, I don't know, but
they were. What I'm saying, they were afforded draft exceptions and things they could have did to finesse. But if you look at certain teams, certain teams took advantage of it. And the teams that took advantage of it and drafted well, they usually won out and usually struck gold with somebody.
But if they traded the pick, then I mean that means that at least looking at the 1997 NBA draft, no team had multiple. No expansion team had multiple. It was San Antonio, Philly, Boston, Vancouver, Denver, Boston.
Yeah, but hold on. How many teams were left? So hold on. At that
Boston
time,
had 2 picks.
At that time, the only teams left with draft exceptions there were only 2 teams left. That was Vancouver and Toronto. That's it. So whatever Vancouver and Toronto were doing with their picks, I don't know. I'll have to go look at their trade history. But they definitely had the draft exceptions. Because Toronto, in that draft you're talking about, Vancouver drafted Antonio Daniels at the 4 pick. I don't know what they did with the other pick. And then Toronto drafted Tracy fucking McGrady. I don't know what they did with their other pick.
I don't think that when we talk about a watered down league, how does that make?
So what happens is
the 90s watered down?
Okay, so let's do this. Okay, if I have if the NBA brought in 2 new teams this year, and those 2 teams automatically come in, they both automatically get a pick in the top 10, boom. And then they also get another pick and they do a random drawing, a pick in the bottom half of the draft, 15 and after. That means they get both teams get 2 first-round picks. These are 4 picks total that were supposed to go to other teams that now these 2 new teams are coming in, taking up. So that's 4 players removed from the talent pool. Okay. So imagine then bringing in 2 teams at a time doing that. 88, 89, 95. So 8 players from the draft for multiple years were getting snatched up or absorbed somehow, whether it's through trade or whatever, by expansion teams.
And you think somehow they would have landed on good teams, 500 or better?
Yeah, well, that's
what I'm saying is it thinned the talent pool out. So the teams that were 500 or better, the players that you saw towards the bottom of the draft, a lot of those guys that you saw left over, those guys were second-round guys. Mm-hmm. They were traditionally second-round guys. But the talent pool was starting to thin out and this is why you saw the really good teams in the NBA rarely were able to improve through the draft during that time.
Correct. But my
issue,
those 8
and I
agree with
being
you
held
on
up
that.
spots.
That's 8 picks. That's like taking away the top 10 picks out of the draft. I mean,
I agree with you.
Imagine this lottery. We take 10. You take 10 players out. That thins the talent pool. Take 8 players out. It thins the talent pool. It's already hard enough to strike gold. Now you thin it out even more.
Yeah, in that sense, they'll be picking in the second round.
Yeah, like the best teams will literally picking second round picks.
The top 10 teams in the league will be basically picking in the second round. Yeah.
But the thing is, before the expansion draft, you can look at any error before the expansion draft or after the expansion draft. The good teams at each conference, I mean, they had at least 4 championship caliber teams still before the expansion draft, during the expansion, and after the expansion.
Okay, so
in every era, there's a balance of power.
Honestly, once the Bulls were able to take over the 90s, how many teams can you honestly say were championship caliber teams? No,
in the Eastern Conference.
No, from 91 on down. How many teams can you honestly say were championship caliber teams?
The entire Western Conference had 5 or 6 teams.
Not championship caliber at all. When the Bulls matched up with the Seattle SuperSonics, it's literally
that's what I'm saying. Are you talking about
Vegas odds in NBA history?
Are you talking? Okay, but that's the 90s.
Yeah, but that's because the Bulls. That's because the Bulls set the record for most wins in the season.
Yeah, you can't. That's the 96 Bulls.
Okay, so
you're talking about the 90s, correct? Championship caliber teams.
Jerry Sloan's gripes were really about how he was unable to improve his team and compete with the Bulls. So I want to tell you, what year was there a team you could say is going to give the Bulls a run for their money this year when Jordan was playing in the 90s?
From 90,
at least 4 teams in the West.
Through 98.
What teams did y'all
go into two in the West?
Bro, so you saying y'all went into the season saying the Bulls weren't the clear-cut favorites?
Obviously.
Yeah, but they had nothing to do with
in all 6 of their championships, they wasn't a favorite.
Who?
The Bulls. They were only favored to win only in 4 of them.
I get you on that part, but you'd be crazy to pick against Jordan. As
that's why I was picking against him. I'm talking as far as the outright favorite.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
The Bulls were heavily favored in all of them.
No, they wasn't. They wasn't favored in the first one, and they wasn't favored in the last one.
Hold on, Lamont. In 93, you could talk about the Knicks and you could talk about the Phoenix Suns.
The Bulls weren't favored to start the playoffs, but they were favored to start the season.
Okay, but we're saying
different.
But you're saying I'm saying who had championship caliber teams. The Bulls beat championship caliber teams in the 90s.
They beat a lot of championship caliber teams.
And
the Knicks could have easily won the title if they won the Bulls. Jordan wasn't on that team.
Okay, but how come the Knicks didn't win the title when Jordan wasn't there?
Because they lost.
Because they choked.
Because they lost.
Right.
Yeah, but hold on, Lamont. But they lost in 7 games.
Ask John Starks why the Knicks didn't lose
twice.
They lost. They made it to the finals.
The only team that was championship caliber when Jordan retired was the Houston Rockets. Because they won the championship.
No, that's not true.
No, that's not.
You saying it just because they won the title?
That's not true.
That's not the definition of championship caliber.
When Jordan retired, what team was the overwhelming favorite to win the championship? It was up in the air. Nobody fucking knew.
It was the Knicks. The Knicks were.
The Knicks were.
Yeah, but the Knicks were. I mean, everybody felt that it was the Knicks' time.
But the Knicks were after. But see, what wasn't that the year where didn't the expansion draft rip a few of their players away that they couldn't replace through the draft?
That was
they still had Derek Harper. They was the number 1 ranked team in the Eastern Conference the year before.
I feel like you just made that up, man.
And then they hit the Pacers.
No,
what are you talking about? They were number 1. They won 60 games.
Hold on. As a person that remembers this, I mean, everybody kind of understood that the championship was going to go through the East, and it was going to. Everybody felt that it was going to be the winner between the Bulls and the Knicks.
Oh, you're literally making this up as you go.
I'm not making it up.
That's not. No,
y'all are literally making this
up.
Y'all be making this stuff up like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, man.
Yeah, that's not.
We're not making this stuff up.
The Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, they were championship caliber. The Suns were with Barkley.
The Portland Trailblazers was
Danny Ainge.
They went to multiple finals. Clyde Drexler had a championship.
Hold on, King Style says drop the link because he knows y'all just making this up as y'all go.
No, you're not talking.
No, you saying championship caliber.
Hold on,
there were a lot of championship caliber teams.
Bro, there was not a lot of championship caliber teams, man.
That was at least
there were
5
every year, Lamont, every year in the 90s, there were at least 3 to 4 championship caliber teams in each conference. That's a fact.
Yeah, in each conference, yeah.
Each conference, they had the 90s was more competitive than the 80s.
There's championship caliber teams when these teams didn't win a single championship.
That doesn't mean
that's
they wasn't
championship
caliber. What are you talking about? A team that goes to the finals is not a championship caliber
team. You keep saying championship caliber team, but these teams didn't win nothing during the 90s.
Lamont, you can say that
because you lose a championship in the championship doesn't mean you're not championship caliber.
Bro,
yeah, I mean,
so that means we only have basically 18 championship teams in the history of the league.
The only team that y'all can say was championship caliber is the Utah Jazz because they made back-to-back finals. None of these other teams were even
Knicks. Hold on, the Knicks made the finals twice. The Portland Trailblazers made the
I
finals.
said back-to-back
twice.
finals against Jordan.
They made it in 2 out of 3
you moving the goalposts, man. You said, come on, man.
The Portland Trailblazers made it
I
in
know
2
my
out of 3
Utah Jazz were
years.
championship caliber.
Y'all
That's not an
literally-
argument.
Y'all literally making this up, trying to say because Jordan even said his only competition was the Pacers. Y'all be better off going.
But
with
everybody
the
know the bad
But
boy
y'all keep
Pistons
making
was
this
his
stuff
toughest
up, talking about
competition.
these teams. This team were
Jordan said
No,
that
they were
because the
good
Pacers
teams.
coddled him.
They were
That's
good
why.
teams, but these teams was nobody remembers these teams.
Did he
outside
say?
of y'all.
Hold on, bro. Did he say his only competition or the toughest championship? Okay. I mean, come on,
Y'all
man.
just be making this stuff up.
You
as y'all
no,
go, man.
Lamont. You taking
Joshua
you
Grant,
taking
you
what
can
he said
argue-
out of
You
context.
can argue
You got
that
on-
the
you
point
got on a
guards
pair
in
of
the
skates there,
90s
Lamar.
are
Y'all
better
just
than the
literally
point
talking
guards
about these
today.
teams,
That's a
championship
fact.
caliber,
What
but
are
y'all
you
talking about
talking
teams
about?
that never had a chance to win a champion. How could you not even have a chance to win the title but be championship caliber?
Lamont, in
Who
each
said the Pacers
conference
ain't
there
have a
were
chance?
14. Hold on.
Motherfuckers
Let's
didn't
just
have
go
a
down.
chance.
Let's go down. So the Portland, so number one, and I'm talking from the whole 90s. The Portland Trailblazers wasn't a championship caliber team. That's what you're trying to tell me?
After they lost Drexler, they had some down years.
Okay, but we're talking about the 90s.
No, they was
From
not
90
championship caliber.
From 90 to 99,
The
they
Portland
were
Trailblazers
they had a
didn't have a bounce
championship
back.
caliber team.
The
in
Portland Trailblazers, hold on, MacDuff, because you're trying to cap now. They didn't bounce back until the early 2000s when they were able to get Arvidas opponents. Finally came back to that team because they didn't have them in the 90s. All right, and then they were able to get some used drafts and they were able to build a team up and be competitive. They weren't competitive to the 2000s. Stop the cap.
Lamont, you're asking me who was a championship caliber team in the 90s.
Right.
There's no
Blazers,
team.
The Blazers
there's only
was.
the Blazers
there's only
made one
team
finals
per
in the 90s.
decade that lasted. That was a championship caliber
The
team
Blazers
for an
made
entire
one finals
decade.
in the
That's
90s,
not
and those
the
were all
question.
80s players. Once they were gone, they were nothing.
Bro, that's not the question.
Right.
You asking
Right.
me who
You
was
said it was
good in the
championship
90s.
caliber. That would be the Blazers or Kevin Duckworth.
You're not finna tell. You're not
Cliff
finna. I'm not finna
Robinson,
give you a team
Terry
that was
Porter,
championship caliber
Clyde
for an entire
Drexler,
decade.
Danny Ainge. This team was
Jerome
definitely
Kersey.
Jerome Kersey. They were definitely championship caliber.
They went to two finals
so
in
they-
3
they
years.
They were all perennial all stars.
They championship caliber because y'all said it was championship caliber.
They was in out of 2 out of 3 years.
That's
They're
the
not a
consensus.
championship caliber team, but you're beating.
Y'all
So
just
you're
making them
beating
championship-
Stockton and Malone. Hold on. So you're beating.
The only
Stockton
reason
and
y'all trying to
Malone.
make them
You're
championship
beating
caliber is
Akeem
because they
Olajuwon and the
lost
Seattle
to Jordan.
Supersonics.
That's the
But
only
you're not a
reason why.
championship caliber team because you lost to Jordan. Just say you're not a championship caliber team because they lost to Jordan. Just say that.
That's what I want you to say. Yeah. That's
No,
what
no,
you
that's
need to
not the
admit
truth,
that.
though.
That's
not
admit
the
that.
truth.
Please admit that.
They're not
They're not-
championship because they lost to Jordan.
No,
Yeah,
they're
that's
not
They
what
can say the
championship-
same
hold
thing
on.
in the 80s
They're
because they
not
lost to
championship
Magic
caliber.
Johnson.
No, they're not championship caliber because nobody really had a chance the years Jordan was in the league. That's according to y'all.
There were some teams.
Is that
No.
because
that's
of
cap.
Jordan's
You just-
greatness?
No,
that's
I didn't
cap.
say
Is
that.
because of Jordan's greatness, or is it because they
Y'all
were in
saying-
championship
y'all
No,
caliber
saying these
teams?
teams had a
Lamont
chance?
thinks
That's
that
because of
Jordan
Jordan.
had
Hold on.
he played the
Hold
easiest
on.
competition.
Are y'all
That's a
saying that
fact.
these
He
teams
did
really had a
not.
chance?
He definitely
Yes, he
did
does.
not.
Yeah, they had
he
a
believes
chance.
Jordan had the
They had a
easiest
chance.
competition.
They had a
Lamont.
chance. They had a chance. Yeah, they had a chance to maybe win 2 games, just like most of them.
No.
But that's not. But Lamont, that's not what
How many
championship
game sevens?
caliber is, though.
How many game sevens these championship caliber teams take the Bulls to?
Only two.
No, they never went to a game 7 in the
and the
championship.
Knicks.
Never went to game 7.
Knicks.
Championship. Okay.
The Pacers and the Knicks.
They never
All
went
right,
to.
all right,
They only in the Eastern
Hold on,
Conference.
I said
Yeah,
the
the
final.
Eastern Conference Finals.
No,
The only
hold on,
time they
because
was
just
trying
the
to
other day,
step
y'all
down.
was
Which
just
means
saying,
they championship caliber.
Hold on, the other day, wasn't y'all just in here saying the Western Conference was one of the greatest conferences of all time in the 90s or some dumb shit?
No,
No,
in the
I
2000s.
never said
In the
that.
Bees said
2000s.
that. No, Bees was in here talking
The
about how
Eastern
crazy.
Conference was.
No, Bees was over there talking about how great the West was.
They
The
was.
West was strong.
In the
They were great.
90s,
But they
yes,
couldn't take the Bulls to
90s
game
was
7?
great in the West, but so was the East. It was just, bro, nobody
Hold on.
in the East.
You're
Hold
saying
on.
the
When
East
LeBron,
was great?
yes,
Yes, they
Jordan?
did.
90s.
Hold on. You got the
Listen,
Bulls,
Lamont.
Knicks, and
No,
Pacers.
let
Who
me
else?
argue
was
this.
strong.
Lamont.
Bulls, Knicks, and
Cavaliers.
In the
Oh my
90s,
God.
they
Bulls,
had the
Knicks,
most
Pacers,
parity
dogs.
out of both conferences.
Then think
Oh my
about it.
God. Y'all
Orlando
just said the
Magic.
Cavs.
Orlando Magic made it to the finals. The next year after Jordan
Jordan retired?
Y'all just making
No,
this
they
up.
was primed. No.
The
The
pump
Knicks
was
made it to
primed
the
already
finals
for the
in
Magic.
'94. Bro, listen, Lamont. In the 90s,
Y'all making
both
this up as y'all
conferences
go, man.
had 4 championship caliber teams each year.
Y'all
In
trying
the
to
80s,
convince yourself that these teams are
No.
championship
In the
caliber.
80s,
I agree with Mac
in the
Def.
80s, you can't say that. In the 2000s, you can't say that.
Go, Mac Def.
I agree with Mac Def.
But because you know the one thing I say, I can say that at least in the 80s, when you had 2 dominant teams at the top, they ran into roadblocks, and you had teams like the Sixers or the Pistons who would actually come out one year and put up a fight and maybe bop them or something.
Or the Blazers.
Correct. And Lamont, you just named everybody
Incorrect.
in the Eastern
Never happened.
Conference.
Never happened.
I'll go a step
Never
further.
happened
The
in the
Milwaukee Bucks. The Milwaukee Bucks were good in the 80s. They were a championship caliber.
Were the Bucks good in the 90s?
No.
For a couple
Why
of
does
seasons,
that matter, though? Why does that matter?
But my whole point.
Hold on.
My whole
Y'all
point.
just said, okay, yeah, hold on. Okay, let's start with the Eastern Conference. Who were
in the 90s?
Who were the primary championship contenders in the 90s?
The Knicks,
three
the
teams.
Bulls,
The Knicks,
the
Magic,
Bulls, and the Pacers.
Pacers.
The Magic.
That's it.
Y'all can't.
Okay.
No, the Magic didn't come till. The Magic didn't come till.
I'm gonna let y'all
90s.
argue that one.
In the early
In the
90s.
90s.
The Magic
All
were.
right.
So you got at least 4 teams
Okay, so
right
hold
there.
on.
Other than the
No.
Bulls.
No, you have 2 teams. So you got in the Eastern Conference, you have the Knicks and you have the Pacers, who were definitely lesser talented teams. And then in the Western Conference, who do we have?
No, hold on. You can't say the Magic. You can't say the Bulls. So you're saying the Bulls only had the Knicks and the Pacers?
Yes.
And Orlando didn't matter, even though they beat the Bulls.
Yeah, hold on, those without
and
Jordan.
they went to the finals.
They beat the Bulls with Jordan.
Didn't y'all just say Jordan was
Jordan came back.
Hold on, Mac Def, you just said
Yeah,
Jordan
that
was in
was
baseball
good.
condition. You just said Jordan was in baseball condition. That didn't
Yeah,
count.
that's true. He was.
I did not say. I don't
put on the uniform.
I didn't say that, Lamont. You're making up stuff. I did not say that.
That's true.
It's not the Magic fault that Jordan decided to play another sport.
Hold on. So Jordan, just so the Magic, so the Orlando Magic beat a prime Jordan. I want y'all to admit that.
Yes, the motherfucker was averaging 30. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he beat Jordan in his prime.
I agree. They beat a prime Jordan. They didn't have a big.
Oh man, still doing
Lamont. Hold on.
Baseball drills going back to basketball.
Let's get this straight about Jordan. Let's get this straight about
the
Jordan.
Magic dethroned the great.
Hold on.
You think 96? You think the 96 version of Jordan is the best Jordan? So what did you talking about?
We've had this conversation enough times. From y'all know that y'all said a whole bunch of times. You can't count 95. Jordan was
I didn't do that. 90 fans do. I agree with you on that. 90 fans do.
No, that's true.
If you put on the uniform and you participated in a sport, it counts.
Now it counts
by definition.
Hold on. Now it counts.
That's true.
If you put on the uniform and you participate, it counts. Did Jordan get a paycheck from the Bulls during that year? Did it count?
Let me say something. I'm a Bulls fan.
I gotta get to these cash apps because y'all
hold on. Just real quick. I'm a Bulls fan.
I'm
a Bulls fan, and I feel that
now it's prime Jordan. The Orlando Magic beat prime Jordan now.
Hold on, bro. Listen,
all right, Lamont.
Lamont. As a Bulls fan, I will readily say that the reason why the Bulls lost to the Magic in 95 was because they didn't have a big to contend with Shaq and Horace Grant. That's why.
Or that's
no,
the big
hold on,
reason.
hold on.
That's the primary reason.
Why don't y'all use the correct argument that y'all normally use?
Shaq and Horace,
hold on. Y'all are, hold on. Why are y'all not using the every time this is brought up? Y'all, hold on. Y'all know exactly because y'all act like y'all haven't heard
90s fans.
Hold on. Mac Def.
You're right.
Those are Jordan fans that say that.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So when these arguments come up,
those are Jordaneers.
How come y'all don't ever step in and say it's always me? Y'all don't ever step in and say, hold on, y'all. Jordan was in his prime. He was on the court. It was just Penny and Shaq were that great. They just beat him that shit. Because when people be getting on y'all talking about Jordan actually lost and he wasn't perfect, then y'all say, oh, he was in baseball shape. We hear it all the time. Now y'all flipping it up saying it was
You do hear it all the time from Jordan. And I agree with you on
that.
Though. You're exactly right what you're saying. It's an actual fact, but I don't give excuses to Jordan why he lost. If Jordan is averaging 31 points a game, That motherfucker should have been
Like
good
that.
enough to
You
win.
did it before,
He
Mac
wasn't clutch. That's why they lost.
Like that.
The motherfucker got
Yeah,
the
he did
ball
clank a
stolen.
couple
Yeah,
of
and
them
he
he
back
couldn't
made
make,
iron.
bad
and he
play.
He had a
couldn't make
couple
a
of back
game-winning
iron
shot.
ones
Yeah,
on the
he
what you
made it.
call
He
it. Then
made
he went down the court and looked at Dennis Scott like he stole something.
I understand exactly what you're
Hold
saying,
on.
Lamont, and that's a fact.
Let me
We
type these
do
cash
give
apps
that
in, man.
excuse. We do
Man, let
give
me
that
type this
excuse.
in,
I
man.
mean,
He only
it's
he
true
only
though.
played 17 regular season games. He was out 18
I'm
months.
not trying
We
to
give
hear
that
that.
excuse.
Nah,
That's
yeah.
exactly that. You're
It's
exactly right. But the
Hey, the
fact
GOAT
of the
is
matter is,
entitled
the
to bad
motherfucker
ones.
averaged 31 points per game.
yeah.
Yeah,
He
he
was
did
shooting
average
40%,
quite a bit.
Hold on,
45,
salute.
He did. He put up
Hold on,
45% from the
I'm gonna type
3-point
all the
line.
names in one
Hey,
message.
let me go ahead and do the
Hold on, I gotta give them all together.
Give him a shout out.
Hold on, no, go ahead and keep cooking because I'm still.
Hey,
I gotta type them in too. I gotta type
He
them in
don't
as
even
well.
want to listen, man.
Jordan
He
was
ignoring
handed
us.
one. Jordan was handed one.
Hey, yeah, but at the end of the day, he
Oh
still
man.
lost. So I mean, regardless. But I mean, no
He said, "Oh, now
superstar
y'all
is
finally
perfect.
admit it." So when
No, because it's true.
oh my god,
He
y'all
was in
flip
baseball
flop.
shape. He came back
Oh
late,
my
but he
god, y'all
Oh
still
my
lost.
flip flopping.
goodness. He said he's in
This nigga
baseball
flip flop.
shape.
Hold
He
on, this is
was.
hey. I know you kind of knew because I don't know if you've listened in crypto, but normally when people get to talking about Jordan and they say because with the Jordan LeBron debate, people talk about how LeBron chokes, and then people get to saying, well, Jordan choked against the Magic. What's the go-to? Jordan wasn't in prime shape. He was coming back from baseball. He wasn't ready. They get to throwing out all these. Now all of a sudden, Jordan was in prime shape. Now he was ready to go.
No, hold on, Lamont. Hold on, Lamont.
I'm not
Lamont, that's
arguing.
cap, bro.
No.
No. Nobody said. Nobody said.
I'm not.
No, Jordan didn't choke. Jordan didn't choke. It's just that team wasn't good enough, bro. He didn't choke.
That team wasn't
Hold on.
good.
He did choke.
Okay, hold on, y'all.
Nah, he didn't choke. The team wasn't good enough.
Hold on, we're gonna play the play. We're gonna play the play. I want y'all to tell me if this is choking because he made a grade school mistake.
He got the ball stolen by Nick Anderson.
No, he got the ball from
Hold on,
behind him.
Lamont. I'm gonna help you out here, bro. Lamont, I'm gonna help you out here, bro. I'm gonna help you out. Before you say this, just remember a few. Hold on, bro. Don't come. I'm trying to help you here. Before you do what you're about to do, remember you were talking. Listen, Lamont. Hold on, bro. I'm trying to help you. You were saying with Ben Simmons when he passed up that ball because he didn't want to shoot. Hold on, no. You said you cannot base a whole series on one play. Now saying that, go ahead and call yourself doing what you got to do with Michael Jordan.
You talking about when he passed up the wide open
Joshua
layup?
Brown.
It wasn't one play. It was two plays.
The Jordan choked that whole series, bro. He averaged 31 points per game, but he choked. He got the ball stolen from him in game one and passed the ball out of bounds, trying to hit Scottie Pippen. That's two chokes. The final game in game 6, he couldn't hit a shot to save his life down the stretch. He passed the ball out of bounds going to Bill Winnington. Jordan choked. That's a fact.
Thank you, man.
Hey, don't worry about it. Jordan was overrated. Don't worry about it. Jordan was overrated.
Clutch. Jordan wasn't clutch down the stretch. He lost 2 games. And that was the biggest question. Like, oh, this nigga ain't clutch.
See how McDuff was finally honest and just came out with the truth.
I've never made but people who make the argument, I understand what you're saying, and that's a fact.
A lot of
but
people,
I've never made that argument.
You know how hard that
Jordan
is for people like Kenneth to do. He instead of saying that, he would rather go to the links of saying Kareem was overrated.
Yeah, I can't believe that. That's crazy.
Yeah,
but I was listening to
that.
But I didn't really have nothing to say on that.
What I said.
No, you didn't.
What I said. Your response was, "I disagree."
You did not do a good job of backing that statement.
That's crazy.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. But I backed up what I said. All you guys can say was, "I disagree." You cannot give me any kind of tangible argument, and I just listened to you and what you're saying. You will not apply that same logic to your boys. Everybody else.
How is Kareem overrated? How is Kareem overrated? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Hey, Kareem
Abdul-Jabbar.
Luau Cinder, if his mama called him Luau.
On that note, all the greats are underrated.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, because Luau Cinder had won.
So Kareem is not. Hold on. Okay. So Kareem is not in your top 5, bro.
No, he's saying he was Luau Cinder when he did most of his accomplishments. That's what he's saying.
Then how is he overrated if he's in your top 5?
For those people that feel he should be the GOAT, no.
Then you
I
could
feel
make an
like
argument, but I
I
wouldn't say
feel like he's
overrated.
up there.
Overrated is such a tough. That's a tough word, bro. To
I
put on
know.
somebody.
I don't think you can
Yeah, he
overrate.
would be
I
more
think you
underrated.
I don't
guys
think
need to
you can
look up the
overrate Kareem.
definition of overrated. That's what I think you need to do.
That means he shouldn't be
I
in
don't
your
think you
top
can
5 if
overrate
he's
Kareem.
overrated to you, fam. He's in the if you in the top if he's in the top 5 of somebody's list, he's in the GOAT conversation. That's a fact.
Top 5 does not mean you in a GOAT conversation. Top 5 means you're 5th.
Oh, okay. So who's number? Okay, so hold on. So who's number 6 on your list?
Oh, who is number 6?
I would probably because I'm driving right now, but I would probably go. I would go Jordan. Then I would go LeBron James. Right? Yeah, I would go Jordan. Then LeBron James. Then I would probably go Russell. Then I probably would go with Kareem. I would maybe give him 4.
And who's number 5 and 6?
Probably without because I never really sat there and thought about maybe like Duncan.
So Wilt Chamberlain and Tim Duncan are not in a GOAT conversation.
No, I don't consider them to GOAT. No.
Right.
No.
So Tim Duncan's in my top. Tim Duncan's in my top 5. Tim Duncan
position or all time overall.
Yes, Tim Duncan is to me. He's top 5. He should be in everybody's top 5 list.
Top 5 overall, maybe.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Sorry.
That means you in the GOAT conversation.
Hold on. Let me give a shout out to because I done missed a few of them.
Duncan.
Oh, we got Justin. Salute to Justin in the Cash App, man, with the donation. And I seen you come, Justin. I missed your donation like 3-4 times over the past week, man. I think Justin, you be watching the stream after the show is over because I'll see your donation come through and it'll be like 2 a.m. or something. But salute, I caught it this time. Salute to Parrish with the donation. Hassan and also Lissandro. And Lissandro, I didn't understand your last name. Is it Then, T-H-E-N or something? But it looked weird. I didn't know if you had a message or a question. But if you do have a question, just put it in the chat and I'll put it on the screen for the panel to answer. Because it looked like you were trying to ask a question. So salute to those 4 guys, man. And salute to everybody for stepping up with the donations to the channel today, man. I really appreciate it, man.
Facts.
Yeah, for real.
All right, so okay. Out of your top 5, who's better than Tim Duncan defensively?
Defensively?
Kareem, are you saying Kareem is better than Tim Duncan defensively?
Yeah, and Kareem prime.
Hold on, MacDuff. There's a policy here. Again, when you crossing errors, especially with defense, you gotta be real careful about trying to compare who's better. Because again, remember like what Elder said, rules change, things change. There's rules in this era that allow for certain defenders to be better than they maybe would have been in the era where you had to guard ISO more so in the 90s with like the illegal defense. As I say, it's hard to, especially with stuff like defense, it's hard to cross errors and really say who's better.
Is rebounding?
Yeah, because there's a lot of illegal defenses called in the 90s.
Is rebounding a part of defense?
But there was a lot that wasn't called.
No. But even with rebounding, I mean, you got to think. Wilt Chamberlain, who changed the rules for widening the foul lanes, pulling back the free throw line because you had Wilt Chamberlain dunking free throws. I mean, you had this shit was like, how can you rebound that? I mean, how many free throws did Wilt dunk?
In every era, there's been great rebounds.
No, what I'm saying is, how many errors, how many rebounds would other teams have gotten if Wilt might have had to shoot all those shots and maybe missed them, as opposed to just jumping and dunking before they changed the rules? So some of the numbers might be skewed a bit because of weird things that these freak athletes were doing to make them change the rules.
You can say that about any era. You can
James
say that
Harden had the rule change with hand.
But that's why I say really that's why I say averages. I would go down to averages and just be like, well, the greatest rebounder all time, probably. I mean, you can give it to either Wilt, you can give it to Russell or Dennis Rodman, but it's hard to say. It's hard to fingerprint who's the best. And I think Rodman only gets the nod because it's more recent. People didn't see Russell and Wilt, so it's harder to say. We saw how impressive it was.
And you could put
Rodman was a tactician on
Moses Malone. I would put Moses Malone at the as one of the top rebounders as well because he got a lot of offensive rebound. My point is this, bro. You're trying to say you can't compare eras. I'm not comparing
That's
eras,
not what I
but
said.
you have a top 5, fam.
You really can't.
And you have players.
I'm saying with certain things, it's hard to like because you said who's a better defender.
The same way you
Tim
just
Duncan and
said
somebody else. It's hard to cross errors with defense though, and really because you're putting two great defenders up against each other, and Duncan had to defend a completely different style in the era that he played.
That's true, but at the same time, that works for offensive players because the way you can guard people was different in different eras. So therefore, it makes the
so what's your
criteria?
what's your criteria? Let's just go off your criteria.
But with offense, the one thing with offense is that a jumper is going to be a jumper in the air. Whether if you can make an open three, if you can make a 30-foot three, if you can, if you're efficient, going to the rim, hitting layups and over centers, those things are that's probably going to be easier to correlate from air to air because it's really the same.
No,
really don't change. Offense really don't change.
When you have an
yes,
open
it does.
court,
The 3-point line changed the jump shot. What are you talking about?
If you have the center spread out away from the rim, you like the whole court spread out. It's a totally different thing to score going to the basket. Then versus when you had two bigs in the paint at all time waiting for you to come in.
So are you saying right now the court's so open anybody can get to the rim whenever they want?
I'm saying
with no resistance.
There's a lot of
hold on.
There's no resistance. They shake your hand coming down the lane.
Hold on, we say that. Hold on, y'all say it's that simple. Y'all say that, but then last year, weren't we just talking about how a team like the Miami Heat were able to put up a wall and stop Giannis? We saw the Boston Celtics do the same thing.
Because they stay focused.
This is one of the greatest. This is one of the greatest players as far as getting to the rim and attacking with length and size that we've seen in NBA history. And he was able to get stopped for 2 years until this year. And a lot of people are going to put an asterisk on this year.
That's because
of all the injuries.
He took advantage of it.
I'm not putting no asterisk.
Giannis can't shoot. Hold on. Yeah, you just said they can go to the rim whenever they want. So, but y'all will knock Giannis and Ben Simmons for not having a jumper because they can't shoot over all these walls of defense.
But how many points per game does Giannis average?
A lot.
He averages 27,
people were still, but Mac Duff, people were still saying he needed a jumper.
He don't really need no jumper.
I didn't say
now
that.
He don't need
it.
I'm just asking the question.
That's a bonus.
Everybody can drive to the basket.
That's a plus.
He said everybody can just waltz to the basket, but when it comes to Giannis,
on average, anybody can waltz to the basket. When
it comes to LeBron, I hear people crying. The other day we had SFM in here. LeBron just bowls over people. Well, how's he bowling over people if the lane's wide open?
He bowled over his guy.
Y'all be whipping up your arguments.
You're talking about Jason. You're not talking about me.
I know Jason's been silent. Jason, am I capping about what I'm saying?
Nah, Jason's gonna agree with me.
No, Jason don't be always agreeing with me. Jason, did you hear these arguments about Giannis? The wall can stop him. All this. Y'all talk about
there's no wall no more that can stop Giannis. Why did
y'all say that these players need to get jumpers if the lane is always so wide open as y'all say?
Because they like to see open jump shots. That's the sexy look. That's the look. That's what Steph Curry did to the league. Everybody has to shoot an 80-foot jump shot.
That's what y'all be saying. Y'all be saying these players need to get jumpers. Ben Simmons can't make a jumper. Why the hell Ben Simmons need to get a jumper when the man shoots?
That's because everybody wants to see people shoot.
Because you can defend. If you know somebody can't shoot a jump shot, you can change your defense accordingly. That's the problem. Ben Simmons.
Then Lamont, why does everybody want somebody to be all around great?
If you can waltz to the rim, what's this so-called wall that y'all were talking about teams to be building for Giannis and LeBron and them?
Because you take a chance.
That was a 2-year experiment for Giannis. It ain't gonna work no more going forward. I see that. You heard it here first.
It's not gonna work now because it was working. They finally made the necessary changes to got a good ball having on that team and made them play off ball.
Wearing like nostalgia glasses.
Hold on. Bend the knee just hopped in. Let me hear from him.
There's no such thing as nostalgia glasses.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean there is,
but crazy.
But not somebody who thinks objectively.
Hey, Lamont, I saw the debate you had where that dude was like, "Oh, LeBron doesn't have any post moves. he just bolts over people. He has no moves in the basket."
Yeah.
No, y'all are nostalgia because y'all still can't tell me one player, for example, in the 90s, other than MJ, who was better than Steph and KD or LeBron.
At what? Oh, hold on.
At
what?
Basketball.
At
basketball, not
at basketball
bowling.
general. Y'all can't tell me one player other than MJ who is better than Luka. I challenge people every time.
Hold on. Akeem, so Kevin Durant is better than Akeem Olajuwon?
Yes, you're crazy.
Yes.
You don't think so.
Oh, crazy.
And you know what's funny?
Steph Curry is better than Akeem Olajuwon.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Hey,
Really?
Mike Def. You know we have an Hakeem in our era right now, right?
Really?
Joel Embiid.
Really?
No, he's not a
Bro, you
king.
gotta chill out with that, bro.
Really?
That dude is not a king.
He is.
Really?
My.
Joel
He's injury
Embiid is
prone.
not
That's
a
some
king.
powerful stuff, man. I need a couple of puffs of that. Woo, that's some powerful stuff.
Hey,
No, I don't
you should
want
be talking
that.
about yourself.
Hey, Lamont.
Wow.
Hey, Lamont,
Hold
bro.
on. What up,
It's a
man?
fact.
Hold on.
I'll give you
Let's
one.
just put this in context. Who was the defensive player of the year? Giannis, right? Or Rudy Gobert, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yes,
those were
Rudy
the last
was.
two defensive players. Hold on. Okay.
Yes.
Now, out of those two defensive players, the best defenders in today's league, did they average 3 steals a game?
That don't make
What up?
you a
Hold
better defender.
Hold on. Did they average
Overall
4 blocks a
repertoire.
game?
Steals don't equal defense. What are you talking about?
Steph Curry led the league in steals. He's not a great defender.
Yeah.
Allen Iverson led the league in steals. He's not a great defender. So these
But
averages of
that's
steals
great.
don't mean a goddamn thing.
But you know damn well Akeem Olajuwon averaging 3 steals, 4 blocks, and 13 rebounds for a center is a
Hakeem
great
Bennett from staying in the
It's
lane,
probably
bro.
but
gonna
all
be
of a
easy to
sudden,
do
but
that.
all of a sudden,
but that's
but all of
You
a
can camp in
sudden,
the lane with
Giannis
no
is a better
defensive
defender,
perspective.
and Joel
His
Embiid is
defense
a
was
better
great
defender.
because
Oh shit! Here
That
comes
is still
SFM with
a
the captain again, man.
Hold on.
That is
How
still
is
a
how
I
is
can't
how
believe we
is
said
Joel
Luka
Embiid
Doncic is
better
better.
than Hakeem Olajuwon?
They have more.
that's high time shit right there. I'm sorry.
Better than Hakeem. I like Hakeem.
This
Go back
man
to
is
the pictures.
crazy.
Joel is like Hakeem.
Okay, hold on. Who did he say was better than Hakeem? I'll pull up
No,
the
I
stats.
said like.
He
My
said
bad.
Luka Doncic.
Like.
All right, we're gonna pull
He
up
said
Hakeem.
he said there's nobody in the 90s better than
Hold on. We're
Steph
gonna
and
compare.
KD.
We're gonna
KD is
compare
nowhere
Hakeem's first
near
couple of
Hakeem
years
That's
to
my
Luka.
IQ below 0.
Luka's IQ
Bro,
is
there's
below
nobody
0.
in today's
Yeah,
game
no
that's on
basketball.
Akeem Olajuwon's
You
level.
gonna
That's a
talk? You gonna
fact.
show
Get
me
the
You're
fuck
how?
out of
overrating him.
here.
Hakeem
You
is
mean to
That's my
tell me you gonna
defense.
take? You mean to tell me you gonna
first
take
couple
Steph
years.
Curry over Shaq?
Yeah. It's a tough one. I actually
It
like
just
Shaq. He's in my
depends on
top
the
10, but I'll go
defense.
with Steph. It
This
depends on the
man
era,
is
but I'll go with
crazy,
Steph.
bro.
Yeah, it depends on the era.
It depends on the era, but
This
I'd probably
man
go
is
with Steph.
crazy.
Okay, hold on.
By the
So
way,
we're gonna
the
compare.
space in
The
this.
only
Over
thing we can
Shaq.
really compare. The only thing we
He's in
can
my
really
top 10.
compare.
You don't even
really,
believe that.
Hold on,
No,
Mac. Hold
but yeah,
on.
Shaq is in my top 10.
Hold on, yeah. Let me just do this comparison real quick. Because really, the only thing we can compare, because there's so small a sample size for Luka and Hakeem, is we can compare their best regular season and their best playoffs so far. So,
That's
hold
no.
on.
I don't
Hold on. Let me just put it out there.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me
It's
just
your
put it out
podcast.
there.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
Luka, his best season was in 2020, 28.8 a game. Hakeem's best season was in the championship year, 95, 27.8 a game. All right. Rebounding. Luka Doncic's best season was 10 rebounds a game, 9.9. Hakeem at 14, which I really don't like comparing that because you're talking about point guard, center. Assists per game, obviously Luka's going to win out. I don't like to compare that. Luka 8.8, but that's like the same with rebounds and assists.
We can't
But Luka's actually closer to Hakeem because he's almost averaging 10 a game. Steals per game, Hakeem 2.6. Luka's 1.1, and then blocks. Obviously, that favors Hakeem 4. He had averaged almost 5 blocks a game in 1990, which is ridiculous. But when you go to the playoffs, when you go to but hold on, but Lucas has some numbers that are ridiculously skewed in his favor too, especially when he's averaging almost 10 rebounds a game in his best season. Luka best playoffs is 35.7 a game. That was this year. To Hakeem's best playoff was in 88, where he averaged 37 a game. In 88, Hakeem also averaged 16 rebounds. And Luka best rebounds was 10 a game in 2020. Luka's best assist per game is 10.3 this year. To Hakeem's 4. And then steals per game, his favorite for Hakeem, 2.5 to 1. And then blocks per game, Hakeem averaged 6 blocks a game in 1990 to Luka Doncic's less than 1. So, I mean, when you're comparing Hakeem's full career best years ever to Luka's best years ever,
this is only his second year.
Luke, this is Luka's second year. I mean, Luka's second year is looking, at least,
Lamont prediction: he's gonna have a better. He's gonna have a better.
But on Luka's trajectory is that he's gonna be better than a lot of these guys in career wise. I mean, I know you guys don't want to like if you.
They don't want to
be
honest.
If you're being honest,
never base a player off for 2 years.
If you're being honest, Luka's gonna have a crazy career when it's all said and done.
The only stat I want to ask.
Let them change the rules to how the rules were in the 90s, and we'll see.
What 1-on-1 with illegal defense?
Yeah,
bro, these players would be more dominant if they played in this era.
That's crazy. Wait. Can I say something too? What
Elijah will average 60 a game if he plays in this era.
Can you imagine? Hold on, I want y'all to think about this because John Stockton and Malone already had a lot of success in the 90s with the pick and roll with straight man to man. Can y'all imagine Curry and anybody else running pick and roll in this league? But Curry, but without his own help, without all of the additional zone help, can you imagine Curry? And you have to only play straight up man, and you can only use bailout double teams. Can you imagine trying to do that with Steph Curry in the 90s with illegal defense? It would be unfair. It would be unfair.
And on top of that, Lamont.
Because one thing John Stockton
I'm gonna answer that, Lamont.
John Stockton could shoot. Hold on, Jason. Hold on.
I'll let dude talk. Go ahead.
Jason, Utah Jazz drove the most illegal defenses in the game.
Hold on. What I'm saying, but yeah, because they ran so many pick and rolls. And you had to go help. Somebody has some crackling noise in the background. I don't know who that is.
Can you imagine? Because everyone keeps talking about hand checking. Give LeBron and Kawhi Leonard hand checking. Ridiculous.
No, I'm just saying. My whole thing is with the pick and roll because the only way you really stop this pick and roll nowadays is you got to get creative with it, especially with the way players, because you have to have guys in help side. You have to run man-to-man matchup zones. I mean, you have to shade guys over. I mean, but imagine with none of that, with all of the spacing. See what the thing about imagine Stockton in the pick and roll, but with Steph Curry's jump shot, they would have destroyed the Bulls.
Now can I answer the question?
Exactly.
Hold on. I'm gonna answer the question.
Hold on, they really would have destroyed the Bulls. No joke.
I'm gonna answer the question.
There's no way because he was so unselfish that he didn't even take that shot.
I'm gonna answer the question why they wouldn't and why it's predictable.
He couldn't shoot as deep as Curry.
Doesn't Steph Curry? He drives to the basket a whole lot, correct?
He drives to the basket when he takes what the defense gives him.
Steph Curry drives the basket.
What
the
ball
ball
to
the basket a lot.
Steph is what we call a read and react player.
Come on, bro.
Steph Curry sees so many different types of defenses. He can only.
It's just a yes or no question. Does he drive the ball to the basket or not?
Hold on, Magda. He can only take what the defense gives him.
That's
it.
Okay.
So
yes,
if the
in
defense
today's
is given,
era, you just asked me about the 90s.
If the defense
that's all I'm
gives
trying to
him
answer.
an open 3-point shot, he's taking it.
Hold on. Okay. Lamont,
Right?
I'm asking the question about the 90s. Correct. You're correct.
Yeah,
Everything you
yes,
said.
he
I'm
drives to the
asking
basket.
the question about the 90s.
Yes, he drives
now,
to the basket.
If he's in the 90s era, he's not driving the ball to the basket.
Why would he not drive?
Hold on.
The lane is clogged.
That's a lie.
Up,
Okay, Macduff,
and he does
explain
not.
this. Macduff, how did Muggsy Bogues and Spud Webb get to the basket? How did they do it?
Bro.
No. Just tell me. How did they do it?
In a regular season game?
No. Yeah, just tell me how they did it.
In a regular season game?
Just tell me how they
got
did
to
it,
the
man.
basket.
Oh, okay. So if they do it, Steph can definitely do it.
Come on now, man.
In
You
a
guys act like
regular
people were scared to
season,
get into the
yes.
basket in the 90s.
Bro, in a regular season, I'm answering your question. In a regular season, yes, that is a fact. But we know for a fact, Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars, they were mid-range jump shooters in the 90s. In the 80s and the 90s, yes. They were. Steph Curry would not be driving that damn ball to the basket because there's no 3-second.
Hold on, bro. Let me say something here.
Under the basket.
Let me say something. Lamont, Muggsy Bogues and Spud Webb, a lot of their baskets came off of fast break steals and stuff like that. Come on,
Stop
man.
capping, man. You about to cap some more.
LeBron, listen,
hold on, no.
Steph Curry would be great in any era, but I'm not going to just sit up here and say.
Are you literally telling me that Steph?
Since he averaged 31 today's game, he's not averaging 30 in the 90s.
Spud Webb highlights, y'all. We're gonna pull up some Spud Webb highlights.
Hey,
we're gonna see if y'all capping.
Dude, Steph Curry is not averaging nobody in today's game is averaging the same amount of points in the 90s. That's not
you sure about that?
Spud Webb highlights.
Not most people.
You sure about that?
He said Spud Webb and these
most players are not averaging that much points during that time period.
Okay. Oh, the first
You
highlight I
can't
see is
listen.
Spud Webb driving down the middle of the court, dunking.
I'm not even talking about hand
Hold on,
check.
McDuff. We about to watch some Spud Webb
I
highlights.
told you, if you give LeBron hand checking, it would be unfair.
Hold on, because the first highlight I
And
see is
defense,
Spud
it would.
Webb literally
He's not
driving
the
down the
only
middle
player.
of the lane.
He wouldn't even be the strongest player during that
No,
time
because
period.
remember, hand check relies on strength and IQ, which LeBron and Kawhi possess. So
about to
yeah,
watch
it would
some
be
Spud
unfair.
Webb
It would
highlights,
be
y'all.
very unfair.
Them being the only two people in this era
They
that
not the
survived in the
only.
90s. Everybody else is cream
They're not
puffs.
the point
They
is
wouldn't
that
last.
he'd be
KD
the
would
only
have roasted
player.
everybody.
Hold on. Let's
KD would
hold
have
on.
roasted everyone in the 90s.
Two
Don't
shortest
lie.
players in NBA history. We're going to go with Spud Webb first. Spud Webb could only score in transition off steals. He never did nothing against these great defenders of the 90s.
Well, that's not what I said. But...
All right, hold on, Kenneth. No, we got because y'all be capping. Oh, hold on. My bad, Kenneth. I have to kick you out. We're gonna watch the real highlights. Y'all be thinking we can't research this. Oh, that's on great defense. Great defense.
That's a fast break.
Hold on,
That's
that's on a
break.
bigger. Hold on, that's a bigger defender.
That's still a
Hold
fast break.
on. We about to watch. We about to see it all.
Fast break.
All right, hold on. We got 4 minutes to go. We go. But
We
he's
gonna
out
sit
there.
here and watch a whole.
Hold on. This is in the
That's
traffic.
definitely
not. In traffic.
Oh, look at that. Look
In
at
traffic.
that. Yeah, he didn't go to the hole. It was a good shot.
Wait, keep watching.
Look. Oh, jumper.
Steph Curry couldn't score,
Steph
y'all.
would roast these guys.
No,
Steph,
Steph
Curry couldn't score.
No, he was saying
Look at
he
that,
couldn't go to the hole like that.
Why y'all acting like all the singers were these great defenders?
Steph could
Y'all
score.
tripping.
Steph could score.
This not even a. When did Spud Webb come in the league? Was it the 80s with Spud Webb? This was the 80s.
The 80s were more physical than the 90s.
Hold on, we about to get the NBA. Hold on,
No,
the
it's not
NBA
lying.
highlights are coming. Hold on, the
Not
NBA
more
highlights are
physical
coming.
than the 90s.
Jumper in his dome, right there. That one-on-one defense, they couldn't
Why do you
even
think
stop.
MJ
Look at that,
complained about
baby,
the
in
foot
traffic. In traffic.
Oh, there you go. He got one in traffic.
One? Are you
Squeeze,
serious?
That was the one real.
Come on now, man.
Put back up.
Hey,
Lamont.
Hey, didn't Mac Dub just say like Steph Curry couldn't score in the 90s? Come on.
That play was nasty.
Hold on, 90s.
That play was nasty.
90s in traffic.
Yeah, Mike Duff. It'll be a layup line for Steph.
He couldn't score.
Come on now.
Oh man.
And Isaiah Thomas is not half the
Oh,
offensive
man.
player that Steph Curry is. That's the funny part.
Oh man. 90s.
Isaiah Thomas would destroy Curry.
90s.
Okay.
He damn near dunked that. Did y'all just see that?
He did dunk that, didn't he?
This great 90s defense, man. Hold on. We gotta see that again. Traffic on the great. What kind of defense is that?
They be overrating those 90s.
Hold on. I want you to tell me. I want y'all to tell me what's going through his head on this defensive play where he's scared to go contest a Spud Webb dunk. Okay, hold on. What's going through this dude's head right now where he's scared to contest Spud Webb, the shortest man in basketball? What the hell is he doing? What is that, y'all? Steph Curry couldn't score on the 90s?
Yeah, they tripping.
They was gifting layups out there. They was giving out gifts out there. Hold on, man.
Lamont.
Nobody said he couldn't score.
No, hold on. You just said he couldn't get
score.
to the basket.
No,
he couldn't get to the basket.
He'll pay a heavy price for it.
Hold on.
Hey, Lamont,
I haven't seen Spud Webb hit the ground once.
Yeah, but his team wasn't really a threat to beat people like that. That's the point. You'll let him get
Spud
more
Webb's
buckets.
team wasn't a threat to beat nobody, and they letting him go to the rim.
That's my point.
Hey, can
Oh,
y'all
that's
imagine?
what he letting him go because his team was trash.
I'm saying if you're not as big of a threat to beat somebody, it's different in the regular season versus the playoffs.
Can you imagine if we just dropped KD in the 90s, bro?
Oh man, no, it's a mix.
Drop
You said the
KD
NBA
where?
highlights.
Drop
In the
KD on
90s.
what kind? Drop
Oh, we gonna go to
KD.
Muggsy Bogues.
KD would be a good player.
KD would be great in the 90s. That's
Muggsy
a fact.
Bogues.
Any great player would be great in the
Hold on,
era.
Muggsy Bogues now.
KD will fold like a cheap suit with that body and that frame in the 90s. He'd go right down the lane against the Knicks. Anthony Mason will put him on the ground.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna see how many
Out
times.
cold.
We're gonna see how many times Muggsy Bogues hit the ground. in the
No,
90s.
it's not. That's not. No,
KD would not even last a full
nobody in
season.
today's
How did MJ
era
last in the
averaging
90s?
30 would
He's smaller
average
Hold
than
on.
30 in the
First it was
90s.
getting to the rim.
No,
Now
I'm
it's
not gonna
lead.
say
Exactly.
nobody.
You
No,
said
I didn't
that.
say none of that.
Nobody's
I believe
averaging
Hold
30.
on. Look at Muggsy
Now you
Bogues.
could wake up and get 30, and
Steph on
nowadays
the
I
milk
Bulls.
toast
I
defense.
believe
Come on,
KD
man.
can still average 30.
KD
Hold on,
would
y'all.
I
Hold on,
didn't
bend the
that
knee.
he's
Hold on,
averaging.
y'all. We
Nah,
gonna watch
he
this.
wouldn't be able to get it.
We gonna
I
watch
think
Say he
this.
KD
wouldn't
can
have made
still
it.
average 30,
Hold
but he
on,
might
Jason.
not have made it. He might have
Hold
gotten
on.
injured.
Hold on, y'all. We
He
about
would
to
have been
watch
so
this.
far injured reserve, it'd be crazy.
Hold on, y'all. Because this is on the Bulls, too. This is on y'all favorite team. This is the best defensive team. So we gonna see how great this shit was. Easy.
Horace Grant getting that rebound.
How is he even out there competing with these dudes, man? I'm glad they started off with the Bulls.
No,
He better not score. Y'all think Steph could do that in all day and live?
Yeah, he could do that. He was
You
talking
have to
about
do a
going
lot
to
of
the
pull-ups.
hall. He
Going
can
to the
score
hole
a lot
ain't
of
gonna
pull-ups.
last.
Oh, he scored.
But
couldn't get to
them
the-
transition
hold on.
baskets, them not set. Them not a half court set.
This half court right here. Hustle play. It was hard
Now
in
look
the
at that.
90s.
This is a transition basket.
Oh,
He
he's
went
turning
coast
into
to coast.
transition.
He was unimpeded. He was
He's turning in
unimpeded.
transition because he's so fast.
Yeah, Muggsy Bogues was fast and quick. So of course it's going to be a lot of transition.
This is against the Bulls. This is the best defense of
He
the
ain't
90s.
doing that in no half court.
This is the best defense of the
The
90s.
Bulls
Man.
didn't have the best
When
defense.
The Bulls
did
didn't have the
Muggsy
best
Bogues
defense.
do this
Maybe they
Hold on.
did.
in the
The
half
Bulls
court
didn't
set?
have the best defense. Is that
I
what you're
said
saying?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about it.
No, hold on.
Y'all are
Maybe they
capping.
did.
I want to see the
Overall,
They
highlights
got one or
against
two.
Anthony Mason.
But I'm like
If he gonna
every
survive coming
year
down
there's
that
certain
lane,
teams with better
Now it's
defense.
or
Anthony
against
Mason.
Bill
The
Laimbeer.
Knicks was always a great defensive
Any
team.
highlights of Muggsy Bogues coming down the lane against Bill Laimbeer and Anthony Mason?
Hey, this is
No.
half court.
Oh, hold on.
Probably
Why?
not.
Hold on. So you saying
Yeah,
the only
that's
games you have to
court.
worry
He
about in
dropped
the
a lot of
NBA
dimes.
is if you play the Knicks and the Pistons?
Well,
No,
those were the most brutal defenses. They drew
yeah,
blood.
those
Yeah,
typically the
to
best
make it
defensive
count.
team.
All right. So how come Anthony Mason didn't make nobody on the
Man,
Bulls draw blood?
that was a dime.
Oh, he beat them down.
I guess the Bulls ain't playing defense because they losing. I mean, because they beating them. Great defense.
Look at that. He in a
1-on-1.
zone.
That ain't no zone,
Look at
man.
Coach, man. He was slow. He was moving. He was moving in slow motion, man. He was on molasses, man. Coach, man. Come on, stop it.
Oh man,
Hey,
great
I'm just
defense,
saying
man.
this would be a
We watched
3-point
Muggsy
layup line for
Bogues
Steph Curry.
highlight.
Look at
There's
his
a lot
ankles,
of
man. Look at this, man.
there's
What
a
defense
lot
is
of
this, man? What
Yeah,
kind
man,
of
what they
defense is this? This is
He couldn't pick a worse
hold
tape
on. This
for
is
having
no.
Kukoc out
This
there
is the
trying to guard a
Bulls.
man that's half his size.
The Bulls, man.
a lot of dimes, boy. On this
Lord have
highlight reel.
mercy.
This is
Whole
what
lot of
John Paxson
dimes.
John
had to guard.
Paxton. Look at John Paxton.
Out there just getting passed on. Dudes
Whole
just
lot
dropping
of
He
dimes
ain't
dimes.
all
doing
over.
nothing. He ain't got his hand in the passing
Look
lane.
at
Nothing.
him.
Just getting blown by in traffic
What?
on the Bulls.
We
In
getting close to
traffic.
see a Steve Kerr highlight there too,
Hold
baby.
on, hold
This
on.
great defense.
Buckets on the Bulls. The best defense of the 90s.
Yeah, Muggsy Bogues will beat him.
But that lineup they
I think
had
the
was
point
Steph Curry,
guards in the
ridiculous.
90s.
Steph Curry
I
will
think
score
the point
100
guards in the
points.
90s is better than
You averaged
today's
30 back
guards.
then.
He
Yeah, I
said
bet you
Steph Curry
do.
will score 100 against these Bulls. Wow.
Hold on. I'm telling you, this is the best defense of the 90s.
Yeah, if Steve Kerr and Paxson was on the perimeter, he probably would score 100.
And Muggsy Bogues is slicing them up. Wide open shots.
If they had Hopper and what's his name playing on the perimeter with Scotty being the big dog, there's no way Curry
Bro,
sniffed 10
look, this
points.
is all your big dog. This is 3 first-team all defenders on the court right now. I don't want to hear it.
Is
But they
Damian?
wasn't
Hold
in
on.
their prime.
Yes, they were.
Bro, Steph
How you
Curry's
make
eyes were
first-team
lighting
all
up.
defense and you're not in your
Ron
prime?
Harper's not in his prime.
Knockdown.
Wide open.
Hey, I'm just saying because you guys could only really play one-on-one. KD, oh my God, would drop like 40 on you.
Why was he doubling off Muggsy
It's
for?
not
Muggsy
one on.
cooking.
Bro, it's a team defense.
This is different teams
that they play.
I mean, different games.
Look at what was John Paxson doing? This is the slowest double team in NBA history. Look at this double team. The slowest double team in NBA history.
You're trying to make up stuff, bro. We understand that KD would be great.
Mike Depp, you just said Steph Curry couldn't get to the rim.
No, he couldn't get to the rim as often.
No,
That's what he said.
I did say that because in the playoffs and in the 90s there was no 3-second rule and there was always a 7-footer
scoring with no problem. I see
in the lane. That is a fact.
So with that
pick and roll and the defense is already collapsed, he's gonna get that shot.
I mean, you try to make excuses for the best defense of the 90s. I don't want to hear it.
Jumping shooters will have a good, will be able to have some success.
You can't show a highlight,
but they wouldn't be able to
on,
come
man.
down the lane unimpeded.
Hey, I'm just
hold on. Y'all said it. Hold on.
Knock them twin towers down there.
Y'all, this is what y'all get
He
for
ain't
letting
better than
Mac
no
Depp say
Akeem
that crazy.
Olajuwon. You is trolling, yeah.
Well,
that's a fact.
Mac Depp
to say he's better than Olajuwon.
Mac Depp said Steph Curry could not get to the rim, and we're literally watching the smallest men in NBA history
in a regular season game on November 12th. Man, I'm not finna. What are you talking about?
So now the games don't matter.
They was just getting started.
Now the games don't matter.
This man showed a game December 9th, 1993.
Looks like he scored no problem right there.
Hey, Mike,
this man showed a game 1993.
Hey, Mike Duff, even though I was trolling for the last 5 minutes, I was serious about that Hakeem take. If those are the only two players you can give me, the 90s is weak. Really?
I didn't give you no two players. I just gave you Akeem Olajuwon smashing. I gave you Akeem Olajuwon smashing this entire era.
I will take Steph Curry over Hakeem. I'm serious about that.
That's your take. You can go ahead and take a point guard over one of the best two-way players ever and one of the best defensive players ever. Go ahead.
I'll figure out team around Steph and KD. I'll destroy you, dude.
Giannis better than Scottie Pippen, bro.
Wow.
I mean, I feel like by the time Giannis finishes his career,
Steph Curry
he's going to blow past a lot of people, including Scottie Pippen.
Over the best, one of the best two-way
none of
players.
them on Akeem Olajuwon's level defensively. Akeem Olajuwon accolades is damn near better than their whole career. Get the fuck up out of here, bro.
Who? Better than whose career? Giannis?
Akeem Olajuwon defensively is better than KD and Steph. By himself, yes. That's a fact.
I give you
that's a fact.
I don't give him
okay, and
else.
you just said how many points did that man average?
Who?
His best playoff year, 37?
Yeah, 37.
Oh, you talking about Luka? You talking about his second year?
No, we're talking about Akeem Olajuwon.
No,
he's saying that Steph. He's saying he's been trolling, but he's serious about Steph and KD.
Oh no, I'm serious. They are better players.
That's crazy.
They just have a bigger impact.
KD was never known for his defensive prowess. That's a fact.
That's true.
Neither is Steph. Neither.
Spud Webb drops a 32-point triple-double on the Lakers in '94. Hold on, man. We got to see this, man.
Wait a minute. He's dropped the triple-double on who?
Question.
Yeah, the Lakers,
Does
man.
that mean you'll take Hakeem over Magic Johnson and Larry Bird?
Spud Webb.
Who's the Lakers guard? Byron Scott?
Don't worry about it. Hold on. This is the '90s.
No. It had to be somebody that was on the twilight of their career.
32-point triple-double. Made it sweet out
that's
there.
when the Lakers were sorry.
Now they
the
sorry.
Lakers were terrible.
They
had no guards.
Every era had good.
They was that bad.
Was cool. Like
they was that sad. Look at that in traffic. Easy.
What are we talking about?
That wasn't really in traffic. That was a good hop step to the
side. So you saying Spud Webb was a 32-point a night guy?
Oh, he definitely was.
Every now and then, Spud Webb would have an explosion like that, but that wasn't common.
He was never. That's once in a blue moon.
If Spud Webb can have an explosion, what the hell you think Steph Curry would do?
That was a
once in a blue moon.
That was a once in a blue moon.
That's because he did that. It was on a bad night. The Lakers had guards that had bum knees.
You can't even name none of these players out here. How you gonna know they got bum knees?
Because you can look at the way they moving. Look at the way he moving.
Anthony Pillar looking healthy out there.
All I'm saying is Steph Curry will not be going and driving to the basket and getting all these easy-ass layups. Like he is now, he wouldn't be doing that in the 90s. That's all I'm saying. And that's a fact.
How many times am I going to see Spud Webb get knocked to the ground? 0.
None.
Well, he's not supposed to. You're the fastest player on the floor.
Not in a highlight reel.
Yeah, they showing all 30. So you saying for all 32 of his points, ain't nobody gonna say fuck it. We gonna knock his ass down.
In a highlight reel?
Yeah, but you would see him go to the
There's a
ground at least
highlights,
once.
not low lights.
And a highlight reel.
Or maybe they just didn't do that shit that y'all make up and say.
They just making it up.
No,
It's mostly exaggerated.
No, I'm not making no excuse.
Well, y'all just said, can nobody get to the rim? Spud Webb going to the rim at will.
Yeah, they can get to the rim, but at what cost? What was the efficiency rating?
No
They're
cost.
like a 17% efficiency rating.
Zero cost.
At what cost?
None.
Look at them. Look at their go dive into the numbers. I guarantee they was probably having it at 17% efficiency rating. You heard it here.
Hey, yo, I could just imagine when you go into the rim, it's like a fucking
man.
buzzsaw.
Look at Spud Webb. Oh, he went to the ground.
All right, so he
He went
did
to
hit
the
the ground.
Hold on.
And he missed the layup.
And he didn't even touch him. That was the weakest defense in the world, man. Look
Yo,
at
he
this shit.
Nah, he did push him off.
We're talking about the
layup.
Hold on. So they was calling calls like they call now? He didn't even get touched.
He pushed him.
He didn't touch him.
That was back then when you could flop and get away with it.
Look at this.
Look, he didn't get touched.
He flopped.
No, you can see the
flopping
right
was
hand
legal.
of his hand.
Flopping was legal.
Bro, look, he did not get touched on this drive.
Look at the right hand.
If he'd have made that shot, that would have been one of the greatest layups of all
That means he was a snowflake.
So
the refs were calling soft fouls. Oh, they called it a flagrant too. Refs were calling soft fouls.
Nah, that was terrible.
So Spud Webb just mixing them up. Okay,
he failed. That was contact.
that was that was just horrible footwork. That was horrible defense. There wasn't no enforcer out there just stopping it.
That was him trying to be physical with him because
y'all basing the '90s on a regular season game. Come on now. That's the fun. That's what's funny about this whole thing.
That's interesting.
I'm not saying
regular season game. That's the 90s.
Hey, look, when you start playing the '90s footage in front of them, they whole tune be changing. They get to saying all types of stuff.
My tune ain't changing.
What are we changing about?
What are we changing?
Oh, they only found hard in playoff
What is my
games.
tune? That he can't get to the basket?
No, y'all said he only
That's
found hard
not.
in
That's
playoff
not. I'm not changing my tune. I didn't change my tune
I
about
have to
Curry
ask
going to the basket.
Mike Duff, are you trolling?
He'll stand there and shoot 40-foot shots.
That's been my
Mike Duff,
yes.
Like he do today.
Because there's always going to be a
He would shoot a lot of 40-foot jump shots today. Back
Webb
then.
looking like a baby Westbrook out here.
Bro.
Imagine if the
Whatever,
real
bro.
Westbrook was out
My
here.
whole point is defense. There's always a 7-footer in the lane waiting for him. There's always going to be somebody
What
in the
kind of
paint. in the
defense is
90s.
this,
Man,
man?
most of those guys were bums, bro. Let's be honest.
That's a fact. That's
Most
all
of
I
those centers
said.
were bums.
And I stick to that. And you
Okay.
showing me proof.
Hold on. So
what are
Mike
you
Duff,
talking about?
tell me what defensive set this is.
I don't know. Man to man. What are we talking about?
All right,
No,
what
that's
happened
more
with
like a 1-2-1-2-2 zone.
ain't no 1-2.
That is not.
Man, that shit does look like a
Ain't
zone.
no
My
zone,
whole
man.
thing,
It's
my
1-2-2
whole
zone.
thing
Now, you
was
know they
what
ran
Steph Curry
zones
do it in the
unofficially
90s.
back
Hold on,
then.
And all I
let's play.
said was Steph
Okay,
Curry
hold on.
driving
What's
to the basket
What's going on with
as
this
much in
breakdown?
the 90s as he do today. That's
Mike
all I
Duff,
said.
Mike Duff.
That's a fact.
How did he break down through the heart of the defense?
Go ahead. And who's waiting for him in the
Look
lane?
at that.
Nothing.
what
There's
I'm
a
saying.
kick out. Horrible defense.
Kick out.
Okay, show. All you got to do is look at the defense, and there's a 7-footer or somebody
What
in
type
the
of
paint.
defense
That's
is
all
that?
I
No,
said.
hold on.
And he's not going to be driving
That's
to the
Eldon
basket,
Campbell right there.
getting
That's
a whole
Eldon-
bunch of layups
That's
in the
Eldon
90s
Campbell.
there,
That's
like Steph
Eldon
Curry is
Campbell
doing
right
today.
there. That's
That's
Eldon
my
Campbell.
whole point.
Oh, he stopped, but he played bad defense. He didn't want to come on the perimeter and guard. Got a shot hit on him.
Steph Curry will be grading in the air.
Now he'd be grading in the air. He said he couldn't go to the basket in the 90s.
He wouldn't be going to
How
the
can you be
basket
great if
like
you
he
can't get
is
to the
today.
basket?
That is a fact. I stand by that. I
Look at
didn't
this.
change up.
Steph Curry is faster, has a better handle, and better shot than Spud Webb. He'd be doing
So
this on a
why are
nightly
you
basis.
showing me
Steph Curry is
Spud
not
Webb
fast
comparing him to
enough.
Steph Curry?
You don't
What
need
is
highlights.
what is
Because
what is the
Steph
logic?
Curry
because
is
this
not
is
fast. Steph Curry is not athletic at all. That is his only weakness. He is not an athletic player. He is quick,
Oh my
but he is
god.
not fast.
He's not.
Everyone
My
knows
whole point is
Oh,
he's not going to the
man.
basket
bro.
He
and
Everyone
shifty.
knows
laying the
that.
ball up in the
Hey
90s like
Lamar,
he is today.
I was
That's a
trolling,
fact.
but
He
I took him
shifty
away.
though.
Hold on. Did y'all just see that? He just drove on your center, man. 5'7", man. Coast to
Go
coast.
ahead.
Coast to coast. This has to be the worst defense in NBA history. Vlade Divac.
And hold on. Go back. Did he pick himself up from the floor? Okay, then. Somebody, a 7-footer waiting in the lane. That's all I said.
You said an enforcer.
A 7-footer waiting in the lane. That's all I said.
On him. He scored
and
on
that's going to be all day.
That's
he
weak.
He didn't get to the basket. He threw a floater.
That's Vlade Divac.
Oh, my God.
That's weak. That's Vlade.
That's a Hall of Famer. Put some respect on Vlade's name.
Look at this pump fake. Traffic. Dime.
Hey, bro, Lamar, don't do it to him. Don't show him
literally looks like my NBA Jam game.
Centers. Don't do it to him.
That's how easy it looks.
Hey, is Mitch Richmond on this team? I think Mitch Richmond on this team,
He ain't went on no 94 Lakers, man. Stop it. Oh my God.
Mitch Richmond is that Mitch Richmond?
That's athletic. That's an athlete.
That ain't athletic. That motherfucker who shot the shot a dumbass shot. Got his shit beat.
No, he thought he had. They've been shooting. But
Mitch Richmond is on that team. He number 23, I think.
Don't matter. He wasn't the best player this night. Spud Webb.
Yeah, that's Mitch. That is Mitch Richmond.
Bucket. Bang. And you got the nerve to tell me Steph Curry couldn't do this? You talking about the greatest shooter in NBA history.
It would be easy work.
Oh my God, man.
Man,
that wheel doing whatever he wants.
A lot of recency bias today, boy.
How's it recency bias? I'm literally playing the video in front of you. Okay, hold on.
No, I'm objective. That's the difference between me and everyone.
Someone literally just said, even though MJ played in that era, that KD would not be successful in that era.
He's literally picking this team apart.
I didn't say that.
Okay, someone said that. I swear to God, someone said that.
I didn't say that.
No, it wasn't you, but someone definitely just said that.
Oh, maybe this Laker team could have competed better.
Hold on, I got a question for
if the expansion draft wasn't snatching up all the good talent.
What's your question?
All right, I know I'm torching y'all. I'll shut it down. I'm even gonna play no more.
Nah, you're not torching me. So TZ in the chat, you saying Steph would average 40 in the 90s if it was man to man? Didn't the Toronto Raptors play boxing one versus Steph in the finals, right?
You know what a boxing one is?
That means one man is on Steph, and you got one man at the elbow, the other man at the other elbow, and the two other players is on the box.
And so
on the block.
When Steph touches the ball, what does everybody do?
One man is one man, and they form a box. Two people are at the elbow, at the top of damn near at the top of the key, and the other two are on the block.
I'll explain it to you the right way. I'm explaining it to you the right way since Mac Def wants to cap on it. NBA boxing one.
Capping, bro.
NBA boxing one
is the question. He said Steph would average 40 in the 90s.
Hold on, Mac
because they play man to man, and there's
Mac Def is trying to lie about the NBA boxing one, which is different from this college shit y'all see. NBA boxing one is designed to go max ball denial on your best player, and if he does catch the ball, you've burnt so much time off the shot clock that now it's additional pressure on him to throw up a time bomb. And so that's what the boxing one in the NBA is designed to do. So they go in the Toronto Raptors guards. Steph Curry even said it. They towed the line between fouls, physical defense, and fouling. They were the most physical team on Steph, especially on them ball denials. They made it extremely hard for him to catch the ball. And when he did catch it, it was with the shot clock winding down. And that shot clock is like an additional defender. That's what happens. Okay. So that's what makes it tough. And when Steph does catch it, what does everybody else do behind him? They zone up towards Steph's side to make him into a playmaker. So not only is he dealing with a boxing one, he's dealing with his zone when he touches the ball. And when he touches the ball, the shot clock is running out. Now, I want you guys to go try to play under those circumstances.
So that makes it harder for him to score, right?
That's what it's designed to do.
But he scored 47 points in game 3.
Still, that just tells you how great he is.
Oh, you can't have it both. Can't have it both ways.
You act like it's easy to do. That wasn't an easy accomplishment.
Hey, before I go, this is my last thing. Macduff, here's a quick question. Would you pick Magic or Larry Bird over Hakeem?
No. I'll take Magic and Bird over King. Fact.
Okay. So why would you dare ask me? Why would I take KD and Steph Curry over Hakeem? Because
I would still take defense. Bird and Magic over fucking Curry and KD.
But I have a question. Magic doesn't play defense. Why did you pick him?
Because he runs the whole game. He controls the whole game. Yes.
Interesting. So we're talking about impact. Cool.
Steph
That's
Curry
what I'm talking
controls
about
the
when
whole
in terms of
game.
So
Luka and
Steph,
Steph Curry impact.
so you're saying that no. We're comparing, bro. You can't just try to make a point that really doesn't make a point because
How
Steph
does it
doesn't
not make
play
a point?
Hold on. So Steph doesn't play defense and Magic doesn't play
They
defense.
don't
So
play
they're
defense, no.
comparable.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
They're both point guards, yes. And they
So
both
they're
have an impact
comparable.
on the court. They both have an impact on the court.
Okay.
Yes.
So Magic what I said was Magic Johnson controls the game. Does Steph control the game?
Steph Curry does in his own way control the game, yes.
No, his impact is shooting and off the ball. That's not controlling the game.
So I have a question.
Everybody
Yes,
on the Warriors is not a threat to score because of Steph Curry's assist and passing. That is credited to his off the ball movement, bro.
Exactly.
That's what makes the Warriors better.
Still has a huge impact on the game. What do you mean?
Hey, let me give a shout out. Let me give a shout out
to
crazy,
bro.
Let me give a shout out to Dante Ian.
Steph Curry has like one of the hugest impact in the
Hold
game.
on one second, Ben.
He doesn't control the game. It's an impact.
Let this man do his thing, please.
Hey.
Sorry.
Let me give a shout out to Dante Ian in the Cash App with a $5 donation to the channel, man. Appreciate it. So I just want to make sure because I'm gonna be ending the show soon, and sometimes I don't get to them and I forget or they get passed up in the Cash App. So I want to make sure I call everybody out today, man. Salute to Dante Ian in the Cash App. All right, go ahead with your capping, MacDuff, man.
So MacDuff, so explain to me why you would pick Magic and
go
Bird
ahead. Say it
over.
again.
So explain to me why you would pick Magic and Bird over Hakeem, but it's crazy for me to pick KD and Steph Curry over Hakeem.
I would take Steph. I mean, I would take Magic and Bird over Steph and KD. Number one, Magic and Bird are both better passers. They control the game. Magic controls the game. The reason you would take Steph and KD because they're better, because you think that they're better shooters. They're better shooters than Magic. Then why would you take Steph and KD?
I don't think Larry Bird would choose
bro.
himself over KD.
Okay, so for Steph Curry's case, like I said,
that's your opinion.
I put Steph Curry in the Magic Johnson's category.
Okay, we're about to see what Larry Bird said about it. Then let's pull up the Larry.
Steph KD is a more potent player than Larry Bird is.
Hey Lamont, before you sign off, give me your total.
Now, MacDuff, I will be honest with you.
I tried to write them down, so I might have missed a few.
Crazy, bro.
Honestly, in my top 10, I rank Bird and Magic over them right now because, just like Lamont says, their careers aren't over yet. I'm talking about Steph Curry and KD. But I do think Steph Curry and KD are very comparable to Larry Bird and Magic.
No, they're not.
I think you're underrating them.
So who's better? No, they're not. So we give credit to LeBron James all the time for being a great all-around player.
Yes.
Okay, so Magic Johnson, who can literally play all 5 positions on the court and guard all 5 positions on the court, is all of a sudden not a great all-around player. But Steph Curry, Steph Curry's off the ball movement controls the game better than Magic.
No, I'm not saying better. I'm just saying it's comparable. I never said better. Yeah,
but you're
comparable.
You're asking me why I would take Magic and Bird over Steph
what I'm trying to point
and KD. They're more dynamic because they can control the game. They're better passers, and Magic and Bird are better all around. That's a fact.
Yes, I hear what you're saying, but the reason why I asked you that question is because you kept saying Hakeem's defense is so amazing. Why would you choose the other two? And I said the impact.
Because obviously, Hakeem Olajuwon defensively is one of the greatest defensive players ever. I'm just talking about all around, and we already know what he can do offensively.
Okay,
but defensively, he dominates a lot of the top 10.
So by your logic, right? Then as you just use it for Magic. Then, therefore, for example, if he's on this trajectory, I'm going to use Luka. Luka is better than Hakeem because Luka has a very similar impact as Magic Johnson. If his trajectory, I just got you.
So Luka's better than Magic.
Yes, potentially.
So
he
Luka's
set
better
you
than
up for
Magic.
that one, MacDuff. He set you up, man.
No. So Luka's better than Magic.
He set you up, MacDuff.
It's actually close. It's just early.
He's close. So Luka could play all 5 positions.
and guard all 5 positions.
I didn't say I'll guard all 5, but he can play
we're
several
saying
positions.
we're saying who's better. When did Magic? I didn't bring in stats. I didn't bring in none of that. I'm talking about player for player. I didn't bring in stats, errors, or nothing. Can Luka play all 5 positions on the court?
He can play a lot of positions. I've seen him play 2 guard. I've seen him play point guard. I've seen him play small forward. Like, it's not that hard. It's positionless basketball.
It's not that hard. Okay. Does Luka? Hold on. Does Luka? He doesn't play all 5 positions, and he doesn't guard all 5 positions. That's a fact. Does Luka have a dominant post game?
I would say so. Yeah.
Does Magic have a dominant post game?
I would say so. He has a pretty good post game.
Yes, he does.
That shit wasn't dominant, man. Stop.
So hold on. So Lamont, if he's averaged a triple double in the post versus Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, but that's not dominant.
Hey, wait. But your argument isn't with like Lamont. I said he has a pretty good post game. I'm not gonna say dominant.
Oh, okay. But we're comparing who's better. So obviously he can't guard all 5 positions and can't play all 5 positions like Magic can. He doesn't have a dominant.
Magic can't guard all 5 positions. He barely guarded one of the point guard position.
He can't lock down defenders. I didn't say lockdown. I said guard. He can guard and play all 5 positions.
Luka can guard.
Let's not diminish Magic
no defense. Do not say that.
We understand that. I didn't say he was a lockdown defender, but he's still out there and he can guard all 5 positions.
I mean, theoretically, you could say Luka could do the same thing. I told you he can play multiple positions.
All right, but I ain't never seen Luka on no 7-footer, so I don't know. I don't know if Luka can guard a center. I don't know if Luka can guard what's his name? Eaton from the Minnesota from Utah. I don't know if he can guard Mel Turpin from the Dallas Mavericks. I don't know if Luka can stay with Isaiah Thomas.
If we're comparing, all right, so let's
that's all I'm saying.
Wait, since now we're doing this, we're doing the Magic versus Luka. Luka is a much better scorer than Magic ever could think about.
That's a fact. He's a much better scorer.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that. Yes, there's a whole lot of players that are a bunch of better scorers.
Yes.
Tracy McGrady's a better scorer than Magic Johnson. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, but we're talking about Luka specifically right now. If we're saying the passing,
correct. I just want to let you know that I'm not capping about nothing. I agree with you on that. Yes, he's a better scorer.
Passing is about the same. Impact on the game is about the same.
No, passing is nowhere near.
Mike Duff and Ben and I would love to keep the conversation going, but
passing he's nowhere near Magic.
Nah, I disagree with that. You'll see. But all right.
Yeah, but hold on. But you know what, Mike Duff? I would say Luka's year 2 passing is probably better than Magic's year 2 passing.
Yeah, I was gonna say you'll see. He's getting better at it.
I'm just saying, like so. I mean, if you're comparing prime Magic to Luka right now, prime Magic is definitely a better passer. But is year 2 Magic? Because year 1 Magic wasn't even the best.
Year 2 Magic missed 25 games.
Year 1 Magic didn't even average the most assists on the team.
Year 2 Magic, he missed 25 games because he was hurt.
Year 1 Magic was arguably the third or fourth best player on that team.
Yeah, they put him at the 2 guard. Yeah, but we saw what he did. That's cat.
No, I'm not saying he wasn't great, but year 2 Magic and year 2 Luka, it don't compare.
Mm-hmm.
It don't compare. That's why I say. But you know what? Also, what I said earlier, comparing these numbers across eras. It's not a good look to try to compare them like that because it's going to heavily favor Luka in a style that heavily favors guards. So that's why you don't want to. That's why you don't want to jump into them type of debates because people can eat through you on numbers and you won't have no rebuttal if you start crossing eras trying to compare them players. That's how he was able to set you up with that question.
He didn't set me up. What are you talking about?
He set you up to agree with him.
Hold on, I just proved that Magic and Bird were better than Steph and Durant. That's a fact.
I don't know about that. You didn't prove that at all.
I didn't prove that by them being
because
he rebuffed the argument.
MacDuff, can you
that
honestly
Steph and Durant was better?
But can you honestly say, because you're talking about guys who have completed careers, can you honestly say by the time Kevin Durant's career is completed, he's not going to have passed up Larry Bird and Magic?
No.
Maybe because he might blow out his knee again.
I mean, let's take out injury. So without injury, let's say he plays another.
Let's say he has 30. Let's give him 30,000 plus points too.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying if he completes, That's why I say compare completed careers to completed careers. Because if you go off trajectory, Kevin Durant's gonna blow past.
Is he ever going to be a better all around than Magic and Bird, Steph Curry and KD?
He
better
definitely
all around.
No.
He can definitely
Steph's
impact
not going to be
the game.
better overall.
So why is when
LeBron?
So why is LeBron heavily advocated the best all around player, which is true. I agree. LeBron's the best all around player.
Magic said he was the better all around player.
That's a fact.
Magic was trolling. Magic was being a politician.
Magic
always say that crap.
But I'm saying the best
he's just being a humble servant of the game.
What I'm saying is the best player in your era is the best all around player.
If the player that you're talking about
Magic,
is already
when you talk about Magic and Bird, they are better all around.
Magic
Steph
has the torch to LeBron. He already said this man is.
I'm not arguing LeBron. I'm not arguing LeBron versus Magic. We're talking about Steph Curry and KD versus
so can I say
Bird
this real
and
quick,
Magic.
and then I'm gonna go because I don't want to take up Lamont's train. So the reason why I brought up the Steph Curry KD comparison, right, to those two guys, right, is I was literally trying to get you to accept the fact that just because someone's defense isn't as great as like Hakeem's, is there's a thing called impact, which you admitted to. Then I brought Luka back into the conversation because I wanted to prove to you if you have guys like him and him over Hakeem, why is it so hard for you to see that Luka, Steph, and KD that I have them over Hakeem? Do you get what I'm saying? I was trying to.
You're basing it off of defense. You're basing it off of because
No, you did.
because
You just
Magic
basically said
can't
because they
play
don't have their
defense and
defense,
Steph
they
can't
can't
play
be.
defense. They comparable.
I don't have time, but next time we'll debate
I
this.
get
Right?
it. Nah.
We'll debate this another time. All right, guys. Peace.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, go ahead,
Steph
Lamont.
and KD is not better defenders.
Oh, hold on. I'm tripping. I've been missing so much stuff tonight.
No one said they were.
Steph and KD doesn't scare you from a defensive
hold on.
standpoint.
Hey, hold on.
They
y'all.
only scare you offensively.
We collected but just before we get out of here, because I'm gonna be shutting it down after this, but we collected a total of 143 in donations, and one cool P actually matched it all, man. So I mean, I appreciate it, man. Like, but you know what? Like I said, whether it's $1, whether it's whatever you can give, man, anything you can give helps. Like I said, it's gonna go to a real big event that we're gonna be setting up. So definitely appreciate. Look, salute to One Cool Peak. She was in the chat, man, just reminding people to help continue to donate to the FYF Sports Community Basketball. This is actually probably, as far as with her donation, this is probably the best night of donations that we had on this channel. But so don't get outside of the one ridiculous donation we got from like one of Ticket TV subscribers, that was just aside from the point. But like as far as this, it was that night when he probably pulled them shenanigans. One of his subs came over here and just went crazy. So
how much did he give?
I think he gave 1,000 or 1,500 or something stupid.
Wow. It was an astronomical number.
It was bigger. It was like one that made me stop everything. He was just like, man, he just came over here to say like just show support, man. But tonight, but the thing is that we can't rely on stuff like that. That's like once a lifetime type thing.
Yeah, that's.
I'd rather do it this way when everybody's chipping in, like $1 here, whatever you can do. Like I don't expect. And then some people just can hit the like button. Some people can't give anything. I appreciate all of that because everybody's helping this channel grow, man. So I appreciate everybody, man, for just helping us out. But we're gonna be live tomorrow. Salute to One Cool P, match the donation, man. Made us break our donation goal, or at least donation record for the day. And man, that's crazy. So it's good. Like I said, we're gonna be back at it tomorrow. We're gonna be covering the NBA draft live. So everything we talked about with regards to the draft, we'll see what happens with it. I'm hoping to see some crazy trades. Man, hopefully the Warriors can pull it off. I want to see the Warriors pull something big off. I want to go into next year with some crazy expectations just for any team. Like that's what I want to see. I don't want to see these teams stay stagnant like we saw in the 90s, man. Couldn't change their rosters up, man.
Can change, right? but the Warriors, man, hats off to them, man. Their GM is on point, man. They always trying to look ahead. They be playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers.
Well, all they're doing is, and this is something the teams in the 90s didn't do. All they're doing is they stay in the luxury tax. They stay over and they're always, regardless of what it costs, They're always spending money on that team, trying to find ways to be able to compete. This year, obviously, didn't work out. They paid a big luxury tax this bill, and it didn't work out. But the thing is, their fan base can always salute them because they can say they putting the money that they make into good use by putting a high quality product out there and at least trying their best to win. There's some teams out there that, like when you look at the Sacramentos and all these teams, thrifty. When we look at True the Kings team, we saw how Danny Ainge started to try to finesse too much, and he cost that team a potential championship being.
Then he hightailed out of town and went to Boston.
So it's just like we see teams who try to finesse, and we see teams that just say, "Look, we're gonna spend this money to try to get better," and that's what I like. But tomorrow we'll find out. True, you came just a second too late. We about to hop off right now. We've been cooking for like 5 hours, man.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
it was a good one.
Yeah. You missed. I ain't gonna lie, that was a good one though.
Yeah, that was a good one. I appreciate it, Lamont. I appreciate coming on.
Hey, I let
appreciate
people cook. Hey, man, you always say, new people come on, man. Listen, man, I'm already in the Raptors, man. So it's like, you know what? Listen, my jersey's already there.
Look, y'all.
I still ain't get my speech though. But it's cool.
It's cool. King is de facto Hall of Fame member.
Like Chris Webber. He do it like Chris Webber.
He's the Tracy McGrady of our Hall of Fame.
Hey, yo, that's disrespectful, man. That's disrespectful, man. Listen, man. I got a lot. He won't tell you that I got the most debates ones either on this channel. He won't tell you that though. He won't tell you that.
Yeah, but man. it was against 90s level competition. It was subpar competition.
Don't do that. Don't do that though. Because don't do that because there's been a lot of subpar competition debates on here. And you don't get to see doing like Chris Webber, man, and Tracy McGrady, man. I ain't deserve that, man. I can't help what era I play in, Lamont.
Yo, what up, man?
Let me ask you a question, Lamont.
Yeah, what's up?
Nah, for real, Lamont.
No, for real.
Lamont, you like the Lakers?
This shit, man. Y'all call me Magic crazy, man. Magic crazy, man. You telling me that you think that Curry is better than Magic?
I'm basically saying my list is predicated on if Steph Curry finishes out his career the way I predict, he's gonna pass up people like Bird and Magic on the all-time list.
Okay, that's fact.
Now Steph Curry could come out. Steph Curry could come out next year. He could tear his Achilles and maybe be done. And he might be stuck where he's at now, which is probably going to be around 15 to 20. But the thing is, my trajectory for Steph Curry is like right now as point guards go, and I predict that if the way he's playing now, I can foresee him getting another 1 or 2 chips. They may not. He may get another MVP. Last year was a year where he could have easily got an MVP award, especially the way he played the second half of the season. So I just say let him finish, let him play out. I don't want to move him up on my all-time list until his career is over, but just on my point guard list, I got him above Magic. But again, it's Magic and Curry 1 and 2. That's going to be about preferences. It's going to be about what you like. Now I can't get knocked nobody for putting Magic at 1, and then if you put Steph Curry at 2. I mean, I don't think a lot of people will be mad with him at 1 or 2. It's just they both great players. It's about preference.
I don't understand how we say that Magic.
But is he a pure point guard though?
Like I ain't never heard of Magic being a liability on defense.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. But Pat Riley said it. Pat Riley actually said he was a liability on defense. But then he also went on to say, look, the man wasn't known for his defense, but it was his offense that really changed the game. And as far as playmaking, but with Steph Curry literally redefined the point guard position. When you look at all these
he became the combo guard.
Well, it wasn't necessarily a combo guard because the thing is, when he needs to play make, he can play make to a high degree. See, most combo guards struggle with playmaking. Is like I think Steph helped James Harden kind of transition into that type of position where you can be a point, but also a high level scorer as well. In the pick and roll, he redefined the pick and roll.
Yeah,
I mean, he changed the game. Magic changed the game when he came in, but it's undeniable that Steph.
Yeah, he's a game changer.
I believe
game changer because of him.
I believe what you just said. I believe that Curry might finish his career over Magic, but it's the judge him as far as right now over Magic. Nah, I can't.
Not yet,
But I
right?
can't be.
I
But
can't
you know,
do that.
I can't be mad at you for that because Magic's. It's not like Magic is at the number 5. Magic is like one of the greats to ever do it. So if you don't want to, remove him from that mantle just yet, that's fine. I can't. I'm never gonna be mad at nobody. I'm just looking at the game the way I see the game now, and like if I'm doing a draft and I'm building a team, just the way I see my team being built, I just like Steph Curry in that situation just a little bit more than Magic. But
Based
that's
off
not
your criteria, right? That what you're
it's just
saying?
the way I like to see the game. I mean, I have obviously as a coach, I have the type of offense that I like to run. It's a spread type of offense. It's a lot of pick and roll in it. It's threes being shot. It's a lot of spacing, 1-4 flat sets. So I mean, my point guard's gonna need to be able to have a lot in his bag. And like I said, y'all can check out the channel. I mean, I can pull it up right now. My point guard, my point guard for my team, he has a YouTube channel. Let's see if I can pull up his clip. He wanted me to react to one of his videos as well. But he's similar to like that style. Obviously, he's not a Steph Curry, but he wanted me. I'm gonna pull up this video because he wanted me to show you guys anyway. So I'm gonna play it. But actually, these are 2 of my point guards. Both of these were my point guards for my team. We went to the championship game. We lost, obviously, but still a pretty good team. I'm gonna show you him real quick. He'll be happy that I finally showed it. The white dude right here. This is one of my point guards. His name's Dustin. And
let me see. That's your boy.
Both of those are my guards right there. They both graduated though. That's Dante and that's Dustin. Those are both my point guards.
Oh, you own the team?
No, I coach them.
Coach. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah.
But Dustin, Dante was like the black dude, more calm. He was more paced. Dustin was more like flashy. The white dude was more flashy, more eccentric with his moves. But when he caught fire, it was really over. I mean, yeah. Dante was the guard you want to go to. That would just kind of weather the storm if you need to get through a tight game. Dustin's one of them guards that he's trying to blow you out by 50 and just embarrass you. So yeah. But I mean, they both nice. I mean, they both could shoot. But that's what I'm saying. My offense was a spread offense where you had to be elite off the pick and roll. You had to be able to make any pass, and you had to be able to make any shot. And Dustin was one of those where he can make any shot. It's just how he was. He's difficult to coach because sometimes he'll take some dumbass shots, but got to live with it sometimes. These dudes, he don't miss often though. Like you could look at them both, man. They both probably gonna end up playing overseas somewhere. Yeah. I don't know who this other big dude is. Yeah, I expect them both. Right now, they work. I mean, you could tell right here, Dante's just a patient guard. He hit that right there, but
he is. He left-handed or he right-handed?
Dante's right-handed. They're both right-handed guards. Now, this is where he hit him between the legs, I think. No, he didn't. He already showed that one, but but that's about it right there, man. So yeah, that's why I say this is one of the reasons why. And this is how my guards were at Purdue as well when I coached out there. Similar guards. This is why this also plays into my preference.
Man, he got a rainbow shot, boy.
Yeah, man, it helped him out. I remember that motherfucker hit a game winner for me one game. That shit was crazy.
He could play against taller defenders.
Oh yeah, he hit the game winner on like a 6'7" guy, 3-pointer fading away. I drew the play up. That motherfucker blew the whole play up and did some completely different shit. Motherfucker shot a fadeaway 3 from like 5 feet behind the 3-point line and splashed that bitch just like that. And he did that same dumbass shit where he turned around.
Sewing out.
I be getting pissed off when he do it because most of the time when he do that shit, he miss. His first step, Dante right there, his first step is just fast as hell. It's hard to stay in front of him.
Yeah, I got a fast first step.
But that's it right there, man.
Hey, that's on your channel.
No, that's on Dustin's channel. I'm gonna put his link. I'll put the link in the chat, and y'all can check his videos out. He's working at Hoop Co right now. He's like coaching. He's actually I think they both now getting into coaching. Hoop Co is for like little kids. They coach in the same league where Matt Barnes coaches.
Oh yeah.
So Matt Barnes coaches in that league as well.
Okay.
Let me put his channel link in there.
I really ain't know it was different leagues that you could get in when you get grown.
Yeah, so basically this was a college league. So like most D1 schools have a lower team called a club team. And most D1 schools kind of use it as like a feeder to the D1 program. And that's what I coached. I coached at Purdue, the club team, and then now at GCU, the club team. Yeah. But I mean, at Purdue, we had a guy that went to the G League. We had some hoopers at Purdue. I ain't gonna lie. It was ridiculous, roster.
Y'all did good in the playoffs.
Yeah, we won the championship. We won the national championship. We beat Pittsburgh in the national championship. Pittsburgh had 3 dudes who got kicked off the D1 team on their roster. And they had 2 other dudes who moved up to the D1 team the next year. It was this little short white dude named Joey Mascara. He's probably like Spud Webb height. Shit, no joke. Like 5'7". That motherfucker was destroying us. We was down 16 with like 5 minutes to go in the game. And our best player just took over, man. We came back and won the championship. Don't know how the hell we did it.
So you don't think there's going to be a lot of trade moves tomorrow?
Man, unfortunately, I don't think it is. I think there's going to be some minor moves. But as far as us seeing that major blockbuster, I just have a feeling these moves are so complex and so much money involved. I mean, unless somebody's really willing to overpay for like a Ben Simmons and they just said, fuck it, I don't get the sense that we're going to see it. But I may be saying that right now, and I'm probably going to eat my words tomorrow. We're going to probably be talking about a whole Bradley Beal trade or some dumb shit.
Oh, boy, Bradley Beal. Boy, that was...
What time you starting tomorrow?
I'm going to start tomorrow because I know the guys from the Super Sports Global want to come back, so I might start at 4 just so because they said they wanted to talk with people directly. So I might bring them back in around like 4 and then open the panel up so people can come on and talk to them because they really want to spread the word about the Caesars Sportsbook app or Caesars Casino.
Oh, okay, I got you. So 4 your time.
Yeah, 4 my time, but the draft don't start till I think 5 or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, I'll send you the notifications, so everybody will get the notifications either on social media or YouTube. But I'll try to make sure.
What you think about Kay Cunningham?
Well, you're going to have to go back and watch the video because I already talked about that, man. You trying to get me to stay on here talking for another hour. Nah, if you go back, we talked about my top 5 picks. Kay Cunningham was one of them and why. So, yeah, we actually talked about the draft picks for at least a good hour. So we gave everybody all the insight, all the details on who we thought would go where.
Did you put Jalen Green in there?
Yeah, I had him going number 2. I have him going number 2 to Houston. So.
All right. Well, talk with you tomorrow.
All right, man. One Cool P again. Salute to One Cool P for coming through with the big time donation to the channel, matching everybody's donation, and it's a salute to everybody else donating as well. SFM, King, Styles, Crypto, man. Make sure you pull up more often, man. I love the conversation, man. Make sure you continue to pull up. But we're gonna be back live tomorrow. Until then, make sure y'all also check out we got more off-season videos. We're doing every NBA team. So we got the Lakers and the Nets coming up over the next couple of days. So make sure y'all check that out as well. But hey, it's FYF Sports. We up out of here. We catch y'all tomorrow.
All I hear is yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to do it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K subs, 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K subs, 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings. We all know who the really all know. Shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K subs, 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K subs, 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings. We all know who the real